Initiative kill.
There she is. There she is.
Welcome to Jirus.
Can I offer you some tea?
Good tea. Nice house.
Would you make me some of that Plomeek soup?
Well, Sammy, I love that stool. If there's a heaven, I don't want to go there unless my stool is waiting for me. And I'll tell you what, even God better not be on it.
Hello and welcome to Plomeek Teatime number 115, where we are going to pay tribute to the life of George Wendt, who played Norm on Cheers, but was so much more. I wanted to honor him for the fans out there who miss him, and since this is also a Star Trek channel, have the opportunity to talk about Deep Space Nine's own version of Norm as admitted by the producers of Star Trek, Morn. And so if anyone thought that Morn was like Norm, it is factual information directly from the people who made Deep Space Nine. And, you know, not just a theory, because you can scramble his letters like an anagram and make Norm. But before we get to that, there's a little disclaimer here, like I often want to do. Scotty R37 is our expert here today on Cheers, because I have to confess straight away that while I watched this often as a child, I somehow retained none of it. Just like how I used to really watch a lot of Who's the Boss, but I could not right now tell you who was the boss.
Mona.
Thank you. I regrettably treated a lot of television like and movies like background fodder to lots of other activities. So most of my nostalgia comes from the theme song, which I think is what brought the show to me, so that I played it while I did my math homework at night. Which is why this past week I picked a few episodes to watch, and we will talk about those episodes to remind myself why I kept it around. And I just have to admit that that relatable humor of the show actually holds up surprisingly well today. It doesn't stray too far into, well, of course there are some jokes that are, well, the way people would say of its time, but it's still a lot of fun. I don't really think it's of its time. I think it's universal, and I think we're just basically suppressing our own human nature, and that's why we say stuff like that. That's of its time, but we actually still believe, like, we still feel these things. And Cheers brought it out, and I can't wait to watch all the rest of it after this live stream, because now I want nothing more than to spend time doing just that. So I'm still glad I set up this live stream, because it's just such a simple show to get into at almost any juncture. The magic of episodic television, and it even does try to bring some things forward from past episodes. Even watching the finale, you understood what happened before, and that's just the magic of that kind of storytelling. And this is why I picked a few episodes of Cheers, including the finale, to discuss today. So I did what anyone, aside from watching those episodes, I did what anyone does when they feel insufficient to talk about a topic. I bought a book, and I am completely floored by how fun and well written this book is. I love it so much. I want to read it again. It is a breeze. It's breezy reading. It's called Drinking with George, a Barstool Professional's Guide to Beer. And if you don't have time to actually read the text, George Wendt himself narrates the book, the audiobook that accompanies this text. And it's a it's basically a modern love letter to beer itself, and the likes of which I've never read, and I'm infatuated with it. He has lots of history. He's a total nerd about beer. He knows everything, all of how beer was conceived through the ages, and he even has a theory that cavemen were even able to manufacture beer. Lots of times for a live stream, I'll read a book for a stream and read a little bit, but this time I couldn't put it down. George is such a down-to-earth person. You immediately relate to him and understand him. And I enjoy his philosophy on life, of which I put on the title of the thumbnail of the live stream. Maybe I could tell myself I'm not worthy to discuss fears because I didn't recall 273 episodes, but George would ask, what if it's good? That's his, what if it's good? What if it's going to be good? And so besides, I have Scotty R37 who did watch all of Cheers and knows what's what. You can tell me about his favorite characters and moments and episodes. And I can tell him some stuff from this book that was really interesting. I got to try to remember all these stories, but as I flip through it, I think I can remember one or two. And before we get into that portion of this live stream, I'd like to say hello to the people who've joined us here in the chat. Franco Walker left a like. He can't be here today. And Jacob Ironside says, I love the thumbnail. Me too. Me too. That's why I made sure when I saw that thumbnail, I knew it was perfect for this live stream, but I wanted to make sure to credit the artist. So thank you to the artist of that thumbnail. Oh, what was it called? Lore or something? I don't know. Can you check out the thumbnail for me? See.
Not when it's live. Oh wait, yeah, I'm sure I can.
Lore animator. I got it.
Okay.
I got it. Lore animator. Thank you. And yes, great thumbnail. Thank you for being here, Jacob Ironside, and hello to Old Man Bird who says, Shelley Long is still around. Rest in peace, Kirstie Alley. And so Shelley Long played Diane. I really liked her. I kind of, speaking of relatable, that she's really relatable. She's obviously loved to read. That she mentions lots of literature, but she's also kind of absent-minded at the same time. And yeah, I'm right there. So, but also, yes, rest in peace, Kirstie Alley, and definitely miss her. Yes, she's what I say. Almost all the Vulcans are my favorite Vulcans. So maybe she's one of my favorite Vulcans. She was great, and Look Who's Talking will always be a great childhood film of mine, and I do miss her too. She is on the background that I decided to use here. This was the best background I found, and it's oh wait, not that. Here it is. And so, and it's got Kirstie Alley and Norm there, and that guy who's in a lot of Pixar movies, voice actor.
John Ratzenberger as Cliff.
John Ratzenberger as Cliff. And as soon as I heard his voice, I was like, wait a second. Is that Ham from Toy Story? And yes, that's him. This is Ham from the piggy bank, if you don't know Toy Story. He's the piggy bank from Toy Story. So there we go. I could tell a voice actor when I hear it because I did listen to a lot of cartoons when I was a kid. Even if I listened to them as a radio play, as I once mentioned, the way I treated TV and movies is appalling for someone with a YouTube channel. But anyway, FKHC 2005. Hello. He says, Norm. Yeah, apparently. Every time Norm walks into the bar, everyone cheers. It's fun.
It is.
Old Man Bird says, Norm was your forgotten everyday, invisible to woman guy like the rest of us. And yeah, well, except he was married though.
Yeah, Vera.
Yeah, Vera. I think in the book, George says the major difference between Norm and him is that George loved his wife.
Hey, Ron.
Bro,
Hey, Brogu.
Brogu says, hello, everyone. Hello, Brogu. And Ron says, hello from England. Brogu says, I liked Woody Harrelson's character on Cheers. Who is your favorite character? And that goes to everybody in the chat, whoever's here. Let's say, I don't know any poll I could do. I didn't think about polls, but let's talk about your favorite character. Why not? Lemon Pie says, good morning. Yeah, Norm seemed to dread going home to his wife. Yeah, apparently. Apparently. Yeah, and we'll talk about what I've learned from the book. We've got some time to do that, actually. But before we do that, I've got to welcome Scotty R37. Hello.
Hello.
So how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I think everyone will be pleased that I waited until Cheers opened before I had my first beer. So, yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. I'm very pleased. Small Time Republic says Sam Malone would be my favorite. Sam, well, and he's the center. He's the center of it. He's the rock of Cheers. He's obviously the bar owner and everything. And so we wouldn't have the show, wouldn't have the bar at all, rather, without him.
Well, and that's the thing through the course of the show. Like when Coach, the actor who played Coach, Nick Castellano, passed away, they were like, this is a big hit to the show. And luckily, as it turned out, Woody filled those shoes quite nicely and still had reverence for the loss of Coach. And then when Shelley Long wanted to go and pursue her movie career, she is Cheers' Tasha Yar. She was like, I'm done.
Yeah. Oh, neat. But at least she gave the show 5 seasons instead of half a season.
That's true. And so they were like, well, what are we going to do with the show without Shelley? Like, how can you do a Sam and Diane show without Diane? And then thankfully, Rebecca Kirstie Alley came in, and I wouldn't even say filled Diane's shoes, but certainly filled the void of a female protagonist foil for Sam Malone. And so the show continued on after that. And then finally, after 11 seasons, Ted Danson said, I think I'm done. And that was the bridge that was too far. They were like, well, I just don't think we can have a show. I don't think Cheers can exist without Sam Malone. And
that's fair enough. No.
Yeah. And so it's one of those instances. It's one of those instances where with a wealth of episodes and legacy and whatnot, like it was a cornerstone of Thursday night television for a long time. Although it took a while for the show to find its legs, it became a juggernaut and a cultural touchstone throughout the late 80s, early 90s. And I'm glad that there was no attempt to try and milk it any further. All good things must come to an end. And I think that this is probably one of my favorite sitcoms, if not my favorite sitcom. So yeah, no, I love this. I love this show very, very much. And it was sad to hear about George Wendt's passing, but sort of when any major character actor or representing a character passes away, I'm grateful for the gift of all the hours of entertainment that he provided. And from the end of Cheers, remember the trailer for Star Trek VI, like the teaser trailer, when it's like, they have been our companions, our allies, and our friends.
Yes, I got a copyright claim for it.
Yeah, we won't play it. We won't play it. But that's how I feel about the gang at Cheers. Like, for so long, it was on all the time. It was on every week. It was appointment television. You watch you watch Cheers and you watch Night Court, and it was amazing.
That's why I was surprised that season 1 didn't do so good. It didn't rocket right off the right at the beginning.
Well, and it was like unknown actors. Like, I think only Nick was Coach was the only one he was in Raging Bull and had a career before that, but everyone else was sort of minor stars or minor character actors until this show, and became part of the cultural lexicon. It's amazing.
I think kind of oddly, what happened was the critics liked it. even though people weren't watching it, and that actually helped the show. I was surprised to see that people used to listen to critics back in the day. That was the thing that was more that had more weight.
Well, and I think Brandon Tartikoff as well, who was the president of NBC, really had faith in the show and wanted it to succeed. And it was also in a time where there were only the big three networks. Like, you only had NBC, CBS, and ABC. Fox wasn't even a thing. And television shows were allowed to breathe, to find their audience, as opposed to, all right, it's been 4 episodes, it's not getting anything, kill it.
That's what I was expecting, because it did seem like it came in last in the ratings. That floored me even more. That was crazy. But, and like you said, it's folly to continue. Well, of course, it went from last in the ratings in the first season to 42 million people watching the finale, which hopefully we will get to talk about today. And like you said, it's folly to continue without the show lead. The only thing I think about is The Office. When Michael Scott left, it was like, why are they still doing this?
Yeah.
They need to quit this. Stop it.
But that's a really good comparison too. Like, that is, I never thought about it, but that is perfect.
Mm-hmm. So let's see what Brogu's here with us today. He says my favorite character was probably Woody, but I also really liked Frasier. Oh yeah. Yeah, and talk about opposites. Woody was known to be kind of simple-minded, and Frasier was a psychiatrist, yes, and very lettered and sarcastic and witty. And Woody was, well, from what I saw, yeah, like you said, he's a bit simple, but a big heart from what I see so far. And that's good. That was good. How he well, I can't wait to rewatch the episodes to see how he became councilman. Like, what happened there? That sounds like a fun little storyline.
In the final season, they were trying to wrap things up and give everybody a proper send-off, and Woody had been an aspiring actor as well. He had done local theater, and I think that's how he sort of fell into it. Plus, his wife Kelly was a socialite. Like, she was a very well-off woman, and so with influence, with her father's influence, there was the ascension to city council. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just a series of circumstances and a little bit of charm, and he made his way into politics.
Yeah.
Classic Comics says Ratzenberger had a small role in both Empire Strikes Back and Superman 2. Hey, I knew about Empire Strikes Back. I had that in my notes somewhere, but I didn't know about the Superman 2 part. I wonder what he did there.
He was one of the NASA. He was one of the Houston controllers.
Houston. It's like my GPS would say Houston Street.
Oh yeah, nice.
Nobody can say Houston. It's just it was perfect for Superman 2 to make fun of the pronouncement of that city. Lemon Pie says Cheers without Ted Danson would be like Stargate SG-1 without Richard Dean Anderson, and it happened there too. It happened there too, where he couldn't be Colonel Jack O'Neill, and when that happened, he was like, okay, I don't have to leave completely, but I do have to go do the other stuff. So they promoted him to general, and he would show up every now and then, but it didn't seem right. It was, they should have just let him go and quit the show. But they just kept going and going, and there were dragons for no reason. And I just didn't like, some of the last season. But nonetheless, there's still some good stuff at the end there. And I got to talk about Stargate sometime, especially for Lemon Pie. I would love to talk to Lemon Pie about it. Gavin Blackburn says, I watched Cheers religiously. It was on Channel 4 in the UK on Friday nights. Yeah, I was trying to remember when I watched it, because I don't know. Yeah, it was at night, and if I was up at night, I was trying to finish homework. Rogu said, to this day, I enjoy movies that have Woody Harrelson in it. Since Cheers, he has become one of my favorite actors because I know he's going to entertain me in whatever movie he's in. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's good. That's really great when you relate to an actor well enough that you look out for him. in everything he does. And what I did was, yes, I did read this book. It's not a very long book, which is why I was able to read it in a day. But the other than the fact that George loves his wife, he is very much like Norm. He loves beer immensely. In the episode we're going to watch later, where he hugs a vat of beer, that is, I don't think he's acting. I think he actually did visit breweries in his life, and because specifically there was one particular story where he finally wanted to have a what his friends would say a proper Guinness beer, and they said you can only do that in Dublin, but he was in other parts of Germany, and he said he had one, but they were like, no, that's not proper. So eventually he made it to he went straight to the Guinness brewery and had one straight from a keg, and then sent them a postcard and asked them, is this proper enough?
Nice.
So yeah, he solved that problem there. It's really lots of great little stories like that. You would think this is an autobiography. There's some stories of him, but it's also mostly all this crazy stuff that he knows about beer. But like I was saying earlier, he listed all of the cultures that came up with beer, like in China and all these other places, and if I can find that list of Belgium. Well, but he also theorized there are lots and lots of countries who can, like the wheel. He likened it to the wheel. That lots of civilizations came up with beer separately from one another, and that's how important of a touchstone it was to society. He said even he thinks that beer came before bread, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but he had an idea that even cavemen might have figured out how to make beer, because they might have taken the barley and stored it to make gruel or something for their family, and maybe one day they left the cave door open and it all got wet, and so one of the cavemen would leave it out in the sun and accidentally ferment it and figure out the process. I think it's a really creative book. Lots of things in it that I enjoyed. He had a German and Irish background, so another couple of cultures that were very much into beer too. Mm-hmm. Carla was great on Cheers, but I was kind of scared of her. yeah, and there is one episode we'll cover today where Diane looks like she's scared of Carla, and
a couple times.
And I thought that there was going to be some kind of resolution to that, but no, it was just I felt bad. Carla was a pistol.
I'm sorry for my outburst. It is good to see you, Diane. When will you be leaving, Diane? Yeah, I'm a big fan of Carla. I'm a big fan of Carla. I'm probably my favorite is Coach.
Oh yeah, well he's not there after the first season, but he is really.
Oh no, he's in season 2 as well. Actually, I was surprised. 2? I was surprised. I forget what episode it was. The one where it's like, I'll explain it to you later, but no one ever explains it to me later. I think that was like season 3. I'll check. But he was on, because I always misremember it as well, because I didn't really get into it until probably midway through the show, just based on my age. And so by the time I started watching it regularly, I caught Coach on reruns, but I started watching it in earnest with Woody. So, yeah, I wonder how many... I'm looking. I'll look.
Well, I was 8 when the show ended, so I only watched this thing on reruns. Lemon Pie said he loved beer and beer nuts. Beer nuts. Yeah. He talks about beer nuts in the book, too. Way to go. Yeah, he definitely does. I forget what he even mentions what they were called. I have the book here. I can go to that part if you want to talk about beer nuts. And yeah, know anything about beer is in here. He says it's a Barstool Professional's Guide to Beer. That is exactly what it is. I love him because he doesn't always want to talk about himself, even though he does very easily talk about himself. He includes lots of personal stories, lots of funny, embarrassing stories. Kind of like shouldn't be drunk driving, but he mentions that it wasn't as much of a stigma back then, and there was a bit of those kind of stories too.
I'm sorry, I mispronounced. I mispronounced Nick Colasanto's last name, but yeah, he was in 15 episodes of season 3, and apparently it was noticeable of his health decline.
Oh, season 3.
Yeah, and they did think about, like, they just wanted to cancel the show outright. They just were like, "Coach is dead. We can't do anything else."
Wow.
And apparently there was legal threats of legal action. And it's like, no, you do have to do this because we have a successful television show. Keep going. But it did hang over the, no pun intended, over the production of the rest of season 3. And they do make reference to it. There is no funeral. They do say, "Oh, I'm sorry I heard about Coach. I'm sorry I heard about Coach." And so it was always, in fact, one of the most touching moments at the end of the series finale, when Sam goes and straightens the photograph of Geronimo. That is a reference to Coach. That's the only reason that happens. And some people get confused with it, but I always thought it was a very touching sort of
What's
acknowledgement.
The reference? Please explain the reference.
I don't know, because I haven't seen all the Coach episodes.
Oh, okay.
You want me to look it up? I'll look it up.
If you can, yeah, why not? Because I was in the middle
time
of trying to figure out what beer. Okay, so what George said about beer nuts. This is great. Yes. So
it's a little known fact.
Like so many great things, beer nuts are from Illinois, where they began life as redskins. As some scholars have pointed out, this might be the only time in history that the name Redskins was used in a politically correct context. The peanuts were roasted and glazed with their red skins intact. And so that's what he says about beer nuts. And,
oh my. So apparently, the picture of Geronimo, and it hung in Nick Colasanto's dressing room during the first 3 seasons of the show. After his death, it was placed in the bar in honor of him. And in the final episode, Sam straightens the picture to honor him.
Oh, wow.
So there's nothing overt. It's actually quite an inside joke.
It's very subtle.
Yeah, but still, it's that kind of thing. Again, this is the place where everybody knows your name. And when you walk into a bar for the first time, or if you've been there for a couple of years, like, there are stories that a bar has that no one will tell. It's just part of the growth of that room. It's a public house where everybody gets together and has a good time.
Yeah. Yeah, that is absolutely the point. That's the draw for the entire show, and I enjoy it.
Yeah.
Anti-Ranger Donnie says, "Good morning, Anti-Derivative Jill, Scotty, and all. Hope everyone is well. This evening marks Lester Holt's final night as anchor and managing editor of the NBC Nightly News."
I stopped watching after Tom broke up. Or Peter Jennings. I don't know. One of those guys.
A long time ago.
In a galaxy far, far away.
Brogu says, "Carla was great on Cheers, but I was scared about." Oh, yeah, I read that one already.
Yeah. Rightly so.
She's funny. She's very, very funny. Great physical humor. When Carla liked a guy, she would just leap up on them. Oh, yeah. She wasn't shy. Brogu says, "I'm trying to remember, but I think Cliff always had these little fun facts that he would talk about."
Absolutely. Cliffy. You know, actually, my Cliff Clavin impression sounds a lot like Peter Griffin, so I won't try it again.
It was cute. No, okay. But I thought you were going to say something.
Yeah, I was, but then I got embarrassed.
Don't get embarrassed.
Don't worry.
Have fun.
All right.
Okay, Jedi Master says, howdy, folks.
Hey, Jedi Master.
Hey, Jedi Master. Living in Massachusetts, I've been to the old Cheers bar and had a meal. Hey, that's great. Oh, you mean like the bar that, that they show on the outside of the set?
Yeah, what was it called? The Cock and Finch, I think.
That sounds right. Yes. Yes.
Well, and
so Jedi Master's eating there. That's great.
That's amazing.
You probably haven't.
No, and you know what? It's a really stupid story. Long story short, my family went to go to Boston, and I didn't go with them. So I could have gone to Cheers, but I was an idiot. It involved a woman.
You should have brought her with you.
No, they didn't get along.
Oh,
it was a point of contention at the time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you were an idiot.
Yeah, I was, totally.
But what man isn't an idiot for a woman now and then? Sentai Ranger Donnie said, Cheers is among a few things I love best about NBC, even though it was produced for that network by what was then Paramount Network Television, now CBS Studios.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Well, and you know what the thing? It's so strange because the box set, the DVD box set for Cheers, is way better than any of the box sets for any of the Star Treks. Because the Star Treks all are like accordion, or not accordions, but they flip open and some of the discs are stacked and everything like that. Way better on the Cheers box set.
I hate it when they stack discs like that. It's so terrible, and you've broken one because of the way that they box those things.
Bull and
It's
Finch,
a criminal.
yes.
What? Oh,
the name of the pub was the bar was the Bull and Finch.
Could you read this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Could you read this?
Master in the chat says, founded in 1969 as the Bull and Finch pub, the bar is best remembered internationally as the exterior of the bar seen in the NBC sitcom Cheers, which ran between 1983 and 1992, I think.
Jedi Master loved Cheers. Oh, if you have time, the link's in the Twitter group if you want to join us. I was looking for some Cheers fans to talk about this, and George Wendt was very overqualified for this role. He said something of the nature that I'd been preparing my entire life for this role. Basically, because he's not exaggerating, because his whole life was about beer. Even in his childhood, the children were the fetchers of the beer. They would have to go to the store for their adults to buy them beer, and the store owners would give it to them. Didn't matter that they were kids. I guess you could do that back then.
Well, it depends on where you lived too.
Yeah. Yeah, and then and they're the book's good because you got like pictures, baby pictures, and things. And he talks about it a lot about. Oh, hey, let's see, Jedi Master. Hey, thanks for joining us,
Norm.
Yeah. I ain't that big, man.
No, but come on, it's affectionate.
True, too true. So how's everybody today? Good to see you both.
Oh, great. I'm doing great. How are you?
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Like I said, you got the message. I got a big surprise coming up.
Oh yeah, definitely. I really hope that works out.
It's gonna work out. I gotta be patient. I just gotta wait, and it's gonna happen. I've gotten confirmation from I'm busting at the seams.
That's fantastic news.
That's gonna be a fun night.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone who hasn't checked out Jedi Master's channel, definitely check it out and make sure you're subscribed, because big things are happening over there. But today, can you tell us about your experience with Cheers and what you think about this.
I think Cheers is one of the best sitcoms of the time for its time. I love the characters, how they work together. The cast was perfectly. Ted Danson could act a phone book. He's funny. If you ever watched The Good Place on Netflix,
oh yeah,
that guy, gut busting funny. That series is. So anything Ted Danson is in, I really enjoy, and I love the whole cast when it was Shelley Long, and then they went over to Kirstie Alley, and I like one of my favorite episodes is when what's her name? Oh my goodness, the first girl before Kirstie Alley was in the in the vents, and Carla's like, "Shut up down there." She was like torturing her. She used to.
Oh right, when she got stuck in the floor.
Yes, that was so.
Yeah,
funny.
that's great.
I was like yelling at her.
She got stuck in the floor. That sounds outrageously funny.
Oh,
Penny.
Some of those episodes were great.
Penny.
Penny's here. She's on her way home from the grocery store. Oh yes, it's shopping day.
And of course, I think he was a relief pitcher for the Boston Red Sox. If I recall the character.
Yes.
Yes,
he was a relief
pitcher for the Red Sox.
Well, and that's why I really enjoyed the relationship between Sam and Coach, is because Coach was a coach, and the relationship between them, and because Sam was a recovering alcoholic, and so Coach was kind of that rock for him, and that interesting place to launch a sitcom from is a recovering alcoholic owns a bar. And even in the introduction, I think Shelley or Diane is asking Sam, and he's like, "Oh, she asks why he stopped being a relief pitcher, and he's like, "Oh, I had a problem with my elbow," and she's like, "What? What happened to your elbow?" And he's like, "I bent it too much." And it's like, "So why did you own a bar?" And he's like, "I was drunk, and then when I got sober, I decided to keep it." And Coach is here. Coach keeps me on the straight and narrow. Like I just, the dynamics and the support group between everybody is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many aspects of the show, and it's like you see like the casts, how they work together, and just like the actors, it's like they became a family. You could see it. You could see the chemistry, just like you could see it on The Big Bang Theory as the characters evolved and their arcs. The same thing with Cheers. I loved every bit of it.
I'm gonna reel a little bit just by comparing The Big Bang Theory to Cheers.
It's kind of it's you can't really, but I'm just saying the way the characters all work together was good in The Big Bang Theory. Sometimes you see a sitcom. Yeah, sometimes you see a sitcom and you just say like it doesn't work. To me, it's not working, at least sometimes.
You can definitely tell when things don't jive as much as that's why it works so well, is that the characters really play off each other so well. I like the dynamic of Diane and Carla. That was hilarious. Sometimes the main plot of the episode didn't matter because they were being hilarious on the side. For me, anyway. On one of the episodes we're going to discuss today. And
that's kind of like my experience in the service industry, is that I started off my bartending and serving career being more of a Woody, and as time went on, I turned into more of a Carla. I never hit Sam Malone stages, but it was like I was nice and affable and very accommodating, and then I was like, "What do you want?" Which was fun. It was really fun.
You get burnt out doing that kind of work.
Tell me about it, sir.
Yeah. And I'll just... So George Wendt did do some drinking when he was a kid. There was one time where he was with his friend. I guess he was 16. They went to a bar and... let's see. Let me see if I can read this. The bartender was an older guy, maybe 70, with white hair and eyes set so deep that you could hardly see them. He hummed a happy tune as he stacked some glasses, and he greeted us warmly when he noticed we were there. "Oh, hello. We'd like a couple of drafts," I said, hoping my voice wouldn't crack. "Coming right up." A few seconds later, he deposited a pair of beers in front of us. I looked at Terry in stunned disbelief. We emptied our glasses as fast as we could and asked for 2 more. Sure thing, the bartender replied. Chipper fellow, but there was something weird about his eyes. George, Terry said, nudging me under the bar. I think he's blind. Waved a hand toward the bartender. No reaction. I did the same. Still no reaction. I think you're right, I said. I looked over at the 2 drunks at the bar, who clearly weren't blind. They were shaking their heads in disgust. Universal sign language for you little motherfuckers. Oh, God.
Such vernacular out of Jill's mouth. I think I've heard her swear maybe twice on how many.
But I'm reading a book. I'm not gonna. If I don't have to, I'm not gonna censor the author. But anyway, they enjoyed this for a little while, but the secret let out eventually, and stopped the party. But I think just little stories like that are filled in this book. It's so good. But you're gonna have to read it yourself. Just trust me that it's amazing. He buys a pig, so I forget. There's other stuff. And anything you want to know about beer is in here. Well, maybe not anything, but just his personal. It's like his personal journey with beer, and it's fun.
Beer.
And his college career. He tried to go to Notre Dame, but he partied his way back home and got a degree at a different school before discovering that he really wanted to be an actor. He sat down with a list of jobs and he said, I'm going to pick something that I don't hate because I want to do something that I don't hate. And that's what happened. He ended up as an actor. I guess you have to pay your way up because you have to pay for all the schooling and everything and all the to be in the shows and stuff. And he was stuck doing children's shows for a while before he got to do actual good shows. Anyway.
Well, you got to pay your dues.
Yeah, definitely. And this was all before he even went to LA to actually. I think there's some of the story missing of his journey to Hollywood and his integration into Hollywood. I think there's definitely some bits missing there. But
well,
it's still
who wants to talk about climbing the acting ladder when you can talk about beer?
Yeah, and that's what he did. He's like, yeah, you know what? I'll talk a little bit about this, and he of the show, I forget what show it was that he got a part in where he was going to play a character named Gus, and then but we don't care about that show anyway because then somebody else called him for Cheers, and he was like, no, I already got a show, and he said, no, just do this one episode. You just have one line. Is that really right? He only had one line at first, like he just had one line.
Well, he does.
One word. And his first word was beer.
He does. Like I think he's the only one. Maybe it was Ted Danson and George Wendt were the only 2 actors that were in every episode of Cheers. Possibly only George.
Yeah, every episode.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. He's in every one. Unfortunately, Morn wasn't in every one. He was only in 96 episodes.
Well, still, we all remember Morn.
It's true. Lemon Pie says, it's official. Scotty is the Carla of the panel.
I don't get pregnant that often, though.
How many kids did she end up with at the end of the show?
8.
There was an old woman who lived in a shoe.
Well, remember, it's like when Diane's talking about the show that she got her cable ace for. And it's like, it's based on you. It's a woman with 6 children. And Carla says, but I have 8. And Diane says, my God, you breathe like a fly.
Oh, you weren't joking. Holy moly. Wendy Trauma Warrior says, I'm lurking while I do paperwork. And
hey, Wendy.
Yeah, and I am going to talk about these episodes, but if you think about other episodes and other funny things that happened throughout the course of Cheers, you can definitely interrupt with that stuff because I want to know about it. I know I'm gonna binge watch it, but I don't care about spoilers. It's a sitcom.
Yeah.
Remember the 61? Does anybody remember the one when she's like, the voice of Kala, and it was just all she was all like, she was into that stuff, I think, like the tarot cards and stuff, Kala.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that makes sense that she would.
I always remember the Gary's Old Town Tavern episode where they set up a hologram of Carla's face and they think that they gave Gary a heart attack and died. See, Gary's Old Town Tavern is like the Shelbyville of Cheers.
Yeah, that's such a funny episode. I remember that.
There's so much world building in that show too. Like Norm's favorite restaurant was the Hungry Heifer, and he would go and get porterhouse steaks. And then there's this whole heartwarming episode where the Hungry Heifer closes down and Norm just can't deal with it. There's so many little things that just build on it. And you get to know these characters. And obviously there were a couple of spin-offs from Cheers as well. Like there was Frasier for sure. And then Wings.
You know, the funny thing is I watched a whole lot more of I paid a lot more attention to Frasier in my early adulthood, and I remember that a lot more.
Well, do you remember the episodes where the cast of Cheers would show up, or were you didn't really know who these people were? Like you knew who Ted Danson was and Woody Harrelson.
Yeah, of course I did. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. But like those were the ones. Like there's an episode of Frasier where Sam shows up, and he says, "Oh yeah, Woody and Kelly, they had their baby," and Frasier's like, "Is he okay?" Like questioning as to whether or not he was quote unquote special, and it's like, "Oh no, he's fine. He's actually really smart," because Kelly and Woody were simple.
Yeah, I'd be more questioning that of Rebecca and Don actually. Yeah.
See, that's crazy. I don't really have much. I don't have much of an affinity towards Tom Berenger, who plays Don. Tom Berenger, who was in The Big Chill. He was in Sniper. He was the substitute. He had quite a career. It sort of tapered off as time went on. But for Tom Berenger to show up in the last 4 or 5 episodes of Cheers was great.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And so we do have a few episodes to talk about. So let's talk about those, and if we have some time, we can talk more about a little more openly about all this stuff.
Well,
but you can interrupt with other stuff anytime you
want.
Well,
I will. I want to interrupt with FKHC 2005 saying, and don't forget about the Tortellis. I forgot about the Tortellis because it had Dan Hedaya, who was Carla's first husband, and Casey Kasem's wife. I forget her name. And and it only lasted 5 episodes or something like that. I don't even think it went. It was like the Ropers. It didn't last very long, but it was there. But yes, hey, FKHC, thank you so much for reminding me about the Tortellis. That's bad.
Yes, and there's a part of this book where you get to hear about after he gets his degree and everything, before he figures out he wants to be an actor. He spends some of his life working for his dad part of the year, and then visiting Europe and traveling, and so he kind of had a little fun after college, but it is all summarized in this one paragraph right here. I won't read the entire chapter of him gallivanting around Europe. He says, "I repeated the same cycle: Europe, drinking good beer until the money ran out, then Chicago, where I worked for my dad, socking away enough money to get back to Europe again. If that sounds like a pretty good way to spend your life, you're right. It was, except for the nagging little voice in my head that it kept reminding me sooner or later I was going to have to grow up and get a real job." And so let's see. I wonder if there's, and then of course, like I said, he sat down with all the ideas of what to do and came up with going to improv class. Gavin.
Hey, Gavin.
Oh, the biggest mishap I think with his improv class that comes to the top of my head that I won't forget is at one point they experimented with nitrous oxide, and that was not a good idea apparently.
That makes sense.
The entire audience left. They because it became ridiculous.
Matt G,
hello. Okay, so I'm gonna figure out how to share my screen. Here we are. Where are we? There we are. There it is. Okay, so the first episode I picked was season 1, episode 19. Pick a con, every con. Oh, any con. Pick a con, any con. Sorry. Episode 19. Aired February 24th, 1983. Written by David Engel. And directed by James Burrows, who directs a lot of these episodes. The major synopsis is when Sam heard that Coach got conned by his friend, losing $8,000. Sam Malone bails Harry the con man from jail to deal with the hustle. And Harry is played... Who is Harry played by? Harry Henderson plays Harry. Harry Anderson, not Henderson. What am I doing? And there we go. So the cold open. These are... What's Kierkegaard? I never actually went out to go look at that. Diane, I guess it's a movie, but I've never heard of it before. Or is it a book? It must be a book. Anyway, she read a book. Yeah, they make fun of her for it, I guess. And they notice George and Coach having a good time, and they don't realize that George is swindling him. That's the big thing of the episode. The whole episode is that Coach is being drained of all his funds over the entire course of the year, and they're only now noticing this is happening.
Coach was like a beloved character, you know.
Mm-hmm.
How could you not love him when you watch the show?
Definitely. And he's so sweet that he gets taken advantage of here. I guess he was naive to the fact that he was being played by this George character who plays games with him and takes his money. Apparently Coach always loses. And found out that over the entire course of the year, Coach has lost $8,000 to George. And Carla's reaction is, I got it. We beat him up, strip him, take his money, and put him on a bus.
People are all the same.
And I don't know.
Everybody, getting George.
Wait, what are you singing?
I was singing the song as it was going by, the words to the song Cheers.
I didn't hear
I love that song.
It was so soft, I couldn't hear. What was it?
Well, you were talking, so I didn't want to talk over you. It was like some background music for you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's very kind. And I won't go into too many of the jokes because obviously I'm not going to land them the way the show does. These are brilliant comedians who are incredible. Definitely worth the watch if you can get your hands on Cheers. So much fun to watch. But they come up with the plan to get Coach's money back. And that includes recruiting another con artist. So what do you do when there's somebody ripping your friend off? You get somebody else. You get someone you know who rips people off. Harry the Hat, apparently. And Harry is introduced as a guy who can swindle people too. And Diane, I noticed she talks a lot about Spinoza, and so did Captain Kirk. So she really likes philosophy. She's a philosophy student. And so I got to read some of that Enlightenment philosophy. I spend too much time reading about transcendentalism. So maybe someday. So Diane's already inspired me to read maybe something different. Hmm.
Well, I enjoy like just Cliffy too. He would crack me up some of the he'd just go on about something, and I just would die laughing.
Harry.
Oh, Wendy is lurking while doing paperwork. Hey, welcome, Wendy. Oh, my bot isn't working in terms of the sound. Oh, you know why that is? I moved all my files to a different part of my computer. That's why my bot isn't making sounds today. Okay, that makes sense. No, it's okay. I can live without the sounds. They were just fun.
Well, but okay, before we move on, have you ever heard the theory that Cheers is actually a holodeck program because of all the people from Star Trek who showed up in Cheers?
Oh my god.
A holodeck program.
Well, because you've got Captain Morgan Bateson of the USS Bozeman. Obviously, that's Frasier. Kirstie Alley is Saavik. Kate Mulgrew. There's a story arc with Kate Mulgrew, who is who vies for the attention of Sam Malone. So Captain Janeway is there. Brent Spiner was on. Like there are so many people who and again, a Paramount production, and there's a stable of actors, but there's a lot of crossover between Star Trek and Cheers.
That's adorable.
Remember
boldly go.
Remember the TNG episode First Contact, where Riker is stuck in the hospital, and then there's the woman who wants to have sex with Riker.
Who sexes him up, yes.
That's Bebe Neuwirth, who played Dr. Lilith Sternin Crane, and you see more. You see her in the Harry Potter episode with the Harry Potter lady.
What? In the Harry Potter episode?
Well, remember Auntie Nan or whatever, the children's performer that they go to see, and it ends up being Frasier's first wife. That's I forget the actress's name.
Okay.
But she was the lady with the Coke bottle glasses in Harry Potter.
The teacher.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I know what you're talking about. The divination professor, Trelawney. Okay.
Sure.
Actor.
And Trelawney. She would read the tea leaf, like the tea. Remember? It was Prisoner of Azkaban.
And that's right. Prisoner of Azkaban. Her name's Emma Thompson.
Emma Thompson, yes. And I forget. Okay, so there was like this gala that they had for either the 30th or the 40th anniversary of Star Trek. And Ted Danson was there, again, Paramount. And he was there and said, because he's married to Mary Steenburgen. Mary Steenburgen's first husband was Malcolm McDowell. And Ted Danson gives a speech saying, I used to get hate mail from, Malcolm McDowell. No, the speech at the gala was, you may be wondering why I'm here. My wife was first married to the guy who killed Captain Kirk. And so lots of Star Trek crossover here.
That's incredible. That I just always love when Star Trek crosses into something else. That's always a lot of fun.
Can't take the Star Trek out of you too, like you can't take the Lost in Space out of me.
Fair enough.
Exactly. This episode is going to be interrupted with a Star Trek Deep Space Nine episode.
Yes. Well,
no, I'm just kidding. I like Star Trek, so I don't mind segueing. You guys go. I'm just here riding about. I'm sitting in the passenger seat enjoying the ride, just listening too. So this is
I
fun.
appreciate you.
Yeah, man.
No, I like the interaction, like the characters, like you said, Paramount. They had a whole stable of actors, but they used good actors when they brought them on the show. They brought good people, so that's what made the show so good. The guest stars were great too, so the interactions with the regular cast just made the show all the more better, especially when you have Kirstie Alley Saavik. When she body slammed sand onto the pool table,
and she's so expressive. She's incredible. Gavin says world building is a dead art. TV shows now are either based off earlier properties or only have 8 episodes. That's unfortunate that the risk taking is no longer the culture of creativity any longer, except in independent productions. Hopefully that changes a bit. I think Apple TV is doing some interesting stuff, but I haven't been paying as much attention as I should, especially since they do a whole lot of sci-fi.
in the same way that a lot of people rebuke Disney, that is how I feel about Apple. I will never, ever have an Apple television subscription. I will never give that evil corporation money. F them.
You won't even watch the new show. Monarch was such a good series with Kurt Russell in it on Apple TV.
There isn't an Apple.
Okay,
there isn't
I'm
an Apple
gonna
product
drop it
that I
right
will
there.
ever subscribe to ever again.
I tried getting him to watch For All Mankind. He watched maybe half an episode.
Yeah,
and came in like a Tasmanian devil and hasn't come back to it since.
That's
thankfully.
true. See?
Oh, I like the Monarch series. I activate it when they do season 2. I'll watch it, and then when it's over, I'll deactivate my account. Just it's cheap. It's only like a couple months till the series is over.
Yeah, I only activate it when I need For All Mankind because that's all I'm watching right now. Hello to Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective. But I mean, if I stopped watching and viewing products because of the evilness behind it, I would be watching and viewing almost nothing.
You'd be looking at the wall.
You can almost find something evil about everybody.
Yeah, there's something bad. I mean, there's good and bad and all. I mean, we all have a dark. It's like light and darkness.
Well, people say
darkness inside
people
us.
Say
what? Go ahead, Scotty. Sorry.
Exactly. I'm using a Microsoft computer. Oh my God. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm fine with that. Actually, I'm not. I'm using a Microsoft operating system, but I don't know. Asus does not have a streaming service as of yet. It's like what Ricky Gervais said. It's like giant corporations could be funding terrorist organizations, and as long as there is an opening in their streaming service, you people would be clamoring with auditions to try and get on it.
Yeah, and that's true.
I wouldn't say that so much.
Well, it was a joke. It was a joke.
It is a joke, but it's there's kind of some truth behind that joke, but there's evil everywhere. Are we just going to be like, oh, there's evil in the world? Now we should enjoy nothing. Now we should hide in our holes and never enjoy the goodness that does sometimes come from things that are not so good. Anyway, this is Scotty 37. Oh my God, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, but like with the pro football, this is a perfect example. Like people say, well, they kneel for the national anthem. I don't like it being a veteran. It bugs me. But why pun it? I like the game, so I don't watch the opening game stuff. In the Super Bowl, I haven't watched the halftime show in years. I don't watch the pregame show. I wait for kickoff, the coin toss, and that's the game for me. I don't watch the national. I don't care. I don't care about the political activism within some of the players or the league. I like the sport. I'm not stopping. Maybe I won't buy merch, maybe, stuff like that. That's my protest, but not so much to not watch because I'm punishing myself in the end because I enjoy watching pro football.
Yeah, exactly. And then you will have the outliers who will put their hands over their heart, and you will see that and not kneel. Also,
well, that bugs me because
it doesn't even have to be
somebody.
It doesn't even have to be the political aspect of it either. It's like Apple TV does not offer any physical media, and being an advocate for physical media and being actually able to watch it whenever I want, despite things being removed, like that is something that Apple TV is actively, like Apple Productions is actively making it so that you cannot get the physical aspect of it, and it's like, okay, then you're destroying one of my darlings. At least Disney is still milking the money out of me with physical releases.
Yeah, that is a fair point. I do wish Apple would release physical copies of For All Mankind. There would be people who would love to buy that.
Don't hold your breath, Jill. You will suffocate there. I agree with Scotty on that aspect. They have not, because a lot of Bill Mummy's music I download, but he does have physical media. So if I want to hear something new from him or he releases a new disc, I just go to his website.
Yeah.
And then order, and I download, and I buy a physical disc, and I get the upload. I get both with him. He gives you in. I usually get the thing signed and then throw in an extra whatever to get it autographed, and he'll personalize it for me. But
yeah,
I'm just saying. What I'm saying is, I want physical media too. I love to watch my DVDs. If you look behind me, I got DVDs of the Star Trek movies, all 10. I've got the original series on my digital on my Vudu, and I have the DVDs of the original series remastered on DVD.
And physical media is the best because you can't the company can't come and say, hey, we're gonna change your physical media. We're gonna update it to what we want you to be. We want to censor this for you. You're not gonna get that. But I do want to continue with these episodes because I don't want to spend too long on these. But also, Wendy says, I grew up on Cheers. I was in junior high school when it started and in the Army when it ended. Wow.
Nice.
Wow. What a great life you had, Wendy. Yeah,
thank you for your service, Wendy.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Wendy. And what she does right now, too. What she does right now, too, in the surgery room and everything.
When it was funny because I was talking to Ben from Cinema Gulp and I was saying that we were doing this today. And he's like, oh, man, that sounds rad. What streaming service is Cheers on? And I was like, I don't care. I have the box set.
Hulu. My wife's been watching it.
And that makes sense. I said, I don't know, check archive.org. But again, the entire thing is I much prefer having my discs. I was so happy because Jill sent me the list and this is pick a con.
One of them and one of the, Are you ready to get back to the episode yet?
Yeah, let's do that because it's Harry the Hat.
Do it.
Yeah, and so they had to bail him out of jail, and in order to
do crimes.
In order to do crimes, they bailed him out of jail to rip off George the way that George is ripping off Coach. And so then he arrives, and they have a little show of how scummy he is. He does some tricks with the bar folk
clientele,
yes, and he does some fun tricks. There's he bets them a dime he can drink a shoddy whiskey without touching his hat. So he does these series of tricks where he gets several free drinks based on just silly tricks like that, where he's pretending to drink under the table. Obviously he can't, and so Cliff lifts up the hat and he can drink the shot without touching the hat as a result. And the tables are flipped to that so that he gets he gets 2 free drinks from
2 free shots. See, and as being a bartender in like the mid to late 90s, like that was something all the time. Like bar bets was all, and you always bet for drinks. Like aside from your major sporting events, but this is absolutely the show that made me want to get into the service industry.
Yeah, and you were a bartender for a time.
Carla and her would go back and forth all the time.
Oh, this was cute. Yeah, this is what I said, where I was like, okay, they're trying to play poker and win money. Fine. But look at these two. This is fun. Diane's got to make a Bloody Mary, and so she's being the scholar. She pulls out the book. She doesn't know how to do it.
And it's hilarious the way that
she goes in Phoenix. So
she orders a drink. And then Diane goes to the book and is like, oh, the classic Bloody Mary, and starts reading the story of how to make it. And
diatribe about it. Yeah.
It's ridiculous. And also, this does remind me a lot about, some people that I hang out with. And it's like, so tell me about your first experience with such and such an entertainment property. And it's like, well, the year was 19-2. I was knee-high to a grasshopper and the wind was angry that day, my friend. And it's like, can you just tell me about the thing that I was asking instead of giving me this entire prologue? And as it goes on, and then Diane comes over to ask for the measuring spoons.
Oh
and it's
no.
Like, and it's like, there's it's ridiculous. And it's like, well, there are
the best part of that
ingredients to go into this.
Yeah, that's the funniest part. I don't have the slide up yet because they're still yammering about needing $5,000 they need $5,000. It'll happen quick. These slides are like 5 minutes long.
Sure.
Harry needs $5,000 to play with to rip off George, and oh yeah, serving the same day it's ordered is also important for the Bloody Mary. And this.
Oh, I wonder what $5,000 was in 1980.
Oh, that would be it's a ton of money. You're right. I think $8,000 just is a lot of money, but yeah, no, that is the funniest part. The best part of this episode is here, where Diane just has all these ingredients. She has all the ingredients to a Bloody Mary on the table. And like Scotty said, she wants a measuring spoon. They don't have a measuring spoon. And
Kala's losing her shit slowly. Like her patience is wearing real thin in this episode with her right there too.
Yeah, but then we learn from Sam that they mix up 5 gallons and put it in the fridge for this reason. And I was so very funny. And so, but I wondered why such a bright lady doesn't know this. I missed her introduction.
The best part of the joke is when Sam admonishes Carla and says, why did you let her do all of this? And Carla looks
I wanted to see her try and make vodka.
With a bag of potatoes?
Yeah,
you come up with a bag of russet potatoes. It's gonna make some.
I want to give a shout out to Euler Greg. Cheers.
Hey, Euler. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be off topic, and I'm going to say go Florida Panthers, Stanley Cup. I think this.
Oh yeah, totally. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
I can't wait. I hope they beat the Edmonton Oilers. That's going to be a good series.
Ooh,
anyways, I digress.
No, Edmonton. I do have to.
I have Florida.
Nah, Canada deserves a cup. It's been a long time since Canada had a cup.
All the players are from Canada anyway, so
that's true. That is true. They're from Europe and Canada.
60%. I'd say it's about a 50-50 split now with NHL with foreign. All right, I'm sorry, Jill.
No. I want to keep talking about this for just 1 second. Is that it is because again, this is what Cheers is some digressions, and we're going to talk about sports, but because even Carla dated a hockey player. He was a goalie, and
what was
Eddie
his
Lebec.
name?
Guy. His real name was Guy, but it was Eddie Lebec. Was what they always called him Eddie.
Oh, look at the expression on her face, Jill.
Hanging off the bar.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, guys.
This was her entertainment. But I know you guys were talking about sports ball. Is that over? I was waiting.
Yeah, it's pretty much over.
Yeah, I'm still trying to catch my sides. They're hurt from laughing. She used to crack me up. I used to die watching this show.
Yeah, she's great. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Is they're kind of they steal the scenes where it's supposed to be about the main plot, but you care more about what they're doing.
Oh, because they both try to go at each other. I watch how much times they do it off, like ad-libbing them to, just like throwing. I bet you they would.
Oh yeah. Well, Euler Greg says Becky was superior to Diane. I think Becky was good because she was so different from Diane. Completely different.
Well, and I kind of agree with that, Euler Greg, just because, and again, this is the tipping point. Carla liked Rebecca. So Carla knew.
Mm-hmm. Well, and so they have a highly illegal poker game in the bar.
It's highly illegal? I don't know what the laws
are. Yeah. You're not supposed to gamble except like in Las Vegas or designated areas, specifically usually Indian reservations in America.
They get you in the pool hall too, doing that. Ooh.
Oh, right.
Trouble. I used to play a lot of pool. Had my own stick back in the day.
Well, and if anyone was curious, $5,000 in 1984 is worth $15,389.75 today. So yes, I can understand how this would be illegal.
Big time.
Yes. So that's why they play at closing time. George arrives and they play, and Harry plays. And I won't go into the details.
Oh, this is going to break me today.
Did you want to add something, Jenny?
No, I'm just saying that her expressions are priceless.
Okay. Yeah. She does have.
Did a good job making these slides.
Oh, thank you.
Nice and crisp.
They're playing, but George is winning by a landslide, and Harry tries, but he's failing heavily. But he assures Sam he's just toying with him. And Cliff discovers that something is fishy. He says, "Does a 4 kind of beat a straight?" And Sam says, "Yeah, of course." Then why didn't Harry throw in these 4 3s? So he finds out something fishy is happening. And so Sam suspects they're up to something. George threatens to tell the police about the game if they try anything, warning Sam he could lose his liquor license, which that's the legal part. Yeah. So, I had to dialogue here. They get George to use Harry to cut up Harry's share to play against Harry some more to beat him and get their money back. And so Coach is going to give a signal to tell George when he can beat Harry. And so he does. He scratches his nose to say when he can beat Harry, but then he's like, "No, I'm only scratching it because it's itchy." And
it's really itchy, George.
It's really, yeah. And so George plays it because he thinks since he scratched his nose, he should play. But it turns out he loses, and he gets furious at Coach, calling him a stupid, blundering moron who deserves to lose his money. But in fact, what in the reality is that Coach knew exactly what he was doing, and he was tricking George on purpose to make him lose. And so it wasn't that George. And so the whole conceit was that George and Harry, the two cons, were in on it, and they were going to share the winnings. And Harry convinced George of that, but in reality, it was Coach and Harry who were working together. And so Harry gets back all their money, and he actually does give back because even though he is a scumbag, he actually cares about this bar to some certain extent. He says, "I don't want other people plucking my pigeons," I think is at one point of the episode he says.
That makes sense. That sounds like Harry.
And that's a hug. Oh.
Well, and that's why I liked Harry. Like
that's the episode.
Harry Anderson, from this and then carrying over, obviously, as Judge Harry Stone in Night Court. I've always been a big fan of Harry Anderson. May he rest peacefully. But absolutely one of my favorite recurring characters. He doesn't show up for like 10 years in the show. I think he's only in like the first and second season. And then he shows up one more time in the last season. And it's just great.
Oh, great.
Oh, yeah, man. If there's only one thing you take away from this live stream today, after you've appropriately listened, liked and subscribed, shared, told your mom, shared it at the local bar, then I would absolutely recommend listening to the theme song, the full Gary Portnoy theme song to Cheers. It is heartwarming. It just makes you feel like you belong.
It does.
That's one of if you were to play theme songs, that would be on the album for the greatest theme songs for a sitcom. That if there was the top 100, this would be in the number 1 and 2 of the most popular. Happy Days, Rock Around the Clock was big back in this when I was growing up, and all that. Then the theme from Laverne and Shirley. Yeah, I grew up in a fun time in this country, kind of, sort of.
Well, but it's one of those things that has been lost in terms of television is the opening credits song. Like, I think, and as much as I'm not such a fan of The Big Bang Theory, but I love the theme song.
Bare Naked Ladies, yeah.
Yeah.
I love The Big Bang Theory.
That's not my problem.
No. Okay.
No, we're not going to have a debate about it. I'm just saying I love
No,
I'm just, my wife
busting
loved
chops.
it.
Yeah, that's great.
That's okay. You get a bus job.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm with Scotty on this. I have a love-hate relationship actually with Big Bang Theory. There are some times where they get the joke lands, but most of the time it's a joke. The jokes are at the expense of the characters, and it's kind of not really funny. If you take away the laugh track, it's like he said something nerdy. Isn't that funny? Haha. It's like, okay, thanks.
I loved it. Everybody likes get their own tastes, and
that's kind of the fun thing about going back and watching Cheers again is that, like, when I was watching it, some of these episodes were like distant memories. Some of the episodes I haven't seen, some of the episodes I have, but there are things that just they elicit laughs from me as a comedy would, as opposed to being sort of telegraphed. Oh, this is the funny part. Now, there was a laugh track on Cheers, of course, but there is a moment where Norm is sitting and playing poker, and he's like, well, I'll see you're 50 and I'll raise you this. And then George, the character George, looks at Norm and says, you're bluffing. And he's like, you're right, I'm out. And I'm just like, yeah, exactly. You have no poker face, Norm, but thanks for playing.
Yeah, and I didn't explain all those jokes because I knew I wouldn't be able to hit them either, but that is good. That is a good way to put it.
Like, there's just a wit, and it's sharp, and it's quick, it's rapid fire, and I don't know. There's when people are making
it gives people the benefit that they know that they know the joke.
As I'm over explaining the jokes, yes.
But that's okay. That's the only way to describe it on a podcast. You're okay.
Yeah, I suppose.
Are we ready for the next episode?
Let's do it.
Cheers is filmed in front of a live studio audience.
So this one is a Norm-centric episode, Season 3, Episode 11, aired December 13th, 1984. I'm Not Yet Born, written by David Engel.
Yeah. I was just 18. I was at Fort Benning, Georgia in 1984. I just turned 19. I'm old. You weren't even
old. I know.
I'm
gonna be 40.
Oh my God, you're a kid.
No.
I have children. I have stepchildren your age.
Yeah, and at the same time I feel like I'm getting old, but it's all relative, right?
Well, I don't worry about it. You're going to outlive everybody on this panel.
I'm not going to cheer that, but
no, you shouldn't. I'm just saying, but you don't think about your own mortality. Just realize that you're going to have to push us off the plank first.
Oh yeah, and one of these days I'll be the old one. Old man.
Exactly.
Shelley Long says, "File under girlfriends we wish we had." Aw.
Really?
She was funny in the Brady Bunch movie as Mrs. Brady. She did such a good job, like an over embellished version of the Florence Henderson rendition, like because it was so cheesy and so like not like the Brady Bunch would be. And she nailed it. That whole cast. That was I never laughed so hard in my life watching those. But because she I know I'm getting off the topic, but she was funny as hell.
Oh, you're okay. You're on topic, actually, because if you're talking about the actress's other roles, that is very much in keeping with what we're doing here.
That's one of my favorite things she's been into, the Brady Bunch movies, both of them. The first two, I never laughed so hard. I mean, irreverent, yes. Bad, maybe some bad writing, yes, but funny.
The performance is sold.
Yes, exactly.
Lemon Pie says Shelley Long was in a MASH episode.
Mm-hmm.
Penny says my oldest is 44, aka the Dark Knight. Oh, I might find him around. The Dork Knight. Oh, excuse me. The Dork Knight. That makes more sense.
Old man.
So anyway, we're moving on to Season 3, Episode 11, Peterson Crusoe. Obviously, play on Robinson Crusoe. Aired December 13th, 1984, written by David Engel, directed by James Burrows again.
Oh, I don't know if it's all of the episodes of Cheers, but James Burrows was certainly a load-bearing director when it came to the entire series. Very much Charles Burrows production. So yeah, and also he was Larry or Burrows. What's his first name again?
James
Burrows is one of the legends of American sitcoms. Like, fostered not only Cheers, but maybe he started on Taxi. I'm not 100% sure. But James Burrows was on directed Cheers, directed the first episode of Friends, was a big responsibility for Will and Grace. Whenever you got him, you were sort of in television comedy directing royalty. It was like, oh, we got him. Heavens.
Will and Grace used to make me laugh. Me and my wife loves that show. She said, try watching it with me. And I watched that show, and Karen and Jack and the way they all work together. There's some gut busting moments on that show too. Hilarious stuff.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I watched that with my mom.
Me and my wife like that. We sit back. We love to watch the old sitcoms. The Dick Van Dykes, we sit back and watch. I know I'm segueing, but the old TV, nothing takes. From the mid 80s back is the best, in my opinion.
Wes Cagel's here.
Hey, Wes Cagel.
Greetings and felicitations.
Wes.
Oh, did I play that today? I don't remember.
Norm!
Every day. Yeah.
Norm.
Here we go. Where is it? Well, even if I played it already, I'm going to play it again.
Greetings and felicitations.
Yeah.
Absolutely smashing.
Oh, there's that too.
No, I said it already, so.
Absolutely smashing.
Too bad.
Yeah.
Absolutely, indubitably.
So, the synopsis for this episode is that Norm has a health scare that makes him reconsider his life and goals. And meanwhile, Diane challenges Carla to a waitressing contest. So once again, Diane and Carla.
Oh, there they go.
There they go again. Yeah, and yeah. So
yeah.
So we start with the cold open where Diane achieves the impossible, serving every single drink incorrectly. They all have to switch drinks with each other. Well, I mean, I guess it's all the right drinks for the table. They just have to switch them around. You've got my drink, and they've got it. Yeah, and they start. This is where they start the competition, and Carla doesn't think too much of Diane and thinks that she needs she gives her a $10 head start. So whoever gets the most tips will win this contest. They try to get Sam to be their neutral judge, but he doesn't care, so Coach decides to be the judge. And he says he'll be impartial. We learned that he thinks both of them are cute as a button for some reason. And here comes Norm, but he's not as jolly as he usually is. And so everybody says Norm. So they instead of exclaiming, they're questioning. And so he's told to sit down, and he sits down right on the floor. And he's so stressed out that he even says something kind of rude to Coach. Well, at least sarcastic, maybe not rude. And
in response, uncharacteristically acerbic.
Yes, exactly. And in response to questions from the bar, Norm tells them that he went in for a routine physical as part of his job, and the X-ray the doctors gave him revealed a spot. And so naturally, Norm is terrified. Sam says, well, now, Norm, these things happen sometimes, and they turn out to be nothing. They just come out nothing. And Norm says, yeah, we all come to nothing, Sam. And so getting a bit dark, and everyone's trying to cheer him up.
But that's also one of the best coach lines. Again, finding humor in something so dark and everything is because as Norm is confronting this shadow on his chest X-ray, Diane is reaching out and saying, "Don't worry, Norman, whatever happens, we will be in this with you. We are your friends. We will go through whatever you are going through together." And then Coach is like, "Does that mean we got to get surgery too?" And that's when the running joke of the episode starts.
I'll tell you later, yeah.
And I'll tell you later. Everyone says that, but no one ever tells me later.
Yeah, but this is all cleared up very quickly. Vera calls and says that the doctor made a mistake. The spot was just a flaw in the X-ray film. And so Norm is obviously thrilled that he doesn't have a condition.
But wait, okay, this is something that has not necessarily bothered me. And I know that George in the book even says it's like the difference between George and Norm is that George loves his wife. I still think that Norm loves his wife. Like there is an episode where someone hits on Norm, a lady, and he's like, I don't know, man. Like I love my wife. And I think that there is actual affection. And so when Vera calls the bar, because that's where you get a hold of Norm, calls the bar and she spoke to the doctor and says, yeah, and tells Norm everything's fine. And he's like, yeah, that is reason to celebrate. What are you going to do? And it's like, okay, so Vera's going to celebrate that Norm is alive. Norm's going to do whatever he wants. But like
they're not celebrating together. That's the joke.
Exactly. But that doesn't, I think that the cornerstone of any successful relationship is staying the F away from each other as much as possible so that you have stories for one another. And maybe that's why.
And that's part of it too. That is a healthy aspect of it, is being able to do your own thing, being able to, but eventually you got to converge and stuff. But that is an important thing, is to both be able to do the same thing in the same room separately.
Yeah. Well said. I love how Carla gives Diane a handicap.
Yeah, $10 head start. And she's and even though Norm's relieved, he wants to go take a walk. And so, oh no, that's the end of the contest there, where Diane is helping a couple celebrating their 50th wedding anniversary. So she ends up winning the contest.
This looks good kill. I was looking at her like, you bet. Excuse my language.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of unwarranted, because the reason that Diane gets hired to Cheers in the first place is because of her photographic memory for ordering drinks. And so that's something that, continuity wise.
That doesn't make sense then.
Yeah. So, but whatever, it's a weekly sitcom. There weren't even reruns at this point.
I don't know. That should make more sense. I'm kidding. No kidding.
Yeah, exactly. We should. Yeah. I'll get the Cheers encyclopedia.
The verisimilitude is gone. I'm gone.
It's gone. This show sucks.
And Diane does start to gloat. She is very happy she won. But then she says, "Don't hurt me." And Carla said, "I just wanted to shake your hand. But if you don't want to shake my hand, I'll just say congratulations." She actually seems really sweet here.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's no pleasure in conquest. Oh my God, this joke is so bad. I haven't forgotten our first night together either.
But I like terrible. The knowing smiles, sort of the playfulness between Sam and Diane.
Yes. Always there. You can always see the flirt, even her in her own indirect way.
What was it at the end of the last episode? And Sam says, "Do you want to make a bet?" And it's like, "Well, what happens if I lose the bet?" "Well, then I get to go to bed with you." And it's like, "Well, what if I win the bet? You get to go to bed with me." And it's like, "No, that's fine." I love how he's got the, like, almost like a Disney princess. He's got a bird on his finger.
Yeah, I know. He's showing the bird around in the. I'm gonna play a clip of this because Wes Cagle just gave us a $2 super chat saying, "Norm."
Cagle.
And... Yes, Wes Cagle. So I do have a. Oh no, I closed it. I gotta open it again. Okay, so guys, I just need a second. I need to grab this. Oh wait, there it is. Not season 11. This is season 3, episode 11.
Oh, this is right. Coach was looking thin. So yeah, this is right near the end of Coach.
This is season 3, yeah. And so I'm bringing up the episode. I just got to find where this little birdie is. It's a short episode. It won't take too long to search for it as soon as it gets going. So I'm going to mute it while I search. Because...
Well, an Old Man Bird, I'll go back to Wes Cagle, of course, but Old Man Bird says something interesting. People can team up in a marriage before they understand you have to actually like hanging out together. Norm and Vera, I suspect. Yeah, well, and maybe the foundation of their relationship was built. And I don't know. There's a beautiful passage that I think Jill is going to play later on that describes George Wendt and his wife that is absolutely touching just in their relationship. And so.
Oh, you know what? We can play that right now. Do you want to hear it?
Yes.
Well, I thought you were in the middle of something.
You
can do whatever you want.
I am.
Oh no, we lost. How did we lose Jedi Master?
Because
you pressed the button.
Because I moved around. I moved around to a different.
You tuck and roll.
You're right. I didn't mean to. That was an accident.
I know.
Well, do you want to? If you want to play it,
sorry.
If you want to play it, go for it.
Play it. Yeah, play it, Jill.
Okay.
I think.
But first, beautiful. I'll play the bird first.
Sure.
Do it, Anakin.
For Old Man Bird. And Wes Cagle.
For what? Oh, not that.
Not that. Don't touch that.
No, I got a scam call.
Jill, don't
I got a scam call on my cell phone. Yeah, I won't touch it.
No, that was me. I was calling, asking what was taking so long with the clips.
Okay. Here we go.
Telling you about. These people sit in here night after night, wasting their lives away, but oh no, don't hate them. Pity them, as I do.
Why is that funnier the second time I watched that? Oh my goodness. No. And so I need to rewatch. I need to rewatch everything I've watched even. All right. So yes, I am also going to play. I did a bit of advertising for his book already, Drinking with George. I think it's fantastic. Everyone should read it. And if you want to know why everyone should read it.
This is from the end of the book, is it not?
Yeah, this is the very end of the book. It encapsulates everything about the book very perfectly because of course it does. It's from Bernadette, his wife. And it goes from the acknowledgments where he thanks her straight into the end of the audiobook. And this is not actually included in the text of the book. So this is only included in the audiobook. But but this is a good advertisement for the book itself. It's a lovely surprise for anybody who wanted to be surprised, but instead of being surprised, you get to hear it. And I actually extracted the music from, let's see, where did I put it? Did I put it here? Yeah, here
in
it is.
The overhead compartment. There we go.
Okay. Be prepared. It's heartwarming.
Finally, I owe my deepest gratitude to my beautiful wife, whose incredible assistance on the book was just another day at the office for a woman who has been keeping me going through 30 years of marriage. I love you, Bernadette.
Oh, I love you too, George. And for the listener, a few more personal things about the author. George Wendt lives with his family in Southern California. Well, that would be me. 5 children, 3 dogs, and a cat. who drinks. He likes beer a lot. I like him more, a lot more, than anything. Drinking with George was written and read by George Wendt, my husband, my boyfriend, my best friend, my honey, my big bear of a boyfriend. Drinking with George, a Barstool Professional's Guide to Beer, is available in hardcover from Simon Spotlight Entertainment. It's really funny.
I am misting up. I can only be so lucky to meet a woman who will speak of me so warmly.
Yeah, you can really feel that love directly from her in her voice. She was the perfect person to end that audiobook. And I'll probably play it again at the end because you wouldn't waste your time reading this book because it is funny. She's right at the end. She says it's funny. And that's what I told you before I heard that part of the audiobook, is it kept making me laugh. And
Star Wars Grand.
That's George Wendt right there. That wraps up everything in a perfect bow. If you don't know who he is, that's it. He was a family man.
I have a question. Has anyone ever had like a small bird like that on their finger, like a Disney princess? Like I've had a falcon. I've had a falcon on my arm, but I've never had a little bird on my finger.
SeaWorld, me and my wife went to this little thing. It was I think it was at SeaWorld where you go in and these little birds, you buy the little honey drink that they drink, and they're all around us. And they land on your head and everything, and on your hands. I had like 4 of them on me. My wife, it was pretty cool.
Nice.
So yes, I've had a small bird on my hand before.
Nice. Well, dude, I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to find
my friend's parrot bit me too one time. It was on my hand and got pissed for some reason and bent down and tried to take a chunk out of my finger.
Ouch. No, I don't think I. You know what? Maybe I have. I have, because we had little birds for a little while.
Three little birds?
No, I think it was 2.
Oh, I thought every little thing was going to be all right.
Birds you can't take with you everywhere like a K9, so you're sticking to the dog.
Little pretty birds.
Not now. No birds or fish. Anything that needs constant, you got to be there for them. We like to go, just get up and go sometimes. So.
Okay, so Miss K.
I have 7 birds. They're outdoor birds, and I swear they're coming home soon.
And Andrew Wordna is here and left a like.
Andy.
Thank you so much, Andrew. That's great. And Sigvaldison's here too. He said the same thing as Wes Cagle.
Nah,
we don't want to upset Harvey yet. We don't want to upset Harvey so early. It's still early in the day to upset
Harvey the Wonder Hamster.
Harvey,
he doesn't squeal. He just runs around on his hamster wheel. Harvey, the Wonder.
That's not the Harvey we're talking about. But if you're interested in that Harvey, actually, Friday Night Frolics is a lot like Cheers. It is where you go where
everybody knows your name.
Everybody knows your name. Yeah, and especially the host who got Doomcock as Sam, playing Sam. But he does a lot of impressions, and it's a lot of fun, a lot of good stories, a lot of laughs. And if somebody's having a bad day, he will address it. He will make it better. Shut up. Okay, let's continue with the show. Star Wars Scram says, "Howdy, y'all! Everyone, force choke that like button."
Agree with you, I do.
Mm-hmm. People can team up in a marriage. Oh yeah, you read that for me. Thank you. And DJ Knight's also here. Praise to our eldritch God who will free us all.
And owes a lot of child support. Javi has all those little kids running around. He's got.
I know. Well, even I've got one. I'm owed. I'm owed some
You
wampum.
got. Oh, she
Yeah,
wants some
yeah.
wampum.
Oh, yeah. It's proof. It's got a little hat. It's got a little one of those little hats that Harvey has. Wes Cagle says I did. There was a little blackbird that came and landed on my shoulder as I headed to my car to go to work. It then jumped on my head, so I coaxed it onto my finger. I was late to work that day. And hold on just a second. I want to grab something. And we'll be back to the show just very shortly. Okay, so we're gonna get through this episode. Scotty's got to step away for an extended period of time, but I do want to make good time, so we're gonna get through these episodes anyway. And he can talk about what he wanted to talk about the episodes before we get to Star Trek, but I won't start Star Trek without him. So that'll work out. You heretic! Harvey Cthulhu does not have children. Oh yeah.
He always calls me a heretic when I say
That's true. That makes sense. Wait. Yeah. So this is
the bar I was telling you about.
Yeah, it's really cute that he's showing the bird around.
Yeah.
Well, because he's having this existential crisis. Yeah, he's facing his mortality. He's trying to figure out what he wants to do with his life and thinking that maybe he's not spending it the way he should. Oh, where's my thing? Here it is. And yeah, so he makes a friend. He brings a bird to the bar to show him around. And Norm is basically using this bird to explain how he feels he's been wasting his life sitting at the bar after working and drinking his life away. And Norm decides to do something drastic. He's saying goodbye to everyone. He's gonna go live in Bora Bora for the rest of his life, and he's gonna take Vera with him. That is quite an extreme idea. Okay, I don't think I'm doing enough with my life. I'm gonna move to the French Polynesia and build a hut. He thinks that's gonna work out. And he's gonna get there by cargo ship. And he reassures Diane that he has a passport and you don't need to take any shots to live in Bora Bora. Apparently. And Sam reminds Norm that he just got a great new job. And so what does Norm do? He calls up his boss in the middle at nighttime. His boss is apparently already settled for bed, but that doesn't faze Norm. He just says, "Yeah, no, he quits. He quits." And he says, "I'm going to miss you all, that's for sure." And he does this big show of leaving, and just when you think he's going to stay, he's really just come back to give away his shoes because he doesn't think he's going to need them on the beach. And this kind of finally nails it for Cliff because he's been in denial this entire time that Norm would ever leave. It's kind of dumb to give up your shoes, though. Why would you kind of need your shoes? What's going on here? I did, however, like that Norm is an accountant. The interesting thing about Norm being an accountant is that George Wendt himself has a degree in economics, a Bachelor of Arts in economics. And Norm sends a letter from Bora Bora saying he's found the beach he was searching for and he has built his hut. He says every morning a local lady leaves a coconut by his hut. This is kind of weird. Is what I put in my notes because it is. And the reason why it's so weird, Diana admires this. She says, it took a great deal of courage for Norman to do what he did. I admire and envy him. He has heeded Thoreau, who admonished us that, quote, Life is frittered away by detail. Simplify, simplify. And Coach says, why do you need two simplifies? You're simplifying things. Kind of makes sense. Of course, we all know Thoreau as the guy who decided to live in the woods, to be alone and discover what it is to live life without so much of the modern bustle in a house that he built himself. Although he doesn't want to make it seem like he did everything all by himself because he did have to borrow stuff from people. So he does admit when he does have interactions with other people to make the things that he's using to live alone. And he actually goes into great detail how he built his own house in the woods. It's an interesting book, although I'm more of a Emerson fan over Thoreau. Cliff is still suspicious that Norm may not be in Bora Bora, but this letter clinches it for him because the postage stamp is valid. Yeah, okay. The postage is valid, so now even he believes it. At first, I thought Carla was sulking because Norm is gone, but I realized she's not sulking because of that. She's sulking because she lost the contest from earlier. And so they bring that back in. That is having a rippling effect on her performance as a waitress. Carla would feel better if Diane would just admit that she cheated, but she can't do that because she doesn't believe that she did. She did not cheat. And Sam goes into his office, and Norm walks out munching on a bag of pretzels that is almost empty. So you can see that he's probably quite emptied.
Come here. Sorry, we have a visitor. I'm sorry. He wanted to come in and say hi, my doggy.
Okay, let's say hi to your doggy. Well,
I can't let him climb up. I can't let him climb because his back leg's still healed. He's all healed. This is Thor. Okay. Thor, come back here with Daddy. Oh, the good boy. You want to sit for Daddy? Sit. Oh, yeah. Thor just went through a big.
Hi, Thor.
Yeah, he's gonna. Yeah, he can't stay on this floor too long. I just brought him in real quick. Yeah, because
okay.
I'll keep him on a leash now in the house. I'm gonna take him back out in the living room where he belongs.
Okay. Bye, Thor. Thank you, Thor, for stopping by. Oh, he was on the show. What do you think of Cheers? What's his favorite character? Oh no, I didn't get to interview Thor. I was gonna ask him questions, but that's okay. Maybe next time. That was fun. Thor paid us a visit, everybody, and so we're gonna fix that here and bring us back to the episode. That's always fun.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. But he was like wagging his tail, like whining, and he wanted to come down the hall.
Oh, I can understand.
He likes to come in the office. He loves to come in here.
You don't have to be sorry. I like dogs, and if they want to interrupt the live stream, we can say hi. And so that was fun. Okay. Hey, we're having a happy Friday. Like Scotty said, it's we're interruptions make sense in this particular live stream. That was fun, and unexpected things happen in the bar too. Like people barge in and do crazy things. Yeah, it's
not chaos.
I don't think that was chaos. Fun. I think Thor is very friendly.
He's a sweet little boy. Oh, you ever saw him in person? He's just like he's like a big teddy bear. He just likes to be. He's just a good boy.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a rescue, so. And he's got 8 brothers and sisters. They all live local, so he has play dates.
Oh, really? That's so sweet. You're friends with his Abby. Wow.
Oh, yeah. That's the lady that told us where to take him to get his knee done. Has his sister Abby, and she's a well-off lady. And they go. This guy is a specialist. So, not to make this too long, she advised us where to go to get the surgery because she belongs to this dog club in Melbourne, Florida. And he gets play dates with his sister Abby, and she's deaf actually, and she does dog competitions like the obstacles and everything. She's brilliant dog. They're all really smart. There was 9 of them in the litter.
Oh.
They're called George's Pups. They're on Facebook. George's Pups.
They do tricks and everything. That's pretty incredible.
This guy used to catch frisbees, but he shut off. No more frisbees. I had to throw them all away after his surgery. Give them away. He can't do no jumping.
Poor baby.
I don't want to tear up his other knee. The doctor warned us about that. So, anyways, let's get back to the episode. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, his that's like when you have an athletic career and then you can't do the sport anymore. Oh, that's
Yeah, but he kind of goes for nice walks up at the marina. Anyways, I want you to
good.
get back
That's
on your
good.
show. I don't want to make this about you. I apologize.
I know, but Thor is adorable. I don't mind. I don't mind the interruption. Wes Cagle says I did. There was a little blackbird. Okay, I read that one, but I started because I want to read it to Scotty when he gets back because he wanted to hear that story. And let's see. Let's see what's going on. Actually, Norm never left Bora Bora. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's true. That's exactly what happens here. He's been somehow for like 2 weeks sitting in Sam's closet, which Sam may need to get that closet cleaned out because I don't know when Norm figured out how to get to the bathroom. Or maybe I guess he'd have to well, I guess he'd just wait until everybody went home. I guess that makes sense. Anyway. Well, I guess he's just been living in the bar. And he's like, "Oh yeah, no, I could just live here forever. You know, there's laundry. I can do some laundry when I need to do it." And so, of course, Norm chickened out on going to Bora Bora, which was the dream that he suddenly had when he realized he had more life to live and has been living in Sam's office closet. And Sam asks why. Norm says, "You kidding? I made such a flaming jackass out of myself. I'd be a laughingstock if I went out there. So you plan to stay here forever?" "Yeah, is that a problem?" Because the way I figure it, Sam, you can let me in the morning when you come to work, and then at night when everyone's gone home, just let me out. And I think the next I didn't grab the next line, but I think it's something like I usually do. And so Sam tries to say that his friends love him and would understand that he didn't just go through with his dream. But Cliff just kept raising toast after toast to Norm in the meantime. And I mean, Sam says, I mean, if Norm had, well, okay, this is where Sam is addressing everybody at the bar. I mean, if Norm hadn't gone to Bora Bora, I don't think we would have think any less of him. Do you? Carlos says, "You kidding? Of course we would, Sam." And it turns out the reason the postage was valid was because he had someone else who was going to Bora Bora mail the letter. But he's just So he's tricked everybody until now. And so everybody's trying to make him feel better about not achieving the dream he wanted to do. Diane admits she wanted to be a ballerina but never went for it. And at the beginning of this story, everyone looks exhausted and they sit down because they know she goes on and on. And she talks about
She was famous for those pontifications, those diatribes. She'd go on about a topic and the arms and all her physical comedy was as good as her verbal.
And it turns out once she applied for Juilliard, once she got there, she fell and bloodied her nose, and that was the end of her audition. And then so Coach tries it, and he says that his dream was to play baseball and coach it, and then tend bar, which is exactly what happens to him. So he doesn't help. He got his dream, and then he said, "Maybe that's why I'm so happy."
Coach was like so absent-minded. He was so absent-minded. I loved it.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
Well, and sometimes, and he's achieved happiness. That's amazing. Once everyone laughed at the, then Cliff says, "Having a dream isn't stupid. It's not having them that's stupid," which I think is a really good line. But then everybody also laughs at him for his dream, which was wanting to become a trapeze artist. And he even watched the movie Trapeze. Oh, did I take a clip of the actors who are in? Let me see. No, I didn't. Anyway, it's a movie. I suppose it's a real movie. I didn't actually look up the movie Trapeze. But this is what actually brings Norm out. Norm says, "Stop laughing at my pal here, all right? This man had the only dream that was more ridiculous than mine." And so this is I really like this episode because it's about accepting mortality, having an existential crisis over it when you haven't accepted it yet, and also having dreams but maybe not necessarily fulfilling them, and that as long as you've got friends and support for the life you do have, then it's not so bad if you don't achieve everything you set out to do.
Yeah, these episodes are treasures. Now, when you're reviewing them now and going over them again, and all the laughter, not even watching the full, just like talking about it in the scene, in the certain things when you were reading, it just brings out that laughter again, just because you remember how funny and outrageous some of the episodes were. It was simply, they can't make it like this anymore. They don't have the stable of it. The actors have all moved on, and everything's cookie cutter now, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The sitcom is lost. That's why everybody's switched to streaming and series, and that's when we go back to watching the old stuff, the antenna TV stuff.
Yeah, the times where everybody was watching the same TV show. Yeah, we're
like All in the Family.
We don't have that.
Mary Tyler Moore Show is one of my favorite series. Sorry, Jill, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, that's okay. Mary Tyler Moore, I never really watched that one.
Oh, I trust you. You would die laughing. If you like Cheers, Scotty, you still with us, buddy?
Oh, he stepped away for an extended period of time. He needs to go do something. I'm not sure exactly what. He said back in about 15 minutes ago. So not quite 15 minutes. Maybe I guess he's gone for a longer time, but he will come back. We expect him to return.
Yeah, I think if you like this, you would definitely. You know, Ted Knight, the actor, he was in Caddyshack. White-haired gentleman.
Yes.
He's Ted Knight. Oh, he's really obnoxious. You should see him. And he was like a really absent-minded. He would read the news, and he would always screw it up. And there was guys from Moore, and it was just so many cool people on that show. And Mary Tyler Moore, and then you get to know Rhoda through that show, and all the zany episodes. It's hilarious. I think if you like this, go back and check out Mary Tyler Moore. Do you have Hulu? Do you have access to?
Oh, yes. Hulu. Yes.
Then I suggest you please go check it out. Please. You'd love Mary Tyler Moore show. And even Rhoda's a really good show, too. Nancy Walker was in that. And I mean, there's so many great sitcoms. You watched the All in the Family ever? Sanford and Son. You got Chico and the Man. That's when I was a little kid. 10 years old, I was watching Chico and the Man. 10 years old. Happy Days, of course, and all those. I can't say enough to watch those. Sentia Aged Donnie. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Right. We have a super chat. We got a super chat from Old Man Bird.
Yes.
For $9.99. Thank you so much. Who says, Shelley Long, more like anti-derivative Jill or Tiger Stripes? although we haven't had Tiger Stripes, and I haven't had the kind of battles that Diane and Carla have. I mean, it could be fun. But I should play something for you. You know what? Maybe I'll play a bit of the episode.
Do it.
That we just
I
finished.
don't know that you think they'll hit you.
Yeah, probably, but I don't care for a memorial stream. I don't care to be monetized.
I hear you.
Let's see.
They've been getting really, really pushy lately.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's why I should find it off screen. Let's find it off screen. Here it is.
That's why I restructured everything on my channel. I mean, put some rules up. did some things I thought
that's
needed
good.
to be done.
All right, so play this.
Oh, I love
Nope, that's too far.
Hey. Stop laughing at my pal here, all right? This man had the only dream that was more ridiculous than mine.
There you go. Thank you so much, Old Man Bird. You inspire anytime I get a super chat, I'll just play a bit of Cheers. That'll work.
That's an amazing question, Old Man Bird. And I'm gonna give the answer to Tiger.
Tiger's here? Is Tiger here?
No. But who is more Diane? Is it Jill or Tiger Stripes? And my answer is Tiger Stripes.
Yeah, she does read more than I do. I love books, but she actually gets through it.
She is great.
And she remembers a whole lot more stuff. So if you said photographic memory, then she has more of one than I do.
Oh, The Honeymoon is another classic.
I got a message from Wes Cagle, and I just wanted to reciprocate that message with There's a bluebird on my shoulder. It's the truth.
Oh, I remember that.
It's factual. Everything is satisfactual. Zippity-doo-dah. That's all I'll do.
You'll get us. That will get it stricken just for singing that now. The whole woke thing. They don't.
I guess.
Disney. Does Disney not even show that anymore?
No, but like Fletch too. It's in Fletch Lives.
It's okay. Poor renditions of music will not get struck, so we'll be okay.
What do you mean poor?
Scotty, she just not punched you.
I know. That's
I'm kidding. No. What I mean is, your voice was beautiful, and I enjoyed your song. I'm just saying it doesn't match with the soundtrack, so it's not gonna content match with the computer.
Exactly.
So you're not going to.
I'm from too far north.
You sing it differently than they do. Then yeah.
Yes. I just wanted to reference it, the bluebird.
You just wanted to, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, you just wanted to reference Song of the South. I never really watched that, but I did read a little Brer Rabbit when I was a kid. And it didn't have any of the. I did too. I love Brer Rabbit, and I was like, I don't know what's wrong with Brer Rabbit. And people told me it was the way that they portrayed the accents or something, and that was supposed to be bad. But I didn't get it.
This at the drive-in when I was a kid. My parents.
Me too.
Skyview Drive-in, Brockton, Mass. I saw every 19 Planet of the Apes movies too there, and just talking about this stuff brings back memories. Stop it! I know what you guys.
But that's the point, yo.
Yeah, that is the point of the live stream. You got it. You got the idea. You got the idea. You're better at this than I am, Jedi Master. You keep apologizing for exactly what I want.
Yeah.
Well, when you go on tangents, that's what I want.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I can go on more tangents if you like. Just talk about Kathleen Kennedy and The Last Jedi. You want to see me go on a tangent? Just bring up The Last Jedi, and I will lose my mind.
Oh yeah. Okay, maybe not that one.
Those two, maybe not that. And the Acolyte was enough to make a man turn.
Oh, you called my bluff. You called my bluff, Jedi.
I never saw the Acolyte, nor would I.
But
I'm sorry.
Okay, so no, that's okay. I just thought Brer Rabbit was like Bugs Bunny. The Honeymooners.
Wascally Wabbit.
Oh yeah. Well, and the Honeymooners come up DJ Night at the end in the last episode. When Rebecca marries Dawn, she's like, I married a plumber.
Wes Cagle says something really good right here. Carol Burnett show is great.
I do not in any way, shape, or form. Like, it's so beige. The Carol Burnett show is so beige to me. I do not enjoy it. But that's just my opinion. I could be, different strokes to move the world.
Yeah, true.
So the only Carol Burnett show I will ever put on to watch will probably be the one where Leonard Nimoy pays a visit apparently to the set. And so I might check that one out one day.
Yeah.
Oh, the dentist skit is one of the funniest skits ever. Him and Harvey Korman and Tim Conway break character so much. Or the elephant skit. when he talks about the elephant and they're playing Jeopardy. Dick Van Dyke's in the skit too. Oh my good! That is one of the. You should look those up on YouTube. Watch those two skits. Hilarious. Anyways, back to what you guys were.
Oh yeah, I'm bringing up the next episode now. So whatever you want to say.
No, I'm done saying.
What I want to say at the beginning of every episode, because it is so joyous just to be able to say these words. I didn't even think I would ever be able to say these words until this live stream happened. And I'm going to say it every time I have the opportunity. Cheers was filmed in front of a live studio audience. That is one of my favorite phrases. That is up there with Space, The Final Frontier. Cheers was filmed in front of a live studio audience. Love it. Love that phrase. Love how all of the cast members did it. Amazing. Anyway, that's me and my sentimentality.
Well, and that's interesting you say that, because the main trivia for this episode is that Woody does say that, even though he's not really in this episode.
Oh,
and
nice.
This episode that we're moving on to is called The King of Beers.
Oh, yes.
Oh, boy.
Well, and also,
I wish we could watch the episode, actually, because it's such a funny one. This is so funny.
I'll bring it up. Maybe I'll play a bit of it. Because, like I said,
well, I just want to see Norm singing Knick Knack Paddywhack, Give a Dog a Bone.
Fair enough. Let's do it. Yes.
Well, and this is the second episode that features illegal gambling in the bar.
I know. Yeah, this time Sam was trying to buy a blood pressure machine, but he accidentally gets a slot machine.
I love, and
I was looking for here it is.
Remember that episode of The Twilight Zone that we watched with that guy who hated gambling so much, and then he became consumed by it to the point where the machine killed him?
Yes. And
this reminded me of that.
Me too, because they start talking to the slot machine, but we'll get into all of it.
I love what Carla says. Hey, Greek Letters is here. Yo.
Oh, me too.
Yasure Malaka. Tikanizre.
The Carol Burnett show back then was great. Okay, wait, that's the last. Let me find where I am in the chat. There it is.
I understand that it was a staple of American television, and I appreciate it for its artistry, but it never connected with me. I hate to be the Debbie Downer.
Well, poor Jedi Master Old Man Bird says, "May the blue bird of happiness poo on Kathleen Kennedy's birthday cake."
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. I'll take that slice of cake for you.
Well said, sir.
Leave Kathy alone. She didn't do anything.
I think that could be argued, but we're not really talking about Kathleen Kennedy today.
Well, I didn't bring it up. She's my girl.
I know. You're gonna defend her, even though you don't really feel that way towards her. It's weird.
How do you know?
Wes Cagle says, "I don't care what anyone says. Song of the South is fantastic. I own it and I watch it all the time."
You know, and Wes Cagle, I saw something on Facebook Marketplace for DVDs, and someone was selling like a foreign copy. Like I don't know where it came from, but it wasn't region 1, or maybe it was all region. Either way, the comments underneath it were just like, "Oh, someone wants to be put on a watch list." And it's like, oh, if we're living in a society where owning art is a crime, lock me up.
It's great. It's Scotty. It is the degradation, the Saul. Have you ever read Saul Alinsky? I don't mean to go on a tangent, but this is the stuff that really chaps my ass. When they try to silence us, they try to take parts of our history away from us. Didn't anybody ever hear the saying, "Those who forget history will relive it"? That's why they're not educating our children properly, and that's why we're at where we are today in our society. Because
you're talking about Orwell
history. It's everything. It's all connected.
Well,
because
and it would be,
a movie.
It would be very.
Right.
It would be.
Although
Hang on, if I may interject, it would be an interesting thing if Disney were so disagreeable with that particular production. If they just said, okay, we're just going to release it to the public domain. This is a part of our company's history. It was actually a point of pride from Walt Disney, the man himself, while it is, and as Jill pointed out at the beginning of the episode of this live stream, is these are things that occurred, and they may have been of their time, but they can still be analyzed through the prism of the present. There is no reason, as you said, to silence. Don't restrict it. I remember going to a birthday party once, and one of the guests in attendance brought their like 3-year-old child, and someone decided to spark up a J. And I was like, are we really going to do that around the child? And the girl that I was with was like, if we make it a taboo, you're just breeding the desire to find out what's behind the red door. Like, that's all you're doing. Or the green door, or whatever door color it is. It's like, if you taboo something, people are going to seek it out. People are going to want it. And I don't think that there is anything like, if I can get Mein Kampf at the library, why can't I see Song of the South? Because Song of the South is way better.
Bang! And I know, being a Jewish man, that drives me mad too. That a book of that breeds pure hatred. Pure, it's just pure, it's written of hate by pure hate and pure ignorance.
Was it? And it was written in prison.
The mustard gas made him batshit crazy. Excuse my language. Made him bat. That's why he wrote that book, because when he got hit with mustard gas in World War I, we can do a stream about this in itself.
Yeah,
another time.
Let's tune into our new broadcast, The Collected Works of Mein Kampf. We're going to be playing it in the middle of the night on a Tuesday, just because we don't.
I certainly let this get off the rails.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry,
right.
You should ring the bell.
No, it's not your fault. Oh,
ring the bell behind the bar.
Do I have a bell?
Get a bell.
I don't have a bell. Oh,
Diane has the bar.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That was cute. I must have missed my notes to read that, because she was adorable. Where she said Diane has bar. Yeah, she does. Because she wasn't given it.
Well, and Jill,
then she can't make a Bloody Mary.
Because Lemon said that I'm officially Carla of the stream. It's like Sam says Carla can have the bar, and Diane's like, Carla always gets the bar. And so it's like, fine, Diane, you can have the bar. And she's so proud, and she walks all poised. I have the bar. Lovely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I got a screen cap of it, but I completely forgot about it.
We're back on the rails.
Yes.
Okay, we are.
I'm sorry, guys. Scotty got me going.
What? You didn't do nothing wrong.
That was a good exchange. But
yeah.
Bad timing. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to criticize you.
No, I agree with you 100% on all that. So
this is, I can't find a good bell. Well,
a bell.
Just say ding a ding a ding, ring a ding a ding ding.
Why is it so easy to find this bell but not any other bell?
Just force choke us both. We'll just second one.
Jill, you got to take a run for the border. I think you need a bigger box.
Well, maybe this one. No, that's not good either.
What about barbell, or are you just going to find heavy weights?
Hit us for the jolt of electricity if we get out of hand.
Yeah. Oh, is that what that was?
Jedi mind trick. Shut up. There you go.
Nah. No. Even worse.
Rudolph, red nose ring.
We got one. Okay, I have it.
Why are you echoing?
Because Jill has her sound on.
Oh, okay, I see. That's why I'm reverberating through you, through whatever. I heard myself echo.
Oh, there it is. Good
That's
job.
a friggin' school bell. Oh.
It's a handbell, but come on, it's the same thing.
Yeah, that's
I
better.
have one in my
That's
garage
better.
if you want me to go get it.
We need more cowbell.
Needs more cowbell for sure.
Yes.
No. Stay right here. We got to talk about this episode.
It's true.
So this episode was aired on October 8th, 1992. It was written by Dan O'Shannon and directed by John Ratzenberger.
Oh, wow.
Oh, we got Ham directing.
Cliffy.
Yeah, Cliff is directing. Correct. Oh, and
that's funny.
let me see if there was.
I never even thought about that in terms of the opportunity to direct from any of the cast members, but that is something that was prevalent during Next Generation, Voyager, Deep Space Nine, and so.
Oh yeah, the cast directing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Greek Letters Larson says, "Are you taking orders since we're in a bar? I'll have a George Thorogood, and that is 1 bourbon and 1 scotch and 1 beer."
I think he's mean.
But I'm tired.
George Thorogood is great in concert. I saw him with Steve Miller 3 times.
Oh, nice.
What
PvP,
a show.
What's going on, yo? Cheers was one of the great comedy series of all time. Absolutely. Yep. I think it's certainly in my top 5 television shows of all time.
Right there. For comedy, I have comedy, sci-fi. I have them categorized.
Oh, yeah, I don't. Like top 3, Star Trek, the original series, Mad Men, and Cheers. That's my unarguable top 3. It just depends on where I put them in my orders, and then that leaves me 2 more spaces in my top 5, which I will not disclose right now.
Jill, where are we at now?
Oh, and PvP likes my thumbnail. Norm and Morn drinking together is hilarious. Yes, I saw that somebody on DeviantArt created it, and every time I say that, I have to find out who it was. Eventually, I'll remember his name. Just
you should write it down. Get a pencil.
I know it's Lore something.
Lore Animator.
Lore Animator. That's it. Lore Animator. Thank you, Lore Animator, for making the perfect thumbnail for me today, and I hope you don't mind me using your picture. I have credited you if you do watch this. Jill needs a drum roll. Oh yeah, I could have a drum roll. Well, see, I found a soundboard, but the soundboard is terrible for bells, apparently. But I bet you there's a drum. I bet you there's a good drum roll.
What applause?
Okay, so good enough. I cut it off before it hit the end. Time for class. Yeah, I did do the school bell, and then Greek Letters want some cowbell. Then finally we have the nuns at school used to ring a handbell to quiet the lunchroom. I chose to ignore it once, and she hit me upside the head with it. Oh my god! That's terrible.
Nuns are vicious.
Oh goodness.
What was it you were talking to me the other day, and you were talking about Mother Teresa, and I was like, oh, I don't really want to get into Mother Teresa right now.
I don't either. Well, yeah, because we're talking about the king of beers. Everyone's expressing their happiness that Woody got married, so he just got married apparently to Kelly.
Well, I think that explains him out of the episode because he doesn't show up.
Right. He must be on his honeymoon, right?
Yep.
But the conversation turns into how being married makes you more attractive, and Norm says that's a myth, but Frasier decides to prove him wrong by chatting up a couple of gorgeous bar patrons. And of course, the gag of this opener is that Lilith shows up, and his wife, and everybody except Sam runs away.
And then
You know what? It was interesting when they were having that exchange. Norm doesn't wear his wedding ring.
Oh,
well, and the reason I bring it up as being sort of curious is that like DeForest Kelley wore his wedding ring on his pinky finger, same as Peter Capaldi as Doctor Who. Like there were people who they were like, well, I'm not, like actors would say, I'm not taking off my wedding ring. And it's just funny that George plays a character who is married who doesn't wear a wedding ring.
Well, sometimes you lose them, and
oh no, but it fits with Norm's character. He does not care.
Yeah,
he's in love. He's married to the Vera, but he doesn't have to advertise it.
Yeah, exactly. And like you said, he was hit on before, and he rejected it.
Yeah, well, and also, as Old Man Bird said, Norm represented the absolutely invisible man to women. So why would he have to worry? Why would he have to wear a wedding ring? Maybe he has it around his neck. Like on a chain. I mean, I don't mean as a collar.
Oh, right. As a necklace. Okay.
Yeah,
that's one way to do it, I suppose. And in real life, George did get hit on quite a bit because of being Norm, and Bernadette did not enjoy it, and it seemed like he was always very nice to his fans and stuff and things, and so Bernadette, I guess, put up with a lot of ladies doing crazy stuff, like I guess one of them sat right on him, right in front of her. And she had to intervene there and get her to go away. I forget how it goes in the story, but it's kind of funny.
Hello, miss. That's my husband. Get the fuck off.
Oh, I remember. She said, "Are you lost?"
Oh no, that's funny. Yeah, don't sit on my man's lap. Well, and that's the funny thing about this group of episodes is that there are fights that occur that are based on relationship dynamics, and that's my guy, Rebecca says about Dawn, and that's my man, Lilith says about Frasier. Like this is humor, I think, is based on conflict, which I'm good at. So that's why I think it's funny.
Oh, Wes Cagle went to Catholic school up until 8th grade. Yeah, I'm putting my kids through Catholic school. It's like regular school, except they pray a little bit.
It's an interesting choice of words. I'm putting them through it.
Yeah, they're doing a good job too.
Well, that's good. Have you ever read the book Communion?
No.
It's not about Catholicism.
Oh, then I'm probably what?
It's about alien abduction.
All right. Great. Was it good? Did you like it?
I don't know. I've never read it. They made a movie out of it because of Catholicism. Communion, there's a communion or anyway.
Yeah, well, no, I do get that connection, but there's no actual connection except for the word. So you just were like, ooh, look, shiny object.
We've met, right?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. Okay.
I apologize to everyone in the audience. Yeah.
I apologize for nothing. So Sam bought a blood pressure test for fun, but I suppose I do go use one when I go to the grocery store sometimes. When I want my arm to be squeezed.
What season is this?
This is season 11.
Okay,
this is the last season.
This is interesting for me because around this time, they started, as George mentioned in his book, there was a time where it was like, oh, if you got pulled over drunk, then the cop would be like, I'll drive your car home and then we'll follow you, or I'll follow you while this is happening. Like there was a little bit of lax on it. if you were local and you knew the police and whatnot, or at least in my community. And so they started installing the breathalyzers, and you would get like a disposable straw and you plug it into the machine and then you blow, and it would tell you what your blood alcohol content, and it would be a situation where you would be able to check and see if you were sober enough to drive home. Unfortunately, shortly after the implementation of these films, or of these tests, these boxes, because you'd have to put in $1, and then because we have coin dollars, and people would make it a bar game and try and see how high they could make their blood alcohol content in the breathalyzer. And so the bar owners would remove the breathalyzers shortly after installing them, because it was actually making clientele more inebriated.
Because they wanted to see that number go up. That's crazy.
Yeah, high score.
Oh my goodness. Well, yeah. Well, and then there's those people who get DUIs and have to breathe into their car to start it up.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. That's a thing. I think it's called an interlock. But from what I understand, even windshield wiper fluid can set that thing off.
Wow, that sounds inconvenient. Wes Cagle says, I watched the movie with Christopher Walken. Good film.
I liked Batman Returns myself.
Walken's great.
Yes.
What, pardon, Scotty? Oh, Batman Returns. That's a fantastic movie.
Yeah.
Best Catwoman.
So instead of getting a blood pressure machine, he gets the slot machine. And Fraser is talking about how it's the devil's machine that will systematically rob you. So just like that Twilight Zone episode we covered, he puts a nickel in and he wins. And so that's the start of that storyline. Old Man Bird sends a $4.99 super sticker. So I've got to play a bit of the Cheers episode that we're doing here. Oh, okay. I know which part. Well, we're at this part.
Well, just play this part.
Yeah, I'll play this part. Well, as soon as I find it. Let's see. Communion, I meant. Oh, that's Christopher Walken?
Oh, yeah. No, that's the one. That's the alien abduction one.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a good movie.
So here it is.
Good work, show.
Well, there you go. Wes Cagle knows his stuff.
Well, I never doubted it. Here we are.
Yeah. But now I gotta unmute my screen.
Well, you gotta start before he talks to Paul.
Really? Why?
Well, because then you see how Norm dismisses.
Oh.
Excuse me, sir. I represent a market research company. We're doing a survey.
Oh, I'm really not interested.
Okay, so I have to pause it because of, well, I mean, if I am going to copyright claim. But yeah, he's not interested in any research here. And
thanks. Okay. How about you, sir?
Okay.
We're looking for volunteers to taste several brands of beer.
Excuse me, Paul. We were having a conversation here. You were saying?
Well, if you're available, just come to this address.
Yeah. As soon as he realizes it's about tasting beer, he's all in. He's all in.
Are you gonna play more?
Do I need to play more?
No, and the thing is that after he is offered this opportunity to taste beer, he asks the guy in the tie. He says, "Excuse me, by any chance, were you born in a manger?"
Oh, right. He thinks he's the savior. Yes.
Yes.
Oh my God, this is so good.
It is. Yeah, I can't say it all.
Before we keep going, I just want to say this was not my idea. This was Jill's idea. I think it's absolutely lovely. And it also, when I had to do my homework for this, it was like the happiest day of my life this year. Just sitting around watching Cheers, hanging out with, I know that kind of sounds sad, but whatever. But yeah, no, this was so good to be able to hang out with these people. And
Savick.
Yeah.
The Savick son.
It
I'm
is.
glad I could help.
It was so good. Like, this is such a treat to be able to sit around and talk about Cheers. You can go off on tangents when you're talking about Cheers. You sound like Cliff.
Yeah,
like
hey.
Anybody who goes off on tangents,
Well,
not you specifically.
Scotty,
that sounded racist.
No, it wasn't
hey,
racist.
Scotty, I had to go do that thing.
You don't
here,
know what racism is.
No, you're
no,
fine.
I don't. I'm happy not to.
Good. Well, yeah, now I have at least 2 comedy shows to switch between to watch whenever I need.
You should do more episodes, Jill. You could do
Yeah.
more episodes, You could go through a season. Start like you do your Twilight Zone, just do some Cheers sometimes. Like break it down,
Yeah.
Mix it up.
Well,
Sure, I could do that. It was a lot of fun. It's really breezy.
And it's fun. It's like
yeah.
Scotty says, you can go off on all kinds of fun things with this, characters, where they've been and what they've done. And, it segues into so many different things.
Well, and if you're not a Cheer, if you are a Cheers aficionado and you want to hear more about the stories of Cheers, Woody Harrelson and Ted Danson have a podcast on the Team Coco network called Where Everybody Knows Your Name, and they talk. There is like an hour-and-a-half interview with George Wendt. They have Ratzenberger. They hang out. They talk about Cheers. They talk to James Burrows. It's amazing. If you want to, if you want to explore more. And by the way, Conan O'Brien, call me. We're not sponsored yet. I don't know why that is. And so, yeah, that is a great podcast to listen to if you are a fan of this particular show.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of the show, we should go back to it. So
yes.
I missed getting some of the slides. I can't believe I did that. I think I love the scene so much I forgot to get slides, but 2 other men are here. They're taste testing too. You don't get to see them because I forgot to get slides. And they both say,
that scene.
Yeah, that scene. And they say it's either good or it's tasty. But you get to Norm, and at first he's just devouring the beer so quickly he's not even tasting it. And once he learns what tasting actually means, or savoring means,
yes,
he says it's sweet and tangy. And then for sample B, that was sample A. Sample B, the first man says it's tart, the second says it's sweet, but Norm says it's smoky. And so by the time we get to sample C, let's see, should we let's just do this.
Let's cleanse the palate with some pizza.
All right.
I'm really getting too easy for me. You want to challenge me a bit here? Now this one misses for me, okay? It's like the carbonation is fighting the flavor, and the flavor is losing. It's really getting too easy for me.
You want to challenge me?
Yeah, and then they have a whole roll of more letters. I guess they were going to have other people come in and survey, but apparently he takes care of it. And so basically they want to hire him as a taste tester at the actual brewery.
They ask him. Because Norm says, do you want to actually challenge me? And he's like, well, okay, fine. Why don't you go through samples D through V? And Norm says, well, if D through V, that's fine. I can do that. But can I cleanse my palate a bit? Do you guys want a pizza?
Mm-hmm. Yes, he does. Then back at the bar, we skip. Rebecca scolding Carla that she can't play the slot machine because it's illegal. Then Carla wins, but Rebecca plays and she loses, claiming the machine hates her. Paula plays and wins, and Rebecca's frustrated. And Norm enters, and everyone says Norm because everybody's always very excited to see. Oh well, you know what? We need to. I need
have
to,
a Norm.
If I have that, we got to have one. Yeah, exactly.
There has to be.
Norm. There must.
I think it is worth the effort to grab it. Let's see. I'm gonna find it before I play it.
Look at the old 80s slot machines. They remind me of the ones when I was in Germany in Wiesbaden. Oh my goodness. The nickels.
Yeah.
You get cups of nickels. I'm going there and play and drink German beer.
I'm not a gambler, so.
Me neither.
Not a gambler either.
But it was fun, just to try it. I never played a slot machine. I was like, hey, I'm in Germany. Let's do it.
No, but like, and when you say those, it looks like one of those old slot machines. Yes, when I imagine a slot machine, it looks like this.
This is
but
the 80s,
like I go to a modern slot machine place, and it's all digital wonkiness, and then there's cross lines, and it's like, oh, and if this, then that. Like Jill, you would love it. It's almost like algebra. But it's incredible, like just like the hoops that you have. I put in $1, I pull the thing. It's given me such complicated stereo instructions as rules that I don't even know when I'm going to win. So I basically trust the machine to tell me, which is, you know what? Never accept those rules. It's like 3-card Monty.
And here it is. Okay, here it is.
Yeah.
Great story, because it gave me time to find this. And no, I've never played a modern slot machine. If they would have just had one with the crank, I would have thrown a quarter in and lost my money and been happy.
No, you would have broke even.
When I was, you're right. Oh, spoilers. Anyway.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard you say spoilers.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we got to do that again because I forgot to unmute.
Yes.
Oh no! I forget.
Oh no!
We are experiencing technical difficulties at the.
No, these are technical improvisations.
Yes.
Yeah, everybody.
No
story, Norm. Boy meets beer. Boy drinks beer. Boy gets another beer.
On today's performance, the role of boy will be played by Norm Peterson.
Yeah, and the joke continues. I just have to be careful. I don't want to get the stream banned.
Well, yeah.
Because I don't mind that there's a copyright claim. They can claim all they want to claim. I'm not going to edit a second. But if it gets banned, that would suck.
Don't call down the thunder.
That's what they got me. Like I said, when they got my first one, it was just because the song, not the Lost in Space content, they were going to let go. I asked them, and they had no problem with that. It was the intro music. That was it.
Yeah, exactly.
I took that off. I've been good since.
Yeah, no AC/DC.
No,
apparently,
just use what they offer.
YouTube doesn't like rock and roll.
Well, it's Mama Don't Dance, and YouTube don't rock and roll.
Rock and roll. That's right. I don't get that. People got great music that you could make intro video, and I don't understand. People are getting to hear their music.
Just drunk.
Greek
That's why we're going to redo it. We're going to redo it.
I haven't watched Cheer, says Greek Letters. I'm eager to see what you have to say, but be warned, Jill. You do Beverly Hills 90210? I'm unsubscribed.
I'm not unsubscribing. I'm just not doing 90210 if you ever went down that rabbit hole. That show.
You know what? And the thing is, and when I started watching Beverly Hills 90210, there was a main character who was named Scott. And so I was kind of intrigued. But I don't want to reveal what happened to Scott because spoilers.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Carla and Kirstie Alley now.
What's going on? Why is everyone so quiet?
All right, I'm sorry.
Oh,
we're
whispering.
Can you cover for
whispering.
me because I'm having to clear something up? I might have done a mistake. So,
oh no! Did you break something? Yeah, sure.
I might have broke
Absolutely.
something. Please talk about something.
Okay.
Scotty,
hey everybody.
You can talk about stuff.
Oh, absolutely. But first thing, before we start hogging up all of these airways that currently have become ours, I want to say, DJ Knight, it's so amazing. It's awesome to see you.
Hey,
Greek
DJ
Letters, thanks for being here. Everyone who's here, like, this would be a Zoom call without you. If you guys weren't here, then All right, and guys and gals weren't here, then we would just be sort of hanging out and having a fun time, which is great. But I'm hoping that that you guys are having a fun time as well. I hope you're enjoying the bar where everybody knows your name, Wes Cagle. Come on.
And let's get Jedi Master to 100 subs. I need 6.
You have to make it about you, don't you?
Nope. I just need 6 subs. I'm not...
Oh, it's only 6. It's only 6.
I want
It's
to
okay.
break
It's okay.
100 before the end. I was hoping to break it. But just to want 100 subs. That's it. I'm just joking. I'm being facetious, guys.
No, you're cool. You're cool, man.
No. It's good to see everybody too. You know, Cagle. I do many streams on Stock of Iron with Mr. Cagle. He's a loyal man. And,
PvP, so good to see you on a Friday
about
afternoon.
Yeah, welcome back, Jill. No, me and Scotty holding down the fort.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, I was
Power Rangers. Come on, more phenomenal.
I was kind of barkering for 6 subs, Jill, because I'm 6 away from 100.
Yeah, he's got pencils in a tin cup. It's working.
Yes.
Oh, good.
Come
good,
on,
good,
it's
good.
a little bit of a joke. I'm sorry if it's not me.
It's a good one.
We could get you 6 subscribers. That's nothing. Let's do it. Carla tries to so Carla tries to tell Rebecca she sounds crazy for whining at the machines as if they were sentient, but she's also whispering. Why are you whispering? So that the machine doesn't hear. And so they
that's amazing. That is amazing.
Yeah, look at her face.
But the thing is that, and this is what I mean specifically about Carla liking Rebecca more than liking Diane, is that if that were Diane right there, Carla would be like absolutely loudly and proudly trying to make sure that the slot machine did not like Diane. She would be like,
she'd be laughing at her.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, she'd be torturing her vehemently.
Carla is a person who serves her own interests, but also she likes Rebecca, and I'm fine with that. Like that. I think Carla is the person that I'm like, okay, so if Carla likes you, then everything is cool. And the exception to the rule is Cliff. However, let's not forget that Norm likes Cliff, so Carla's not going to F up Norm's Cabbage Patch. I love the interrelation of all of the characters in this. It is deep writing in characters. And I do not even feel ashamed talking about this trifle of an American staple of comedy. But like, there is so much character going on here, and people go on and they talk about good writing. And it's like, yeah. No, I like good writing, but I also really enjoy good characterization and amazing performance. And I think this is, as you said, Jedi Master, like the chemistry between the cast. They don't even have to have romantic chemistry. It's just like, are we friends? Like, why does Cliff put up with Carla? Well, fun, I guess. He likes Cheers more than he likes Carla, but Carla is a part of Cheers. Like, there's something about 11 years with these characters that you're like, okay, I get the dynamic. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing. And it's set up, obviously that Norm loves beer. And so him working at a brewery is very much a dream come true for him. So much so that he cries, he tears up seeing all of these vats. And he even gives one a hug.
I'm getting clothes.
He's getting ready to take a bath. Can you please go away?
Oh.
Sorry about that. Sorry, I need to step away for a minute. I need to help my daughter with something. But I realize I'm leaving Jedi Master alone. I realize I
can talk
said,
to the crowd. Don't worry.
I realize whenever I say that to my daughter, I'm like, what did I just say? I can't say that. I have to go help her. And so And so I'm gonna go help her for a minute. So
don't worry.
I'll be right back. Yeah.
Do your
Yeah,
thing.
she needs me.
I know it. I'm a dad. I get it. Go. Do you? So, guys, what are you guys' opinions of Cheers? The people that have been this is your first time being introduced to the sitcom. How do you guys look at the series how from what you've seen now? Anybody in the chat have any opinions if this is your first time observing this? I know Greek Letters Lawson said you're new to this, so I'm curious. DJ Knight, are you a lifelong fan of the Cheers? Sentai, Ranger Donnie, have you been a watcher? Anybody, have y'all been watching this throughout your lives, or is this your first exposure to Cheers? Yeah. So I'm just opening it up for some discussion until Jill and Scotty get back with us. So if you guys have any comments or questions, referring to Cheers, please, we can stir up a little discussion until they get back and we can continue on with the episode. I'm just trying to keep it so you're not hearing crickets in the background, DJ Knight and everybody in the chat. So just be patient, and Jill will be back very, very shortly, and we will push forward. Episodes for this show, this is one of my favorites. The finale, hey Herc, great to see you. Welcome in. Not B Ryan, great to see you. I like favorite episodes. I'd really have to go back, but the series itself, I love in its totality. This is a good episode right here. This is a good one. The previous two that we've gone over too are also good episodes. I find Cheers to be great. Beginning even with the Diane, and then the transition from Coach to Woody, and then on to Kirstie Alley. So that's what I really enjoy about the show, is how it stays, the continuity, the comedy stays true to itself. They work together even with the changes in the cast. The material's good. They bring on great performances, as Scotty was referring to. The group of cast working together, the chemistry is what brings this all to life something. I love them both. That's the thing about this. It's really, you'd really have to dig deep to find something to have anything that you wouldn't like about this series. Not Brian. You know what I'm saying? It's just that, to me, the way they brought it up, the Boston area. I grew up in the Massachusetts. I'm from that area. They delivered with the sports, with Woody Harrelson's role, and with Ted Danson being a former pitcher for the Boston Red Sox. And this is before we broke the curse in 2004. I remember I was living up in the Northeast at the time, and we went crazy as a city and as a region because the Red Sox had, and it has so much connection to Cheers because they were there at the celebration, a lot of the, because there's a lot of ties to historic Boston and this series and the cast members within the series, the connection to that area. The Bull and Finch, which was the bar that they used, in Boston. I've been there, and I've actually eaten a meal there back in the day. We're talking years and years and years ago. I'm an old timer now. But hey, Tetrach, if I mispronounce your name, I apologize in advance. Tetrach of Apathy, great to see you. Welcome in. We're waiting on Jill and Scotty. She had to step away, so I'm just trying to stir up a little bit of, conversation and discussion about Cheers and maybe anybody's experience watching the show Cheers. Well, Kirstie Alley was a mega babe, those eyes. Yes, she was good. She was good in Star Trek as Saavik. I thought in the Wrath of Khan. And of course, she'd be replaced later on by Robin Curtis in Search for Spock. And I think Jill's back.
Yes, I'm back. Thank you so much for
Welcome
covering
back.
for me.
I tried my best. I
my
didn't put
family.
anybody
You
to
did
sleep.
wonderful.
I didn't put no one to sleep. I hope not.
Yeah, I think you did incredible. Hello to Not Brian. If you could be one character in Cheers, who would you be? I don't know. I don't know which character at this point. I've got to. Could you answer that, should I? Oh, that would be a great question for Scotty. I think we agreed that he's Carla, but I don't know.
Yeah, he's I would have to say I'd be.
Or did you prefer?
I don't know if I'd be Sam.
Oh,
I'm not a sexual deviant like you was.
Sexual deviant. Yeah, that's the thing about the finale.
He's
He's an alcoholic. He's a sexaholic. Oh my gosh.
I don't know who I'd be.
Mm-hmm.
I could say I'm not enough to be Frasier.
Did you read these? I watched a lot, but erratically. First one rerun.
I tried to read them because they were coming up in the chat. I can't bring them up like you. I don't have that.
Oh yeah, that's true. That makes sense. Norm was given so many of the best one-liners. It's a dog-eat-dog world, and I'm wearing milk bone underwear.
I don't know why I'm echoing. Why am I echoing?
Oh, my sharing of screen audio should not be making you echo, but
I know because I got everything muted on the on my YouTube side. I just
but
set it up like
don't worry, nobody listening to the show can hear the echo except for you.
Yeah, not Brian says he said major echo going on with the audio, folks, at 3:08 a minute ago.
No kidding.
In the chat. Yeah, but is it still going on now? Brian?
I've never heard a second of.
Oh, he said it's fine now at 3:09. So we're back on track.
All right. If there's echoing, maybe I should turn this down. I don't know.
No, it's good. He said it's better now. Greek letters.
I think they made an attempt to show Cheers in Greek TV, but it was from a third-tier channel in the middle of the night, and not even for half a season. So no luck there. Oh yeah, that happened quite a bit around the world where they tried to show Cheers, but it didn't work out. And so yeah, John Cliff Clavin Ratzenberger is from the area. He failed the Norm audition and used his improv skills to convince the creators that they needed a bar know-it-all character. And that's true. There is always somebody in the bar who knows everything. And
holy moly, Herc 130, not Brian. This is amazing. Hey guys,
130's here. Yeah. I had to step away when you had to step away too because Ava demanded my attention, and I think I said I told her to go away, and I was like, wait a minute, do not tell your daughter to go away. I have to help her. So I had to abandon my show for a bit.
I greeted Herc. I greeted everybody as much as I could, and I tried to stir up a little discussion while you were away.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
Yes.
Okay, and I've never gone solo like that. Now. This is the second time. Stopped my show last week, and then now. But
I love the sound of your voice. If I get it uninterrupted, it's great.
Park the car in the yard.
Say Normie.
Norm. Hey, Norm.
Nice.
Hey,
you want the chowder? Hey, chowder.
Okay, so
don't worry, I'll say a boot later.
And then you'll have PvP saying, we don't say that. Okay, so
what about it?
Okay. No, he's on a trial run, but he's very happy to be there. And we get this brief montage of him sampling beer and giving his opinion. He even gives he even has a sticker made that they made a sticker just for him.
Yeah.
Whenever he okays the beer.
I want a stack of those stickers just so I can go around and like slap them onto things and just be like, okay, who said so? Norm.
Beat up in a parking lot. I can see.
Why? Nobody dislikes Norm.
Get them on cars.
No, I'm not going to put it on cars. That's vandalism.
He's going to put it on kegs.
I can just picture you in a bar going up to someone sticking it on them. Yeah.
No, I don't want it. I don't enjoy pain. I'm allergic.
I'm just joking, Scott.
Oh, you know what? Hold on just a second.
Sure. Do you have to get a beer?
Don't worry, Scotty. I'd let you hide behind me if someone was coming at you in the bar. I'd come down for you.
Yes, because I have to have at least one.
Well, and that's the thing. That's the I blame my adoration of beer on this show. I had my first beer watching this show.
Really? Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
how old were you?
14, 15.
I think I had my first legal beer in 1984.
Oh no, it was completely illegal.
Germany.
I stole it from my dad.
Fort Sill. When I was 18, they let us drink draft beer 3.2.
Well, American beer.
Liquor.
Sorry about your luck.
Yeah, my first legal alcohol was 2004, and I was
4 years old.
19. No.
All right.
It was a watermelon Smirnoff.
Whoa. I used to drink those fruit Smirnoff, the ones that the Jack Daniels when I go to concerts. The Jack Daniel, the fruit punch, those were oh my goodness, I used to get slammed. But when I was younger, I could throw them back, Scotty. Oh my goodness.
My second girlfriend was the one who warned me, and it's like the first time you get drunk, you'll never be able to drink that booze again. And I was like, so what was yours? And she said lemon gin. And I remember being at the ice rink and throwing up lemon gin violently. And I was like, well, I don't think that's really going to happen to me. And then I met Southern Comfort. And oh my God. I have since my teenage years, I have not been able to drink Southern Comfort. So there was science to that fact.
SoCo can be brutal.
And Greek Letters Larson says, I can do you better. I got drunk with raki at the age of 4. I don't know what raki is.
I know what Chipero is. Chipero. Greek Letters Larson knows what I got drunk off of Chipero in Greece.
Raki is a clear, anise-flavored Turkish spirit, similar to Greek ouzo or French pastis. Sorry, Jedi Master, what were you saying?
About Chipero. It's a Greek moonshine. Greek Letters Larson should know what I'm talking about. And when I was over there, it's like Everclear. It's like their version of moonshine. They serve it in places that usually serve like a fish or a pickled octopus. It's called a meze. You go in there and get a little copper carafe of that stuff, and oh my God, I stood up and I felt like the Three Stooges when they hear all the bells and shit going off in their heads. It was that bad. Anyways, I don't mean to digress and segue off.
No. This is I started this, or somebody started it, and I'm happy with it. Not Brian says first drink for me was Southern Comfort at 8 years old in 1984. We do things differently in Scotland and apparently in Chicago too, because I'm going to read from George's book. He said, after I retrieved the beer from my grandfather and opened the can with the church key, I got my reward, a taste. I'll never forget let me try his beer. Oh no, guys, I got to change my headphones. My headphones just turned off on me.
Okay. Well, and the thing is that if I say okay, does that mean you can hear me? Because your headphones don't work. So I guess we can say whatever we want.
I got to step away for 2 seconds.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here.
Okay, you got this? Yeah, because the coffee's kicking my butt today.
Diane has the bar. Yeah. Well, hey, come on. Senchai Ranger Donnie says, Greek Letters, I love Beverly Hills 90210 regardless. I'm with you, man. Like, I don't love it, but I'm okay with it. I just love the theme song and Tiffany Amber Thiessen. That's my jam. Especially that era of Tiffany Amber Thiessen. Jedi Master, who had to step away, says, Brian, I was 18 in 1984. Well, that's, the chronology of time. Fantastic. Yeah. So there is going to be some Star Trek happening shortly. I'm looking forward to it. We're going to be talking about who mourns for Morn. And then after the hump, if you will, we are going to be getting back into Cheers. But most importantly, which I think is interesting, and this is a weird situation for Jill, because she said that she was looking forward to watching the rest of Cheers, but she's watched the last episode.
I got it.
And she feels filled in.
Yeah. Well, obviously, I'm going to watch the other 200 episodes eventually as I watch WKRP, and it'll be really great. But I wanted to finish this.
Well, and then once you're done WKRP, we'll get you into Night Court, and then it'll be good.
The cats are away. The mice will play. Run amok, Scotty. Oh, no, I'm back. I'm back too soon. Awesome. You get one hell of a hangover with Chisperu. Oh, that's the Jedi Master. Who knows about that? And liquor is quicker. Yeah, indeed. It is much quicker. But as far as beer goes, beer is what George loves. And I wanted to finish this story before my headphones most rudely ran out of battery.
I don't think it was malicious. I think it was just a matter of.
I know. I was just playing off this episode, blaming the machines for hating you.
Oh, that makes sense. Big money.
Okay, so he said, "I'll never forget the first time." This is George. Well, I'll bring the slides back after I read George's story.
Sure.
I'll never forget the first time he let me try his beer when I was maybe 8 years old. Since then, I've tossed back plenty of brews that are supposed to be better than Bud, but nothing's ever going to match that first sip. And I was speaking to something you guys were saying. For some people, beer is an acquired taste. Not me. Right off the bat, I thought I was drinking a little bit of heaven. No mystery as to how the church key got its name. Oh, I don't know what that part meant. Anyway, there we go. That's his first drink. And Herc 130 says he's an expert on WKRP. I can't wait for that one. And we did do a live stream about WKRP.
For my birthday.
Yeah, for the birthday, but we could still talk more about it. We could pick some episodes to throw together someday.
Sounds good. I'm fine with that. I'm always in the mood to talk about WKRP.
All right. I might throw that at you one day.
Yeah.
Take you on your word for that. So this is a great montage. After this, we also get him riding around on this little electric bike. It's kind of cute. And
it's the original Segway.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. The Segway. And the brewery staff is clapping for him, so I think they like him. And you definitely see the imagery of the King of Beers coming up here. He's even got a throne. Did it show it? Did we see it yet?
You know what? I wish for the episode itself, and I'm sure it had something to do with licensing rights of the song or whatever, but I would have loved to hear Norm wandering around a brewery, and it was Schlemiel, Schlemazel, Haas and Pfeffer Incorporated. We're gonna make it. Like if they did the Laverne and Shirley theme song to this, it would have been hilarious. And if I had any editing skills, I would totally do it.
Oh, you could ask Ben.
I could ask
Ben. He does stuff like that. If he's interested.
Don't forget to subscribe to Cinema Gulp.
So if you see the imagery of him being the king of beers here as he's rolled around by a forklift on his throne of kegs.
Yes.
This visual, I love this visual. It's so hilarious and great. It's the greatest thing. Then it's it starts to go beyond taste testing. He's also given valid opinions. We start to see him actually work on the science of the matter, turning dials that actually make a difference in the brewery practices. And as we see in the next scene, he's fixing the timing on one of the vats because the timer was off on number 3 tank. So he's not only good at giving opinions, but also creating the beer and making it better. And so he is perfect for this job, even overqualified. And
I'm sorry, I had to step away.
Oh, that's okay. No problem. So the boss says that the computer should have caught the mistake that Norm caught. So he's definitely doing an amazing job, and they pay him, even though he says, "Oh no, sir, I couldn't, not for this." And so he doesn't even want to be. He doesn't understand why he's being paid for this, even though and the supervisor says, "You've got the job. Basically, all you have to do is meet with Mr. Hoffmeyer, the president of the brewery, and you've got the job."
And this is possibly one of my favorite Norm-isms, is that when he gets the job at the brewery and he gets his paycheck, and so it's like, I'm going to clock out for lunch, and I'm just going to, change my clothes, go down to Cheers and hoist a few. And his supervisor is like, "Are you serious?" And he's like, "Oh, no, you're right. I don't have to change my clothes." Like, he's leaving his job that he's drinking to go to lunch where he is going to have beer for lunch. And then he's going to return. And the only thing that really messes up his entire situation is Rebecca. Thanks, Becky.
I know, Rebecca. We'll get to that. But right now she's talking about I have to interject with a little bit of math. I didn't do this math beforehand. I'm going to do it right now. Sam comes over to Rebecca while she's pulling at the slot machine, getting nothing, and she says that she's pulled the lever 578 times.
How many nickels is that?
And how many nickels is that? Well, that's 578 nickels. That's 28.90.
That's not bad.
2,890 nickels.
Not 2,890, just 290.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. That's 5 cents each. Okay. 5 cents for each nickel means that's 5 cents for every single nickel. So that means it's $28.90 is what I mean.
That's fine. That seems like a reasonable thing to do while you're at work.
Yeah. Spend $28.90 in nickels on a slot machine. That's not,
you know what the funny thing is?
Sound too bad, actually.
Well, in Jedi Master, you said that you had a meal you ate at Cheers.
Yeah, so it's the bowl and
there's no kitchen in the show. Cheers.
But they had bar food there. They had a kitchen in the rest where they filmed the play, whatever. But I sat there and ate a meal. It was pretty good. It was always, I would say, it was okay food.
I don't know. I don't know how it works in
the bar.
Oh, yes, they didn't yell out, "No, I'm a nothing," but it was nice.
Oh, is Jet Sparks here? Hey, Jet Sparks.
They used to have trivia cards too in there, where you would sit in, because of the bar and the show. There would be like trivia cards at each table, like they have at Bubblegum Shrimp at Universal.
Well,
just a little fun tidbit of information.
Oh yeah, Universal's great. Greek Letters says, if I walk in a random American bar and order George Thorogood, will they understand what I want?
Well, if you ask for a Thorogood, you might get a 1 bourbon, 1 scotch, or 1 beer.
But a Thorogood? Sounds painful.
The biggest question is if you ask for a Screaming Viking. And my personal favorite, would you like your cucumber slightly bruised or just natural? And the answer is slightly bruised. There's nothing quite like a Screaming Viking with a slightly bruised cucumber.
And there's your answer. There's your answer, Greek Letters. Norm says, I don't have the job officially yet. I got to meet the president of the brewery, but I'll tell you what, I feel like I found my calling. And so that's, yeah, he absolutely has.
Well, and it also gives one of the best jokes from Frasier as well, is that Frasier says, I remember the first time that I decided to endeavor in my career of healing. And it fulfilled me with, and then his beeper goes off and he looks at his beeper and he's like, oh, fine, Cheryl. You boo-hoo, you had a bad childhood, get in the club, or something along those lines. He's so dismissive about his lifelong dream to be a psychiatrist, and yet he's so dismissive and callous of his patients. Frasier is a terrible human being. Oh, it's lovely.
Well, yeah, he doesn't really seem too fulfilled by his actual career, but don't worry about him. He's going to find radio.
True story. True story.
So Rebecca is still upset that she's always losing while everyone else gets a bit mix of both winning and losing, but she can't seem to even win once.
I have to step away again. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, no,
Don't
you're
worry
good,
about
dude.
it. Norm is about to it's trying to give her some life advice. Oh, that screenshot. I went too far. She ends up injecting major anxiety into him. And of course she's not doing it intentionally, but her acting is she tells the story so vividly that I could feel the cringe of it at the thought, because of the social anxiety of being judged, if not by the boss, but just by being in any social study setting in which I'm unprepared. And she just expresses that so graphically.
Yes. Well, Rebecca is an interesting character because when she was first introduced, she was no nonsense. She didn't claim to be intellectual. She was very much a representation of an empowered 90s woman trying to excel in the world, the financial world of the 80s. When when Diane leaves, Sam goes a little bit crazy, and the bar ends up getting purchased by a conglomerate. And Rebecca is the manager who is there to oversee it. Sam comes back and they try and rebuild Cheers as to what Cheers was, instead of making it into a TGI Fridays or a Starbucks or whatever, a corporate entity. And they bring it all back together because of them. And Rebecca stays with the bar, and it's amazing. Like, she discovers that the idea of pursuing financial wealth, even like she's a gold digger at the beginning of her character arc. And that's why in the last episode, she says very specifically, I aimed for Donald Trump and I got Ed Norton. And that's where there is the aspirations of financial avarice are not the things that make you happy. It is the emotional connection. And that's why Rebecca ends up with Dawn. And that's why she's like, that's how her character goes throughout these breakdowns. She feels more comfortable with the people around her to be able to be more vulnerable and explore her life. Like, she tries to hook up with Sam. They try to have a baby at one point. She ends up hooking up with Frasier when there's a separation between Frasier and Lilith. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of moving parts.
That's a really complicated character, and that's really great that you get that from a sitcom.
Yeah.
You know, this isn't just it is a fluffy sitcom, but at the same time, it's way deeper than that when you scratch beyond the surface. And I have got to allow Jedi Master to take his leave. I don't know how much time you have, but I want to give you an opportunity to say anything at all you want to say about Cheers, and also to plug your channel, and take your time.
Yeah, great. I want to say I love Cheers. It's a part of my 80s life. You know, I was in my late teens in the 80s. And by 84, I had just turned, I was full, into it. In 84, I was like 19. And as I got older, it was, I love the show. I was disappointed on how it kind of ended. The ending episode was underwhelming to me, but I won't spoil. But I love Cheers and everything. And that being said, it was great being here today, Scotty. I had a lot of laughs and a lot of fun. This show can take you off into many rabbit holes and segues because there's so much going on with the characters, the actors, their careers are so good. And like you said, the stable of characters made this show and the chemistry, and it will go down as one of my top 5 of all time sitcoms. And my channel, please subscribe. I like to hit 100 subscribers eventually. And we got some fun stuff, big stuff coming up. I got a surprise coming up. I want to make sure it's all set up and ready. And I think that will be a special show that night. And especially for you, Jill. You're gonna really
that'll be exciting.
it.
I've only seen up through most of season 2, but I still know enough to
but
play.
You will have an experience, and I just don't want to leave it at that. I want to leave a little bit of a anxiety for people, maybe like what's coming up, and hopefully you'll subscribe and you'll get to take part in this great time. And if this works out, there could be other guests in the future. That's all I'm saying. And thank you very much for having me, Scotty. Great seeing you.
Oh no, it wasn't my choice. It was Jill. I was like, don't let him on.
I see how it is.
I'm kidding.
I know he is. I could
I'm being a
so
Carla.
many times. I can turn into steam and come out your USB port and rematerialize in front of you.
Oh, this sounds like a Twilight Zone episode. Are you going to be there on Twilight Zone on Tuesday?
Yeah, definitely. Good.
It's Eye of the Beholder. You got to be there.
Oh, definitely. I'll do my homework, of course. We're doing 1 or 2 on Tuesday.
2.
Yeah, I always shoot for 2. One happens when life happens.
Episode season 2, episode what?
Season 2.
Episode like 5?
4 and 5?
Is it
6, 7?
6 and 7, I think. Yeah,
Twilight Zone season 2. Eye of the Beholder is season 6 and 7. 6 and 7.
Got it. All right. I just wanted to write that down so I don't forget. That being said, thank you for having me, Scotty. Great seeing you, Jill. It's a lot of fun always to hang out with you two. This was a lot of fun.
Cheers.
It was definitely great.
Cheers.
To you. Awesome. And you're
May
incredible.
the force be with you all.
Where everybody knows your name.
Yeah, subscribe to Jedi Master. He is so fun. Yeah, we've got more show to do. Make sure to subscribe to Jedi Master if you want to see what surprises he has in store for you. It's going to be a lot of fun.
That rhymes.
A lot of good times. And so Rebecca is talking about how she went in for her dream job. Yeah. Oh, slides. The reason why I keep dropping the slides out is because StreamYard keeps telling me that it lost audio, and I guess the audio is kind of fracked up today with StreamYard.
How very Battlestar Galactica of you. I'm impressed. Even though I'm not a Battlestar Galactica aficionado. Good use of the word frack.
Thank you. Well, I use it when I prefer not to curse.
Well, fuck me.
One night at the bar, it was Nicole beer night. Norm walked in, threw a $10 bill on the counter and said, "Give me 200 beers, Woody."
Is that supposed to be Nicole de Beer? Nicole de Boer? Esri Dax?
Oh, Nicole de Boer. Speaking of which, we got to get through this so we could start talking about.
Let's go. Yeah, no, I'm rambling. You're right.
Yeah, no. It's not your fault. I make the stream so fun. I incite rambling. I'm the insinuator here. So I took
nickel beer. He said nickel beer, not Nicole beer.
Oh,
nickel beer. Anyway, so
that would be a great a beer. Nickel for a beer.
You know, if I ever get a YouTube channel, I'm gonna name my YouTube channel Nickel Beer.
Oh my god! But it sounds too much like Nickelback. Yeah.
And a hero can save us. I'm not gonna stand here.
That was my fault.
Way.
I take the blame for that bit of character.
Yeah, that was your fault. That was totally your fault.
So in the interview, Rebecca takes back a compliment that she gives to the boss, and then it makes it seem like she's insulting him, and then she starts telling jokes that are really bad, and then by the next thing she knew, she's singing the song "Knick Knack Paddywhack." What's that song? Give a dog
Give a
bone.
dog a
This old man.
bone.
This old man.
Came rolling home.
The name of the song is "This Old Man," and I was just singing and singing, and she was okay. This is where I'll read it. And I just kept burying myself deeper and deeper, and I lost my dream job. And when I walked out of that house of pancakes, about 2 inches tall.
I love that Rebecca's dream job was working at an international house of pancakes.
That is amazing. And Norm says, "Well, Rebecca, that's about the most depressing thing I've ever heard in my life." And she Rebecca talks about being a jinx, but that Norm's not a jinx. He's gonna do great. And she gives him a kiss for good luck. And then he thinks about her calling herself a jinx, and he says, "Well, thanks a lot, Rebecca. And for what it's worth, I don't think you're a jinx, all right." But he contradicts that as soon as she leaves by wiping her kiss off of his face.
Yeah. If there was Purell, if there was hand sanitizer in that day and age, he would have rubbed his face in it. So Jill, you have the dialogue from this episode.
Yes, I do.
So can I do the embarrassing Norm? Can I do the embarrassing Norm when he meets Mr. Hofstetter?
Oh, the nuclear meltdown. Okay. You know what? I kind of don't have the.
Then we don't have to worry about it. I'm not really in a rush.
I can pull it though. You know me. It's not difficult. Let's see. I can do this.
Yeah, no, and this is what happens. This is what happens when I don't show up to rehearsal.
Well, but you think of this
on the fly. Yeah, I'm very improvisational. I apologize.
We wouldn't have any readings if you didn't ask for them.
Well, I do enjoy them.
Mm-hmm. And so I will put it in there, and while you're doing your reading, I'll find the actual part so you can actually listen to him singing the song.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I just want to hear him asking. It's not like I would ask you to. Or I'm not imagining you taking off your pants. Not that I would be weirded out.
You have to wait.
Okay, I'll wait.
Okay. Okay. So
everyone has to wait until Jill pulls it.
Yeah.
So I can't even improvise.
Okay, so I get to be Mr. Hoffmeyer.
You get to be. You don't have any lines.
No, I know. That's true. I don't have any lines. Okay, so if it's all you, then this will be easy.
No, you get to start. I guess if you're going to be Mr. Hoffmeyer, you have to start.
No, you're right. He doesn't. I was joking.
It's like, hi, I'm Mr. Hoffmeyer, and then it's over.
Okay, no. I can be the supervisor. I'll be the boss. He does get a line.
All right.
So we'll start there.
Sure. All you gotta do is post it in the place.
Oops!
I
posted it in the.
Where did you put it? Did you put it in the Facebook chat?
No, I put it in the real chat.
You put it in the real chat? No, can't.
No,
I can't filter. I have no idea how to filter. Everyone knows this.
Okay. This is still the supervisor's lines.
Sure.
Oh no, Mr. Hoffmeyer does get one line.
Oh, this is great. I am so happy that we get to play this. I enjoy the readings.
Mm-hmm.
I hope everyone else does.
Yeah, we do. It's just I got to make sure that I don't get too much chat. So let's see if that's enough. Okay, so there's a lot. He really rambles and goes insane.
Do
So
I
let's
have to find it?
go.
Oh, yeah, no, that's great. That's great.
Okay. But I'm not ready yet. There's
No,
more.
I know. We're preparing everybody. This is what live radio is like. Don't forget to like and subscribe, share. If you're a Cheers fan, tell Ted Danson.
Yeah, he likes to do
And
that.
also buy George Wendt's book. We're not sponsored, but apparently it's a heartwarming tale of a man who enjoyed beer, who found love and success and international adoration. And he didn't want, all he wanted was a best friend and a girlfriend to marry while drinking beer.
He humored millions, but he also got his audience of one that you're looking for.
I adore the audience of one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading what I'm copying.
Yeah. Well, and I don't think I'm going to do it justice. You should totally. This episode is called "The King of Beers."
Well, while you're reading this, I'm gonna get the song, so you can start reading now.
I can go now, but you have the first line.
Oh, that's right. I do have the first line. I had the first couple of lines. I'm the boss and Mr. Hoffmeyer.
Yes.
Oh,
are you going to do two different voices?
Oh, okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Hoffmeyer, I'd like you to meet our star taster, Norm. Norm, Mr. Hoffmeyer. Norm, I hear you're doing excellent work for us.
Thank you very much, sir. Nice pants. I can't believe I just said that. Look, I'm not trying to kiss up, sir. I take back what I said about those pants, okay? Not that they're not nice pants. I mean, of course they are. They're great pants, you know? I just don't want you to think that all I'm doing is looking at your pants. I'm also looking at your face, sir, and and your shirt and your tie, all of which are lovely. Like a manly kind of lovely. You know what I mean? Good Lord, I'm not making much sense, am I, sir? Let me just start all over again. Hello, my name is Norm Pants. Oh, yay. That didn't come out right either, did it? I'm gonna laugh about this one tonight, sir, and I'm sure you will when you take off your pants tonight. No. Not that I'm thinking about you taking off your pants, sir. Nothing could be further from the truth. I mean, well, now, don't get me wrong. You know, it's not like I would be grossed out if you took off your pants. Go ahead, run around naked for all I care. After all, you can do whatever you want. You're Mr. Hoffmeyer, for crying out loud. Oh, come on, lighten up, will you? What is it going to take to put a smile on that face? Huh? With a knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone, this old man came rolling home. Let's see how I match up.
What you gonna take to put a little smile on that face, huh? With a knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone, this old man came rolling home.
Yeah, George did it better.
That's fun. Well,
it was fun. I thought it was fun.
Yeah, good work. No, that was great. Of course, he's going to do better. He also has the benefit of being on the TV. You're not on camera.
I'm not Norm Peterson, and George Wendt is. So yeah.
Yes, George Wendt is always going to be the superior Norm. But thank you for thinking of doing that reading. And
I thought it was fun. I had fun.
That was great. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it very much.
Great.
And let's see, okay. See, DJ Knight enjoyed it too, so we're good. And that's basically the episode. He does not get the job, obviously, and so Rebecca tries to commiserate with him by feeding him some ice cream and because she says this is what losers do, and then she's convinced to do the machine one more time.
Well, don't forget, no, they rigged the machine.
Oh, right. Carla rigged the machine, but by the time Rebecca pulls the lever, Rebecca wins, but she only gets her nickel back, and it lights her.
You said it.
Uh-oh. This lights her that she broke even, so it's a happy ending, even though it's completely kind of dishonest because the machine was rigged. But now at least she doesn't think she's a loser, she's a break-evener.
Norm's a loser.
Yeah, her life is now so. Norm is happy, but even though Norm is supposed to be the loser, he's happy because he's got ice cream.
Well, and that's the last line of the episode, is Norm is sitting there eating the ice cream that Rebecca brought him and says, "Did Rebecca just call me a loser?" And it's like, "I'm afraid she did." And he's like, "Oh, good.
At least she didn't say,
leave me some."
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So that ice cream is his now. Which numerically, the price of the ice cream, he won. He's the winner.
Well, it's kind of like when Cliff got his nickel or his dime back from Harry the Hat in the first episode we watched.
Oh yeah, that's right. At least I got my money back.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. He just lost
$5 for the booze, Cliffy.
He just lost $10 on 2 shots.
No, it was $5.
Well, but he lost 2 shots though, counting the one he bought for himself that Harry stole first, and then he stole another one.
Well, no, Coach said $5 for the booze.
Oh, total. Okay. Yeah. I was thinking of today prices, I guess.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, I don't think Coach would lie.
No, you're right. You're right.
So is that our intermission of Cheers? Are we going to go into Deep Space Nine now?
Yes. Now we're going into Deep Space Nine. We made it to Deep Space Nine.
Can I go I would like to go and visit a place where I can wash my hands, and I would like to have a cigarette.
Well, I'm going to bring up the slides.
You can do whatever you want. I'm just saying I'll be back.
Well, we're going to talk about Morn. Yeah. Well, I'll do my introduction you're going to miss my introduction and everything.
I'm going to miss the introduction.
Gavin Blackburn says Benny Hill's Deep Space Nine.
Yes, it is Benny Hill's Deep Space Nine. And you know what? I'm not the one who brings it up.
There we are.
Jill, I hate to say this in public, but I love you so much. Anyway, I'll be back. Well,
get out of here and come back.
I will.
Never forget. No one will ever forget. My shame will carry to the end of my days. Everyone will always remember I said Benny Hill instead of Benny Russell. I'll never forget Benny Russell now. And so that's, well, and we are going to Deep Space Nine. So let me bring up the slides for that one. Then the episode we're covering is Who Mourns for Morn. And I got the slides right here. Here we go. And I will make them larger. And I've got to share my screen again, of course. And so that requires this button and that button. And then we share audio for this screen. Then we mute the audio because StreamYard's acting funky today. The paw is strong on the saucy romps. That sounds like a good thing. And we're going to talk about this. So, why are we interjecting a Norm George Wendt tribute stream with Who Mourns for Morn? So this is the Star Trek channel. The first thing I thought of when conceiving this live stream was Star Trek has its very own version of Norm, and that is Morn. And so it's very obvious that Morn's character was taken from George's portrayal of Norm. And if you mix up the letters of an anagram, of course everybody knows, every Star Trek fan knows this, Morn is equals Norm. So unlike Norm, however, Morn can absolutely never shut up. He'll talk over you and he always wants the last word. And so it's very difficult to make a entire episode about him because he takes up so much of the screen time. The subtitle authors are working overtime, so when they made an episode about him, they kept him almost completely out of it. So Morn was played by Mark Allen Shepard in 94 episodes of Deep Space Nine. And of course, the whole thing about him talking so much is the inside joke of the entire production staff. They're always talking about how much he talks, even though he actually doesn't say anything. To save on production costs. But by being in reference to Norm, you'd think he'd get a little more story time because Norm is a central character to Cheers, but Morn is just treated like a side character, which so I'm glad he does eventually get his own episode because everyone loves him and the party doesn't start until Norm arrives, essentially. And so finally, in season 6, he gets his own episode all about Morn's history and riches. What secrets do we get to learn about him? Honestly, this episode is just very silly. It's very goofy. And we get to learn more about Morn. And basically, after learning about George, reading Drinking with George, I think this is the perfect Star Trek episode for him. If he ever gave it the time, I can't find any evidence that he ever was a Star Trek fan or if he knew anything about Morn. I don't know. I was looking for an interview or something fun like that, but I couldn't find it if it does exist. But let's talk about it a little before continuing with the finale episode of Cheers later. So after we talk about, so everybody who's here for George, we are going to talk about the finale of Cheers after talking about Star Trek. So this isn't the last thing. People might say Deep Space Nine has way too many comedy shows that are just for fun. And they're right, yes. But the dramatic aspect of DS9, I think, lends itself to that eventuality. I love all the backstory we get from Morn here. And of course, the title of the episode, Who Mourns for Morn, is a pun on the title of the Star Trek, the original series episode, Who Mourns for Adonias, or Adonis, or however you want to say it. I'll go to my deathbed never knowing. So, Who Mourns for Morn first aired on February 4th, 1998. It was written by Mark Gerard O'Connell, directed by Victor Lobel. And of course, we've got the normal cast of Deep Space Nine, which you all know and love. And I'll read the guest stars. The guest stars are Gregory Itzin as Hane, Brad Greenquist as Crit, Bridget Ann White as Laurel, Cyril O'Reilly as Noshk, and yeah, and then we have some uncredited co-stars too that you can check their IMDb for the episode to discover, including Mark Allen Shepard as Morn. And the silent aspects of the Morn character actually proved to be a stumbling block. And so a writer's block. So the producers of the episode the writers of the episode had a writer's block trying to figure out how to do a Morn episode without Morn speaking, until Mark Gerard O'Connell came up with the idea of doing a Morn episode which barely features Morn. And that worked out. Odo appears, and he's trying to tell Morn that Morn has a cargo of Levanian beets. and they're spoiling in the cargo bay, and they need to be moved immediately. And when Morn doesn't respond, Odo reaches out. Odo touches Morn's shoulder, and Morn turns out to be a hologram. How did this happen? That's immediately shocking and hilarious. When we find out, because Quark knows that Quark's bar is not the same without Morn. And Quark has to tell Odo. Morn hasn't been around for 2 weeks, and Odo is perplexed. And Quark explains Morn is so important to Quark's bar that's why he had to make a hologram. The last time that Morn left and Quark did not make a hologram, the bar lost 5% of business. And to prove how important Morn is to the bar visually, because storytelling is show don't tell, so they show us Chief O'Brien and Dr. Bashir show up, and they greet Morn as if he were real, and they don't even notice at all that he's not real, that he's a hologram. And Odo asks, well, why doesn't this hologram talk? And Quark complains about he says that interactive hologram is really expensive, and also that he likes this Morn better because better than the real Morn, because the real Morn will never shut up. Morn, he never shuts up. And then Commander Dax and Captain Sisko appear, and they freeze in their tracks. And Dax seems like it's extra surprised because Sisko tells Quark that Morn died when his ship hit an ion storm. Cheers in space? That's more like it. Yeah, this episode is Cheers in space, except with the heist. I have to ask Scotty, does anybody know, was there a heist episode in Cheers? 11 seasons? And if Cheers didn't have a heist episode, that would be crazy. But maybe, did they? I mean, I don't know how long he's going to be gone, so. No, it didn't. It didn't have a heist episode. I guess that's fine. If anybody can prove me wrong, I'd like to know. Anyway, so the teaser is all about Morn having passed away, and so now everybody's going to mourn, and so we've got to have the theme song. That is the theme song of Deep Space Nine that occurs, and it's happening now. And so we got a theme. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Da, 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 dun. Da, 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 da. Okay, that's enough. That's as much. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. That's half the theme. Anyway, here's Keithy. Hello. Hello to Keithy. Like, lurk, listen, and learn. Hey, Keithy. It's so good to see you. I'm so glad you're here. Quark is the best fleshed out character in Deep Space Nine. He is the true protagonist. I'm done. I wasn't mumbling. I was humming a song. All right. So everybody goes to Mourn's funeral. Let's see. This episode reminds us that Mourn's species is the Lurian, so they have Lurian funeral, and it's held at Quark's according to Lurian traditions, which include giving gifts of food and drink for the deceased so that they will have something to sustain them in the afterlife. And so Worf says, Morn was an excellent sparring partner. I will miss our weekly combat in the holosuites. And Dax says, with the basket of fruit in her hand, I can't believe he's really gone. Worf responds, I did not realize he was such a close friend. Dax says, well, I used to have a little crush on him. Worf, Morn? It was before we met. Besides, he wasn't interested. What do you mean he wasn't interested? Forget I mentioned it. It's a cute scene, but I do not believe that Worf would be jealous of someone who's passed away or Morn or I guess he's just how does he not understand Dax at this point? I don't buy this line, even though it was a really cute scene. So the funeral is attended by almost everybody on the station, and lots of people miss Morn. Just how many people are here tell you how many people are upset by this. And Quark always wants to make a profit, and so he's selling. He's got too much Ridian ale, so he's passing it off as Morn's favorite beverage. It's not. It was, I don't know what was Morn. I don't know what Morn loved to drink the most. What was Morn's favorite beverage? Wait, can you hear me now? Greek letters, because the last chat I got was that I'm mumbling, and so now I'm self-conscious about it. Can somebody tell me whether or not I'm still mumbling, or if you can hear me clearly? Okay, I gotta ask, who's Morn? It's ages since I've watched the show. So Morn is a character on Deep Space Nine. He is very much like Norm from Cheers. His major function is to sit at the bar, and he's always got a drink. And off screen, apparently he's a chatterbox, and he spoke more than Norm ever did. But we never get to see a second of that. On screen, I guess, to save money or time, we don't ever get to hear from him. But that's basically what he is. He's a barfly at Quark's bar, and even though he doesn't speak, they do incorporate him into storylines sometimes. Like he's the only one who knows how to get information out of the station when Deep Space Nine is occupied by the Cardassians and the Dominion during the Dominion War, and Morn knows how to communicate outside of the station. So he does stuff sometimes. James Caserta says now they can't shut him up. Yeah, exactly. That's it. You get it. So anyhow, Quark confides. Okay, so the reason why Quark's excuse for trying to make money off of Morn is that Morn never finished paying his bar tab. But also Quark delivers. Oh, did Norm not pay the bar tab either? Oh, so there you go.
There are episodes of Cheers where Sam brings out Norm's tab, and it's like a tome. It's like a 3-ring binder that weighs 3 pounds.
Wow, that's huge.
Hey, James Caserta's here.
Hey, James Caserta. Yeah, I said, oh, yeah, hi. So Quark gives his eulogy, and but basically the eulogy is also advertising because Do you
have the eulogy?
Yes, I do. Do you want to read it?
No, I want you to read it.
You want me to read it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think it's appropriate.
Give me a second.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Hey, James. Oh, Greek Letters says, I didn't realize that character had a name. I thought he was just living furniture in the set. Well, and that, you know what? And we'll talk about it at the end of the episode. But yeah, I love Morn, and I wish they had done more with him.
Me too. Well, yeah, I was just talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been nice. Because the note speaking thing was cute for a while, but eventually he'd be like, oh, well, I got that frog out of my throat. So I know the joke is that he's always talking. Anyway, I already talked about that. Here we go. Everyone, thank you all for coming. It means a great deal to me to see so many people cared about Morn as much as I did. I'll never forget the first time he walked in here and sat down on that very stool. It must have been almost 10 years ago. He still had hair then. I thought he was just another customer passing through. Little did I know he'd become such an important figure in my life, in all our lives. Morn was always someone we could count on for a cheerful smile and an entertaining story. Some of you might be thinking this place won't be the same without him, and it won't. But this was his home. And wherever he is, I'm sure he'd want to know that his favorite bar still echoed with the laughter of his dear friends. This was his chair, and I think the greatest tribute we could ever pay him would be to make sure that it's never empty. And so Quark gets Mark Allen Shepard to sit on the chair.
Yeah. And this is the best. I really appreciate, because Mark Allen Shepard never credited as Morn, and so I appreciate that he was also the Bajoran, Bajoran, who is the one who gets to replace Morn.
And on these shooting days, he got to feel what it was like to not have so much makeup. Keep it warm.
Well, you finally got to see his face.
Yeah, we got to see his face. Well, yeah, and mostly only people who went to conventions would know that this was Morn. Keep it warm. Or Morn. Morn, dear sweet Morn. And that's what Quark says after Cisco reveals that Morn left everything to Quark. He's so happy. And so Odo helps him out with the bequest. And yeah, so that's going to be coming up here. How did he die? Failed liver from excess drinking? No. According to the episode, he died in an ion storm. His ship died in the ion storm. That's the story at the teaser part of the episode. Because ion storms are always an excuse for most everything in Star Trek when there's like something quirky going on. Oh no, it's an ion storm. Then Quark says, how can that be? Oh, okay, wait. We haven't got there yet.
You're getting ahead of yourself.
I know. I like this episode.
Me too.
Oh, and he's getting comfort from his Dabo girl.
You know, it's funny that every episode that we review of Deep Space Nine is, well, aside from Take Me Out to the Holosuite and Trials and Tribulations, every other episode of Deep Space Nine that we've reviewed is an episode where Avery Brooks shows up and says, all right, I'm out.
Oh no, that's hilarious. That's true. No, you're not wrong. That's why that's funny. But Holosuite was a Cisco episode, except for that one. And well, then Pale Moonlight we got to do so we can make up for that.
Pale Moonlight and Far Beyond the Stars.
Yes. Yes, for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
We're not going to get into that again.
No.
Greek Letters Larson says, wait. Did he close his tab before kicking the bucket? Or Quark will lose a ton of money? Yeah, basically.
That's the plot of the episode.
Yeah, exactly. And Quark's trying to get his due. What he's owed from Morn. Maybe he's not that cruel, but yeah, he does want money. And so Odo helps Quirk with his what he's gotten from Morn, and shows Quirk basically on the pad that Morn had nothing. His bank accounts were empty. And Quirk says, "How can that be? He paid his bar bill at the end of every month. That kind of money must have come from somewhere." And so possibly Morn has this shipping business, and so maybe the assets are in that. Or so they go to the cargo bay, and Odo shows him that he has lots of spoiled beets. Nasty spoiled beets. So Quirk's last hope is that Morn spent some money furnishing his apartment, his quarters. And so they head over there to see if Quirk can get anything valuable in the quarters. My work interrupted me again. How rude! Yeah, how rude! You must work for that money. Oh. And so they go to Quirk, Morn's quarters, and they find the only thing in it is a big vat of mud, or a hot tub of mud.
A mud bath.
And this is a mud bath. Morn slept in mud. I'm told
How he
it's
kept
excellent.
his youthful looks.
Yeah, I'm told it's excellent for the skin. And Quirk doesn't understand how Morn could have nothing, because Morn was one of his best customers. And then we get a lady in the mud. Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot. There's also a Matador painting here, which was bought in a previous episode.
Was it?
So, I suppose he had to get it somehow.
Well, I don't know.
Maybe it was off screen.
Like, when it comes to Morn, as far as I'm concerned, this is the only episode that really delves into the history of Morn.
Yeah, that's true.
Like I do enjoy that Jadzia says, "Well, I used to have a little bit of a crush on Morn," which is something that was a conversation that they had on one of the runabouts between Kira and Jadzia.
Yes, that's right. I was trying to find that. I was like, wait, doesn't she say something else? But she's mentioned her crush on Morn more than once.
Yeah.
So this is
and
true. Yes,
Worf
I did
so
mention
incredulous.
It. I know he doesn't believe it. He doesn't believe it. It's not that he's jealous, but he's just shocked.
Well, I understand his incredulity in terms of, if I am now dating a woman, because Worf and, like, at this point everybody's hooked up. It's season 6. Everybody is hooked up except for Ezri and Bashir, because Ezri's not around yet. But like, we've got Jadzia and Worf. We've got, I think at this point, we've got at least the burgeoning stages of Kira and Odo. But like, Worf is like, so wait a second. You find me handsome, but you also find the fugly pudding pop with fur. You think that he's cute too. And she's like, well, it was before you. And but
Jadzia always loves, she has a different taste, so I don't know. I don't understand why.
What is it? Sapiosexual. She is very much more aroused by the intellect and personality of an individual.
Hey, me too.
Well, that explains our friendship.
Oh, so. The writers are having writer's block when they make an episode about a character no one cares about. No, that's not true. Fans love Morn. That is totally not true. So, Quirk is surprised. What are you doing in my mud? So there's a lady in there, and her name is Laurel. She claims to be Morn's wife.
What was the name of the alien species that made the game? Are they Qatarian? She looks Qatarian.
Alamarine?
No, Alamarine, count to 4, Alamarine, then one more. That's a stupid game.
Oh no, you're talking about the one with the headset, the one where
Yes.
you with Wesley Crusher and
the one where Nurse Ogawa gets orgasms.
Yeah, okay. Yes. I don't remember what that species was. They just were
I
trying
think
to take
it
over
was
the Enterprise.
Katarian. I think it was Katarian. What's the name of the? And so Morn is an Illurian.
Yeah, Lurian.
Okay, Lurian or Illurian?
I think it's just L. Lurian.
Just Lurian. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm cool.
But if you know the names of the species of the aliens, you can let me know. It's not in my particular notes here what she is. I guess I could.
She just looks like that lady. It looks like she's part of the same species.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fine. I'm not prejudiced.
Well, she's a thief. That's mostly what I think of her as. I don't know what species she is. Sorry. If anybody does know the answer to that, please let me know. But I don't think anybody does. So she actually informs Quark, that Morn had lots of latinum. 1,000 bricks he won at the Lysepian lottery. And so now that Morn is gone, she says it's all ours, but Quark is like, wait a minute, this is mine. And she's like, oh, well, I'll tie you up in court if you don't give me a cut. And so they start looking for latinum by emptying the tub of mud. Quark does anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how Laurel realizes that Quark has no idea where the latinum even is. So they're starting the hunt on that. Where is the latinum? So it's a hunt for the gold press latinum. The gold isn't important, it's just a carrier for the latinum itself.
Well, and this is this the episode that really cements what latinum is?
Yes, it does. That it is the latinum is liquid. It is far more valuable than the gold, which it is encased.
Worthless gold.
Yeah. I mean, it was probably mentioned before, but it really plays into it here. And here, Quark actually romanticizes latinum, saying how it shimmers just right in the light. So you must be able to see the latinum through the gold, which is why when it's not latinum, he immediately realizes it.
Well, and Quark even laments the encasing of latinum in gold, because that's why it's gold pressed latinum.
Yeah,
because you need a very malleable metal to carry latinum. Doesn't make sense. And the thing is that Jadzia, like Quark says, why do we have
let's
to
read
put
it
in this
wait, let's read it.
Yeah, let's do it.
It's a quick one.
Okay.
You go.
Oh, do I start? I wonder who came up with this idea of suspending liquid latinum inside of worthless gold.
Probably someone who got tired of making change with an eyedropper. Yes. And Dax is saying she's suspicious of that lady, and Quark agrees. And she should but Dax warns him to not be fooled by a pretty face. Which
I won't keep her away. I won't keep her away from my lobes.
Yeah, exactly what he says. He totally says that. It's so bonkers.
I have absolutely no problem with some dishonest woman coming over to my place, even if she wants to steal from me. I'll take head.
Yeah, and he does well, and that happens throughout the whole episode. He is completely okay with this.
Quark is a sex pervert.
He's happy with the female attention wherever it comes from, and especially from her. So This is when we meet our two characters that come straight out of a Saturday morning cartoon.
Oh, what is this? What's this?
Crit and Nosk. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's Bruce Lombardo of Dick's Division sending 5 anti-derivative Jill memberships. My goodness, what on earth is happening? This is absolutely baffling. Thank you so much. Bruce, you're such a wonderful supporter of the channel, and I do appreciate when you come by to spread the love, and especially you reminded me that we have a membership stream next Wednesday on the 4th. So we have a membership stream on the 4th, and I had meant to give away 5 memberships. So I'm going to follow you with that, with 5 memberships.
I thought you were going to say,
own.
like, now I don't have to.
Yeah, I don't have to, but
no, I know. I'm being a jerk.
Wait a minute, I can't. It won't. It doesn't give me the option to.
You're not going to spin the wheel?
No, I can spin the wheel.
We need to spin the wheel.
I no, I don't. I mean, I can't give away memberships.
Well,
anymore.
don't worry about
I did
it.
it last month. But I guess I don't have to worry
Bruce
about it because
Lombardo
Bruce
did
did
it
it
right
for
now.
me.
You said you were going to do it on the 4th, right?
No, I said I know I wanted to do it before the membership stream, but for whatever reason I can't do it.
Okay, I'm going to do something that's a little unorthodox.
Oh, you know what? Maybe if I close it. And unorthodox. That sounds dangerous.
Well, no, it'll be fine. And this goes out to Morn and Bruce Lombardo. Making your way in the world today.
Okay, now I can do it. I figured it out.
Taking a break from all your worries. Sure.
So I'm gonna also gift 5 memberships. So we're gonna have
like to get away.
A lot here. Here we go.
All
and
those
I will
nights
play
when you've got no lights. The check is in the mail. And your little angel swung the cat up by its tail. And your third fiance didn't show. Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You wanna be where people see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. And scene.
That was beautiful. And I was hoping
it was okay. It was okay.
No, but you know what? It's what I get. Bruce Lombardo from Dick's Division gifted 5 membership chats. And who got it? Watch Your X.
Hey.
American Patriots Pad. Richard Spake. Richard Spake became a sponsor. And I don't normally do this, but I know that Richard Spake is not capable of being in the chat. So I did wrench him. If he ever comes back to my channel, if you ever hear this Richard Spake, please try to drop a comment in the chat during a live stream and see if you can do it now. I only do this whenever YouTube is being I was going to say a bitch, but yeah.
That's fine. You can say bitch. I was going to say a fuck stain, but whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And not letting people type in the chat. And so I gave you a wrench to see if you can type in the chat now. And if you want to show up for the membership stream or whenever you like, Z3PL, I really admire Z3PO for some reason. I think he's so great. He's so funny. No, I know what the reason is, because he's hilarious.
He is
can
hilarious.
Just say something and I'm on the floor. It doesn't matter what he says. He could be reading anything. Mars Monkey Max says,
I curse his metal body because he's never fast enough.
Mars Monkey Max also became a sponsor. Stupenzo got a free membership too. Thanks to Bruce Lombardo. Stupenzo, I need to go spend time with Stupenzo in the middle of the night.
Wait,
next time
phrasing.
I'm up late. Well, no, but he has live streams late at night in the middle of the night.
Okay, that makes more sense.
I'm glad you asked. Sentai Ranger Donnie is excited for the King of the Hill revival. Is that still happening? Because I heard it was happening and nothing's happening.
Delightful.
Old man. Hey, I like King of the Hill. It's fun.
That's not my problem.
Old man says Bruce Lombardo of Dick's Division, an artist. No, it's fun. I like Luann. I guess I can't have Luann. I think the actress for her is no.
She died. She died.
Yeah, she did. She did. Luann dead.
Hashtag.
That is sad. That does make me sad. Okay, never mind. They can't have it. They can't have a sequel because they don't have Luann. Jill is a social media sensation.
True story.
That might be exaggeration, but I'm glad to be here.
I don't think so.
So I also gifted 5 memberships. Lord Thoth got one, as well as M. Night Shaman, Doghouse Riley. Wow. I didn't even know Doghouse Riley was a subscriber. That's great. Suzanne became a member. Andrew Panagotis also became a sponsor. Wow.
Thanks.
What are you up to, Norm? My ideal weight if I was 11 feet tall.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, man, that BMI scale is a bitch. Yeah,
well, and also, it's like, hey, Normie, what's up? My nipples, it's freezing out there.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I did know Stupenzo became monetized within the past few months. Okay, so let's get back to the show, and I will do that by playing a bit of the episode. Where is it? So it's here because we got those gifted memberships. I got to play a bit of this because I got to play something instead of spinning the wheel today. I'm playing whatever we're reviewing.
Ooh, how bold!
And in that case, yes. In that case, we're going to go to Star Trek, and we're going to play these. Well, I call them Saturday morning cartoon characters. I don't know if I'm accurate there, but I really think I am.
But I feel like celebrating.
Yes. So, season 6, episode 12. Let's open this up with Media Player. And here it is. I gotta find the spot. Oh, there it is. Wow, I found it immediately. How did I do that?
Gee.
Okay, I'll just play a little of it. I don't know if this is the right spot, but we're gonna play this anyway. Unmute the screen and play.
You like surprises, Quark?
Only pleasant ones.
I like to think I'm pleasant. You think I'm pleasant?
Absolutely.
Then I guess this qualifies as a pleasant surprise.
What
do you... Oh dear. That's
who were those actors?
If I could just play that entire thing, I would be so happy. Just like forget the rest of the show and just watch Star Trek.
Well, as you've said, within this stream, it's like getting acclaim and being like, you shouldn't have played that is fine. Getting blocked, that's the terrible part. And it's like, come
that's
on.
Why we can't just play it. So the actors are Brad Greenquist and Bridget. Oh wait, no, Brad Greenquist as Crit and Cyril O'Reilly as Noshk.
Huh. Yeah. I'm not familiar with their names, but their performances, like the voices.
Their performances are fun. I mean, obviously one's doing his best De Niro impression.
What?
Or what impression is he doing? It feels like some kind of mafia impression. What is he? What do you think?
Really? Okay.
Well, okay.
For some reason,
tell me in the chat what impression that guy's doing. He's doing somebody's impression. Maybe I'm wrong.
I feel like we've had this conversation.
You too. Yeah, that was the biggest thing while I was taking these slides. I was like, didn't we do this before? But I can't remember when. or why?
Well,
or
and
how?
when I was watching this, my roommate came in and said, "You know what the worst part about the alien makeup on Star Trek is that I can't tell who the actors are." And it's like, that's true. Because I think that they deserve credit, but you can't see it under the absolutely extraordinary makeup. And I think that gives them, bona fides. Like, I think that it is a credit to their performances if they can act through the makeup, but you never get the credit. And that's why, like, when you look at Marvel movies, it's like everybody's taking off their helmets and masks. And it's like,
Okay,
yeah,
so
because
we're running out of time. I want to see if I can buy some time. Can you
we only have
talk for a
28
minute?
minutes, right?
Yeah, but I might be able to buy some time.
No, let's
give me a
let's
minute.
just rush. Let's rush.
Do you want to do you just want to lightning it, or should I buy
Let's
some time?
lightning round.
Okay, fine. So they're business sorts associates of Morn. Okay, so they
Get
say,
stressed.
yeah, I know. Now I'm stressed. So they're threatening Quark if they don't pay them, and they break a matador painting over his head, and so he agrees to give them 50%. And so he's giving away more and more of this latinum. Oh, I didn't get the picture of him being
Okay, you're
by the
really stressed.
But I didn't get the picture of the thugs
Of the matador?
smashing a matador painting over Quark's head while they're haggling for a lower price, for a higher price. And
well, they're
that
kind of holding
painting,
him hostage.
Yeah, that painting that was smashed over Quark's head was purchased by Morn in the 5th season episode In the Cards. So there you go. There's your answer.
Delightful.
And they made duplicates of it so that when it smashed over Quark's head, it would rip. It was scored. It was scored.
Well, it
in
was a
such way.
velvet painting. I kind of want one of those.
So they oh yeah, I had this whole dialogue, but we don't have time to read it.
No, we should read it.
Oh, see, so should I go buy some time? I can buy it.
No,
And then I
let's
can
just read the
relax.
dialogue and then figure it out. Oh, am I making things difficult?
Yeah.
We bet.
No. I already described it. We don't need to read it.
No, but I want
not that
to.
good.
It's fun. It's playful.
No, fine.
Thank you.
But it would make me feel better if I could get some time. I can do that if you just let me go do it.
Well, how about I do both parts and you go buy time?
Okay.
Okay. So where do I start? 4:34?
I'm still putting stuff in.
No, I know. I'm just waiting. I'm just trying to find
It
direction.
starts with Morn.
No, well, it starts with Quark.
Quark. Why do I keep saying Morn? Because I miss Morn. Why isn't Morn in this Morn episode? That's the worst part of this
You
episode.
want to read the autobiography of Morn, and more importantly, you want Morn to read his own autobiography.
Damn right.
Yes.
I want to know everything about Morn. This gives you a lot
Do
more
you have a crush on
backstory.
Morn?
No comment.
I'll take that as a yes.
Maybe.
What kind of hair do you think Morn had before? Do you think he had like a pompadour?
Pompadour.
What do you think? He had like a brush cut? What do you think?
Yeah, maybe. That might
He had a
make
little
more sense.
metal mullet.
Yeah, I could see that.
Anyway. So you're gonna buy time?
Yeah, I'm buying time.
Okay.
Well,
I
might
can start
fail.
while you do
So
that.
I'll come if I fail, then this is all gonna go sour and we gotta finish this show in 15 minutes.
Yeah, that sounds as same as it ever was. Tell me when to go. Or start.
All right. Oh dear, we've got Max Redstone. Hello, welcome.
Hey,
Help
Max.
Scotty read this. Decide who's
Hello.
reading what, and I will be right back. I'm sorry I have to introduce you and run away, but I'm trying to fix things so I can have more fun. I'll be right back.
That's exactly why I came on here. I'm supposed to be reading something.
Yes.
Okay.
First things first. Max, how are you?
Hi, Scotty. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Talking about Cheers and Deep Space Nine on a Friday afternoon. I am in heaven.
Now, I want to say that I think that if Voyager had actually been a fully successful and consistent show, we would have seen a spinoff about Morn. Nothing but Morn. Morn 24/7. Morn, 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 Morn. And Morn would just never stop
The
talking.
more you say Morn, the dirtier it sounds.
Morn.
Oh, stop it. I came. No, I can't say that in the afternoon.
It would have been Star Trek Deep Space Morn.
Well, welcome.
Morn,
thank you.
are you running scams? Are you running scams for Quark? Well, Kira, I don't want to, I wouldn't want to say, but guys, you know what? I really liked it when you didn't say anything. Oh, come on, Kira. You know that you love when I talk. You and Dax. Oh, come on.
Do you remember that time you sat on my face in Hollow Suite 4? So who do you want to be?
You don't remember it, but I do. I'll be what?
Max, would you prefer to be Quark or would you prefer to be Crit? I'll be everybody else, and you be Quark, or you be everybody else, and I'll be Quark.
I will.
You want to be Quark? All right. Well, you start.
I will. All right. Wait.
Starts at 4:34 p.m. in the private chat.
Oh, wait, my private chat doesn't go that far. Wait, hold on. I'm going to go to. Hold on. Hold on. We're going.
Oh no, it makes sense because you didn't show up when Jill was playing the thing.
Who mourns for more? Okay, hold on.
Oh no, but that's fine.
For
this is the benefit of live broadcast.
Now what's the first?
Gentlemen.
What's the first line?
Morn was expanding his business interests when he died.
Okay. Morn was expanding his business interests when he died. His resources were stretched somewhat thin. As a result, the claims against his estate were greater than his assets. Obviously, you can't expect full repayment.
What can we expect?
A percentage.
What sort of percentage?
20.
We can't accept less than 80.
I'll make it 30, and I'll throw in a shipment of Lavinian beets.
I don't like beets. We'll make it 70.
40. And because I can see you have fine taste, I'm willing to part with this. One of Morn's most treasured possessions. Isn't it beautiful?
Very nice. We can't take less than 60.
40's the best I can do.
50.
Sorry.
The painting ends up around your neck.
50 it is.
I'm glad we were able to come to an understanding.
Me too.
We'll be watching you, Quark. Don't try anything.
Me? Don't be ridiculous.
Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba bum 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 bum. So yeah, that was great, man. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Fun. No problem. You're a wonderful reading partner.
James Caserta says Jill likes it when the show devolves into a fiasco.
What?
You know what, James?
What? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's part of the reason why we're friends. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let's see
like
if you
Jill
can.
And I.
Let's see if you can. Let's test your knowledge of science fiction. What fiasco? Your troops bumble about looking for someone to surrender to. Then when they do, you follow suit. It's not Star Trek.
Yeah.
Blake
no,
7.
no. It sounds more like Star Wars, but it could be, I don't know, Ice Pirates?
Blake 7.
Yeah, no, I'm not familiar with that. Yeah.
Ooh, Scotro.
Well, and I hate to say it, like I don't want to bring a downer, and I was really looking forward to this, but one of the last things that Cardinal Sin wanted to do was a review show on Sundays for Blake 7, and I was on board. And instead of, that lying son of a bitch, instead of saying he was dying, he said he was busy. And so we never got around to it.
I thought you were going to say, instead of saying he was dying, he said he was down.
No, he was like, I got a lot of stuff going on right now. And we were all like, oh, no, Gil's got business.
Well,
it was like, no.
As Morgan Freeman famously said, get busy living or get busy dying.
Yeah.
And then he also said, well, I'm going to date one of my relatives. I'm Morgan Freeman, and I can do that.
Is that a thing?
I think it was. Yeah.
Morgan Freeman dated his cousin?
I think so. Or niece.
Huh. Niece? Well, these are spurious accusations. I cannot condone it.
Let's let the magic of the internet.
Let's Google.
Freeman.
Bruce Lombardo in the chat says the best part of the streams with Jill are when the panel and chat have an organic conversation and it turns into a bunny trail that goes completely off into a new set of topics.
Morgan Freeman, step granddaughter. Rumored.
What?
Morgan Freeman has been the subject of, Brave AI, or whatever AI is behind Brave browser. Morgan Freeman has been the subject of rumors about a romantic relationship with his step-granddaughter, Idina Hines, who was tragically deleted in 2015. These rumors have persisted despite Freeman's denials and the fact that Hines was his step-granddaughter, not his niece.
What are we talking about?
I have no idea what brought this on.
Well, we hopped from one thing to another. Then we got to Morgan Freeman and his
Morgan Freeman.
Oh, Jill. We were talking about Cardinal Sin. And then Morgan Freeman's line from Shawshank Redemption that you get busy living. Or get busy die.
What did you say? Get busy.
You get busy Lizzo or get busy Dizzo.
You get chunky funky and then you do the monkey.
Then there's chunky. There's Campbell's chunky style. And
you get a Slurpee and then we do the twerky.
Oh, that's just nasty.
That's Cleveland from the Cleveland show.
I know. But only Cleveland can. Morgan Freeman says something about all the stank
Jill,
of the day. It just loses.
Control.
Nobody watched the Cleveland
I'm going to have a cigarette. I'm going to come back I hope things are more between
Morgan
the lines.
Freeman said, "Oh man, no, not even black people watch the Cleveland show."
Exactly. That was the problem with it. It's
the best part of the Cleveland show was the bear.
Did you guys address this chat?
Which chat?
Loretta Swit passed.
Oh my god! Oh my
no,
god!
I guess not. Then.
We went down a rabbit hole.
Yeah. Okay. But I would have guessed the rabbit hole is because of this.
Sorry.
Well, no, don't be sorry. I asked you guys to cover for me. I didn't ask.
Well, I'm not sorry. I'm not regretful. Sorry. I'm just
okay.
Oh,
you're right. Aww. Yeah, Loretta Swit passed from MASH.
Hot
away
Lips Houlihan
today.
was 87.
And the reason I read it is because she was 87. Yeah, natural causes. And
wow.
Well, and this is a memorial for George Wendt, who played Norm.
Norm from Cheers. Wow. I mean, and it's like people change. People change over the years. She had some work done. I'm looking at a 2015 photo.
Oh.
Well, Chuck, would you? Sorry. Go ahead.
Chuck A says, I saw her at a convention 2 years ago. What do you want to ask from Chuck?
I was going to say, Chuck, I'm of the opinion that she looks like she had some work done toward the end. Would you agree? Anyway. Damn. Well, Frank Burns has someone to play with. Gosh. So do we have the option? Well, do you have the option of like rating people in chat now?
What do you mean?
Well, I saw something on
what did you see it on?
I saw it on Stark of Irons. Stark of Iron had something yesterday, and it's like all of a sudden there's like a ranking on the top of the chat.
A ranking on the top of the chat?
Like there's a
No, I don't know
leaderboard.
what you're talking about.
No, I guess it's an option.
Let's see. Community moderation, participants, timestamps, reactions. No, I don't have that. It could be he's part of a beta program, and I don't get it. I don't get that.
Mr. Stark is part of Mr. Stark is beta.
He got lucky. He got part of the beta program, so he gets a lucky. I'll see what it is when I go to his next stream. Because he'll have the feature still. And I'll check it out because I have no clue what on earth you're talking about.
A little purple thing on the top line. But anyway, so how are you, Jill?
Not for me. I don't get it. Oh, wonderful. Because I just got supported on my channel. Woohoo! Bruce Lombardo of Dick's Division sends $5. Whatever you do, never go down the hole of looking up Volvo YCC. It takes a novel idea and turns into a comedy routine. Then I make sure I won't do that.
I see. You know what? I think South Park did an episode on that when Mr. Garrison developed his own little car.
Well, I will. I promise I won't do that until after the show because I do not want to go down a rabbit hole right now. We've got to continue. Even though I did buy the extra time and I did get it, I still want to finish this in a reasonable fashion. But now we don't have to. Now our hair doesn't have to be on fire.
You know what I was thinking? The your car concept. Interesting.
Hey, the Wayfarer point. How's your Friday? Yeah.
I was
really good.
Because I was thinking earlier today about the Simpsons episode with Danny DeVito where he plays where Dan DeVito plays Herb Powell, Homer's long lost brother.
Oh, neat. Well, Danny DeVito, I always loved him anywhere he is. So he's really great. He's really cool.
Whether you're going near or far, Powell makes a powerful car.
Okay. James Caserta says Jill in Wonderland with the Mad Hatter. Okay. I don't know what James Caserta is talking about, but
and then Homer designs a car for him and he goes bankrupt. It's the worst car ever.
Oh, okay. You know what? I think somebody made that into a real car, but it looks way better.
Oh. I'm thinking that's the car. I think it's the car from the Johnny Cash songs. Like it was a 1941, 42, 43, 44, 45, 40. Yep, that's it.
What
the hell? I'm ruined.
And then somebody made it for real. And then here's the real one.
Wow. Whoa. Hey, that's a Rolls Royce. Well, no, wait. Sorry. That's a Bentley.
It looks really cool. It looks better than Homer's.
Bort. We need more Bort license plates in the gift shop. No, that isn't a. Well,
thanks for that.
That is a late 80s, early 90s BMW 3 Series coupe with a Bentley grill.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you
welcome.
for that information. Also, speaking of information, this episode, Two Mourns for Morn, was nominated for an Emmy Award for Outstanding Makeup for a series for Michael Westmore.
Ooh.
And so he says the makeup for Kit and Noshk, Westmore commented, we did this bony ridge that went all around the head, right down the back, and then had them on their hands too. For Laurel.
Go ahead.
For Laurel, the lady who's saying she's Morn's wife, Westmore says, the other character, Laurel, is all forehead with widow peaks on.
For some reason, the other day I was thinking about it's like when Quark goes back to Ferenginar and he goes into the class and he's like, Quark, get out of here. It's like, I'm sorry, Negus. What is the Negus doing in my closet? And it's like revealed that Ishka's having an affair with Zek.
Yeah, that's right. And she's been pulling his strings and changing stuff. And that's why things were changing for women on Ferenginar. It's all, Quark, it's all some politics.
I need you to come back and depose your brother. Whoa, really? I thought you wanted Ferengi. I thought you wanted the Ferengi Empire to turn into workers' Paris. I thought I did. Your mother convinced me on it. It's all gone to crap.
Wow, that's well remembered. You know what? I'll invite you personally when next time we do any episode with the Negus in it.
Yeah.
So Quark discovers there's an access chip hidden inside the painting, the Matador painting that was smashed over his head, and it gives him access to the storage locker.
I wonder.
137.
I wonder if this was the inspiration for the episode of Breaking Bad. Do you remember when right after he bests Gus Fring, and it's like everything goes into the lockup and they do the thing with the magnet?
Yeah, magnets,
bae. So and it's like the thing was totally unnecessary because Gus's computer was encrypted, but the disruption like caused a picture to smash, and they found like all the account numbers in one of the frames.
Oh, right, in the police in the storage room. Yes.
Yeah. It's either that.
Yes, I remember that now.
They use the same thing in Traffic.
Oh, I love Traffic. You know what? I have a very ignorant opinion of Breaking Bad.
Okay.
I watched the first season in the same year that the last season was airing.
Uh-huh.
And spoilers for Breaking Bad. When was the last episode of Breaking Bad? Was it like
2013?
10 years ago? 2013. So it's like I'm not worried about the spoilers. So when I watched that show, I was like, you know what? If Walter White dies at the end of it, I'm not going to watch the show after having watched the first season. And when I found out that Walter White does, you know, I was like, fine. I don't want to see the degradation of a human being from virtuous and decent into awful.
But
like, I didn't want to see that, and I know that's the show.
That is the show. But also the problem is that you like Better Call Saul, but the fact is that he shows up
but I haven't watched all of it.
But he shows up in season 2, and you didn't watch season 2.
Dude, you know, you can't. Okay, in my humble opinion, you can't watch Breaking Bad and then you can't watch Breaking Bad and then Better Call Saul without the appreciation for the cathartic moments. I mean, they are
sure.
They are what it's like the catharsis of what happens to Walter White, for example. It's like it doesn't happen to anyone else in the show.
Like I'm a big hey everybody, welcome to our George Wendt tribute. We're gonna talk about Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad. No, I watched more of Better Call Saul. I haven't seen it all, but I do appreciate. I've seen the end of Better Call Saul, and I like the redemption of Jimmy.
Yeah.
And I like the people, like even through the course of the show, in terms of who their antagonists were going to be, and then the people who were closer to Jimmy were the ones who, like his brother, fucked him.
Yeah.
And so, like, it is a beautiful, like, if there is somebody who is going to rage against the tide, that is Walter White. But I am much more of a surfer, and that is why I Better Call Saul.
Well,
it's all good, man.
You know,
it's all good, man.
Get it? It's all good, man. You know,
so
it's like,
we can probably expand on this.
Tune in next week for our new podcast about Breaking Bad.
So
about Breaking Bad. I do like.
It'll be called Meth Addicts.
But
I will posit this question then, because my expertise on Norm from Cheers is not as great as, say, some other shows. But
Jill read his book.
Did Norm, as a character, ever go through a catharsis?
Well, yeah, we watched the episode. Peterson Crusoe. He goes through a catharsis. And even in the last episode, he has, after Sam, or right before Sam, he has the last, I hate to call it this because I think it's really poetic, and so maybe I'm romanticizing it, but he has the last soliloquy of Cheers.
He does, yes. So we're going to get to that when we get to that episode. Hopefully we can make it there. If we can get.
I thought we only had like 7 more minutes.
No, we don't.
Did you buy time?
Yeah, I bought time. Yes.
And to respond to the Wayfair Project, yes, I have seen Gung Ho. It is a horrific movie, but it is wonderful. It's a wonderful movie at the same time because it's Michael Keaton.
Well, how do you mean it's horrific? Do you mean in terms of the racial stereotypes?
It's not horrific. It's fun.
It's fun.
It's a fun movie.
Okay. The thing. There are things that. Okay. Let me rephrase it. There are things that make it a bit horrific.
Horrific is a very fucking strong word, yo.
The racial stereotype that give it a horrific. Okay, I'm going to minimize
a racial stereotype of people from Japan
ambitious
being really
Japanese
You
hardworking.
know what?
Yeah, it seems like completely complimentary.
It's still a great movie, though.
I think. Well, but it's a thing about competition, and it also is a matter of the people who are in charge of the competition are the ones who want to win. But when the people who engage in the competition, they are friendly. Like they're people. They're just people.
Yes. Okay. I also need to say goodbye to Old Man Bird. He
Old
says,
Man
"Have a good
Bird!"
week. Have a good week, Scotty R37,
I refuse.
Jill, Jedi Master 2022, Max Redstone.
Ooh.
Thank you so much, Old Man Bird. I hope you have a wonderful week too.
Absolutely.
And
So to Old Man
James-
Bird, I say, congratulations, 15,000 cars.
yeah, and Bruce Lombardo says, "Here's what you'd hear on Nerdrotic right now. So Winds of Winter will not be finished this month or this year. Wings of Winter will probably not be finished in 2030. Look for it after 2050." But also he says, "A dream of spring will always remain a dream," and that's something that I've carried with me, even though I do not listen to Nerdrotic any longer. But that was a good line. It's true.
Yeah.
What the hell is a wing of winter?
It's supposed to be
Wind.
George R.R. Martin's.
Oh, is that Game of Thrones thing?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't care. Good for you guys.
I think right now George R.R. Martin is I think his most writerly work is having his mind transferred into a locomotive control unit.
I miss Peter David.
Or what if he puts it inside his Robbie the Robot?
Maybe
That sounded dirty. Are we not doing phrasing anymore? What if he wants to put it in his Robbie the Robot?
Where do you put
it in your Robbie the Robot?
Jill, what if he puts it inside Robbie the Robot?
See,
I mean, it's his
exactly. It's all about
consciousness.
phrasing.
No,
It's about
no,
phrasing.
but it wasn't phrasing. It's context. If you're listening to Max Redstone, he's obviously talking about transhumanism. And
Max
transferring-
Redstone is being sexy as all get out.
I was merely talking about him putting his mind into a computer. Not
mind. I didn't know. He didn't
Yes.
specify.
Yes, he did.
Putting his
Well,
mind
it was
into a
very clear.
locomotive control unit, Scotty.
I've been watching
my.
Cheers all day. Maybe I'm full of beer.
I was not suggesting any ribaldry.
You know what? I love the word ribaldry. So points.
Hooray.
Jill, I believe you have the conch.
Yes, I do. I played a video, but nobody heard it because I had it muted.
Yes.
Even though I tried to unmute it and it won't mute, it won't unmute, even though I clicked on it. So I have to stop the screen and I gotta reshare it. It's just it's fact of life. Fact of life, gotta deal with.
Well, you can take them both, and there you have.
Oh my god.
I know.
Why is there no?
I'm sorry about the echo. StreamYard is just wonky, but it's the only way I could play
I fixed
sound.
it.
Only you can hear the echo, but it's the only way I can play
It
these.
was Scotty's fault.
So
No,
don't
everyone
worry,
else
no.
just has to be really quiet
No.
while the clips are
Let
playing.
me explain this to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Max.
Yes.
Anytime I'm sharing the sound on my screen, for some reason, StreamYard is fracked up and everybody hears an echo.
Okay.
So
then I'll
all
mute
you
my
have to do-
microphone.
Yeah, whenever I have to play the screen
All right.
audio.
Yeah, only
I'm
during the
muted.
video. I'll do it too. I'll start.
Been very helpful.
Whoa! Ah!
Morn, wherever you are, I love you!
The first expression of love by Quark.
Yes.
Oh no, this is season 6.
Yeah, that's true.
He's been married. He loves grill cut.
Well,
he's had romances before that too.
Well, and
Yeah, I
also
know.
he is in love with Jadzia.
That's
he's in
true, but he
lust
can't
with
have her.
Jadzia.
No, I know, but the thing is, and this is what is beautiful about this episode. I know it's a very poorly rated episode.
Oh yeah,
but
no,
I
it's not the best.
No, it's not. And I know, like I've seen some programs with some people, and they've said that this isn't science fiction. And you know what? I will concede it. I will concede that this is not science fiction, aside from the aliens and the space station. Speaking of universal truths of humanity. And the thing is that I enjoy the friendship between Quark and Jadzia when they play Tongo. Man, I get chills. I love any scene where I get to, yeah, exactly. Acquire.
Full consortium.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, that is like the royal flush of Tongo.
But yeah, no, what I think, and I think it goes without saying, is this story tells so much about Morn without Morn having to say a word as usual.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm upset about the ending of this episode.
Why? Because it explains Morn's horrific alopecia?
No, yes, his alopecia.
Yes. Well, we have to wait. We have to wait since we can.
Yeah, we got a lot of way to go. How much time did you buy? How much did it cost?
It just cost calling my mother.
Oh shit.
Oh my.
She's gonna take my son to his party. He's going to a party.
Well, all right. Never mind.
And I'll pick him up later.
All right.
All right. So
It's your business.
It is my business. Party business.
Yeah. Well, we're in pursuit of gold press latinum. So anyway, Booger's here.
Well, maybe we can move on to the gold press latinum someday. Booger 414 says I had to work all day, just getting here just now.
Well, we should you know what, Booger? I think we should play something for you. Jill, do you want to get it or should I?
We should. But for some reason, StreamYard did this thing where I can't search for videos very well anymore.
You search?
And
like it's where is
you can search for the words.
Where's
you can
Booger?
search for the word. You used to be able to search for the words, but you can no longer search for words.
Well, this is why I suck at this game, is because I can't find the clips quickly because I just keep going into all these
Oh my God,
menus.
you messed up. You messed it up.
Oh yeah,
now
that makes
everything's
sense.
stuck.
It sounds like me.
This is StreamYard's fault, but I found it.
Where's Booger? Yeah, everybody do it. It's awesome. You gotta yell Booger. This is so fun. Anyway,
Let's get
thank you
ready
for being
to
here. The
rumble.
only reason we did it was because you were here, Booger.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Oh no, now we're gonna get demonetized.
No.
They should have given more in the last line in the show. Yes, Booger. Agreed. Oh, failure. Deep Space Nine failed.
Oh, and also I do want to give a big shout out to Lester Holt.
Why?
Well, apparently it's gonna be his last broadcast on the NBC Nightly News.
Oh.
Sentai Ranger Donnie news from Sentai Ranger Donnie.
Yeah. So
also, wait a minute. Is it today's Combs Mini's birthday?
No, Cole Meany does not age.
It is. It's Cole Meany's birthday.
Are you comparing Cole
Is it
Meany
factual?
True story. Sentai Ranger Donnie's giving us the news.
All right.
Happy
well, thank you so
birthday.
much. Oh, and I'm sorry for the passing of Loretta Swit.
Yes.
Yes, and yes, we did have someone in the chat regretting that.
She performed very frequently around my neck of the woods, and I never had the opportunity to see those dinner theaters.
He did a fine job as Dahmer in Under Siege.
Oh, dude, in Con Air, when he's the guy with the Corvette that says kick ass.
Agent Duncan Malloy.
Yeah, so good. And you know what? One of the things I don't really like the movie Get Him to the Greek with you know,
Russell
Jonah
Brand
Hill and Russell Brand. But like Cole Meany plays like a prominent role in that film. It's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, no, I will watch that. Oh, it's not good, but Cole Meany is in it.
Gosh, I just remember Under Siege with
Yeah.
Dahmer. I don't know what this man would have charged, but I don't know what this man would have cost, but it would have been worth it.
Absolutely. You know what? Okay, so we've celebrated Norm, and we are going to continue doing that. We are celebrating Morn, but like as your cornerstone of start, like, yeah, no, I'm a big O'Brien fan. I think
this game is supposed to be fun, not a life and death struggle.
Chief O'Brien. Chief O'Brien is probably. It's an arm wrestle between Chief O'Brien and Dr. McCoy.
Well,
Now you're sounding like Spock. If you're going to get nasty, I'm going to leave.
See?
No one would ever say McCoy must suffer.
No, well, his ex-wife.
All right, okay. Let's move on.
Let's move on.
I do want to. I even though I have extra time, I do want to continue. And so,
we should on with the show. This is it.
Opens the storage box, and the storage box is very small.
Don't forget your slides.
It only has one strip and one brick of latinum in it, but Quark is not worried. He sees the bank account number on it. And so he goes to cash in, but on his way back,
enough to cover Mourn's bar tab.
It should cover it, but he's more excited about the account number, and so he tries to go back to his quarters to call the bank, but Laurel intercepts and starts giving him some umox, and
that's like
this is
blowing a guy in the middle of a fucking bus terminal.
But she does it to steal the brick of Latin.
And he's like, no.
Yeah,
she even mentions it. She says you're very diligent to put off satisfaction or something like that.
You don't make it easy.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing.
Yeah. So Quark isn't worried that she stole it because
she's
knows
a hot redhead and he's into that. It's a guitar.
Well, that's also true. It's also because he knows that the bank will only give the money to him. And then
that's right.
He runs into the brothers who threaten him some more, and then he's about to call the bank, but he's stopped by Hain, and so this Gregory.
Yeah. Okay. So I know his face. I do not know. Like, I know he was in A Mirror Darkly for for Enterprise. He was one of the evil admirals in the evil universe in Enterprise. And then also he was the president, I think, in 24.
Okay. The president in 24.
If anybody can back this up, I would love it. I'm just hypothesizing. Where do you recognize
President Charles Logan? So there you go.
Like, apparently he's great.
Yeah.
I was so happy to see him.
Well, yeah, me too.
He should have been in the bathing suit instead of the lady.
He should have been in the bathing suit.
Why not?
So he pretends he's gonna arrest Quark. And
do you think he's like cut? Do you think he lifts?
I don't know. It's hard to tell with the uniform.
I apologize for imagining this man naked.
Well, not that I would think that's gross or anything.
It is what? Nick neck patty whack, give a dog a bone.
Yes, I'm glad you caught what I was trying to do.
Oh, we always play catch.
So, what is going on here? He's
know.
Saying he's working. Okay, so this Hain says he's with security, Lurian security, And he claims this is where he's coming up with this story that Morn was the crown prince. The first time I watched this episode, I was like, Morn is a prince. I totally bought it. The royal family of Luria who bequeathed it to him.
Morn was the prince of Zamund, was the crown prince of Zamunda.
Yes.
No, Lieutenant Yard, no vaccine.
There will be no treaty, no vaccine.
Nice.
My favorite episode of Star Trek.
The worst episode of Star Trek ever.
It's my favorite. It is my favorite episode of Star Trek.
Well, I can't say I'll never watch it again because I got to review it.
Because you're friends with me and you're going to have to put up with it.
Yeah, at some point I'm going to have to review it. I might make it a double feature of bad episodes. So pick an episode that goes with
Sub Rosa.
Oh,
I don't want to be promoting. Jill has sent me a Lieutenant Yar, and she is still waiting for me to send her the vaccine.
Yeah, I gave you the Lieutenant Yar.
There were complications.
Well, no, we just Lutan fucking lost to the vice president because the first lady wanted to get up with his grill.
Yep.
So that's what happened. You know what? You got to respect cultures, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So Hayne essentially tells Quark to call the bank, tell them, and to send Latinum to the station, and that he'll do the rest. And so of course he's just trying to get the Latinum. In reality, we're not supposed to know this while we're watching this episode. But
what are they going to send to the station? I
have
wonder.
Okay, before we get into this adorableness, I just want to talk about Haim and his outfit. Like, who wears that? And also, it does look, is that the Lurian represent, like, is he impersonating a representative of the royal family?
He's impersonating a police officer of the royal family.
Right. So is that a badge, that thing he's wearing across his chest?
That would make sense.
So, all right.
Follows. Yeah, that's logical to assume.
All right. Just curious.
I don't know anything further than that. You've gone farther than me in the analysis of his wearings.
No, but I haven't jumped to conclusions yet.
No.
I don't know. I want to go there with you guys. Let's go.
So Morn's not there, so everyone's keeping his stool warm. And to that end, Chief O'Brien is fixing an optronic relay while he's sitting
I
in
love
Morn's
that
chair.
word. Like, when I heard it, I didn't have to pause or anything. But when I heard Chief O'Brien say an optronic, I was like, yeah, that makes sense.
Not a self-stealing stem bolt.
Exactly. But, like, is optronic actually a word?
Yes, it's a real word. It's a study of optics. Well, like electronics and
optical electronics, hence optronics.
Yeah.
Okay,
optical electronic. That's as far as I go, really.
That's fine.
But
that sounds
I guess I could look
the
up
etymology. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, no science fiction, but there's a reference to science fiction right there. With real
I
science.
like science fact.
And so Bashir stops by too, and
yes,
because he wants a drink from Quark, but Quark is not there. So afterwards, O'Brien has to leave, so Bashir takes his place in the chair. So they're just showing how everybody is sitting in Morn's chair in his memory. The
give us a drink, barkeep.
This seriously, yeah, right. I wonder what kind of.
You know what? I want to rewrite this episode.
Oh, sure.
So remember how they establish that there is a hologram of Morn sitting at that stool to make it so that it feels more like Quark's. people like Quarks better when Morn is there. I believe
hear the door?
this is why. I believe this is why Jill paired this episode with a Norm retrospective, a George Wendt retrospective. But the thing is that why not have the hologram on in tribute to Morn, and then instead of having the fight in the cargo bay, have it in Quarks. And that's the moment where Morn returns, because everybody thinks it's a hologram. But he comes to life and shoots the bad guys. And then Quark is like, are you kidding me? That would have been...
That would have been cool.
It
would have given Morn an action scene. That would have been great. I like this idea.
Well, and that's part of the reason. Anyway, I'm skipping to the end. I should have a cigarette. I'll be back at the end.
Okay. That's fine.
Let's hope. How much time did you
all
buy?
The time in the world. Quark finds
my
Laurel.
Diana Rig.
Scotty, you should
wait, I gotta be right back myself. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hello, welcome to
Well,
the
I
Max
can't
Fredstone
leave if
Show.
she's leaving. I thought I got myself out of this.
You
shit.
could, and I can talk
Do you
about.
want the floor?
I could talk about Liberace in the 1980s at the Hilton. No, I won't. I could talk about how BBC just put out Doctor Who Pyramid of Mars, one of the best Tom Baker, Sarah Jane Smith episodes, and it's for free on YouTube.
Man, they are finally releasing my favorite Doctor Who serial on Blu-ray.
Which
it
one?
Has been War Games.
Oh.
It has been edited down and colorized with modernized special effects, and it's available on Blu-ray. I think it's coming out shortly, like in June-ish.
Interesting.
But the thing is, I don't care about the new version. One of the special features is that they're going to have the entire original 10-part series. And that is treasure.
The last Patrick Troughton episode.
Yeah. Patrick Troughton is my second favorite Doctor.
Ah.
So I'm really looking forward to the release of that. I think it's like $40 Canadian, which means it's like $10 American.
Be $500 million American.
Exactly. I don't know what the tariffs are on Doctor Who. Actually, it's British. Maybe it might be cheaper.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, Americans make all the best stuff. So, but yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that. I finally paid for my pre-order of the Norm Macdonald movie directed by Bob Saget called Dirty Work. I got the Blu-ray of that coming to me. I finally paid it off.
Oh,
so that's going to be fun.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm hoping. I like it when Jill leaves, we're left with a lonely image of Dr. Bashir.
Oh, Julia.
Hey, everybody. If you're joining us right now, we feel exactly like Dr. Bashir.
Yep. I think Alexander Siddig looks like a Simpsons character right here.
Yeah, but I love him.
And I gotta say, what is up with Quark's stemware? It is all over the place.
Explain.
His glassware under the bar. I'm just saying, there's just a lot of different glasses.
Well, it's a bar.
I know. There's different glasses for every drink. I'm commenting on minutia.
Yeah, man. I'm not going to serve a White Russian in a champagne flute. Although, actually, you know what? If it was made right with a straw,
it was made right.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yes. Scotty knows what I'm talking about, don't you, Scotty?
Scotty doesn't.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, Mister. I don't know what you're talking about, Mister Sulu. Pouring alcohol into another glass is kind of a waste.
Well, and that's an old joke for beer drinkers.
Yeah,
is when you're holding a bottle of beer and someone says, "Would you like a glass?" And
I already got one.
It's already in
All right.
glass.
Hello.
Hi, you're back.
I am.
Well, I'm leaving.
She's back.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
I don't know what's
man.
happening, but
I don't either.
Quark. Okay, so this is where everybody converges, where we get Quark and
Like
Laurel, and then the
crescendo.
brothers show up, and then the doorbell rings, and then the brothers get through the lock. Yeah, I should get better luck. I should have better locks. And then it's revealed that Hayne, Laurel, Crit, and Nosh were all lying to Quark. So
They were all
Laurel
in on it
is
together.
not. Yeah, Laurel is not Mourn's
You
wife.
mean Morn wasn't a prince?
And Morn wasn't really a prince.
Baby, when I say he's got his own money, I mean he's got his own money.
Oh, he has Latinum all right, though. But it wasn't the Lesepian lottery. It was the Lesepian Mother's Day heist.
Ah.
And so the whole...
Which the statute of limitations expired just 2 weeks ago.
Yes, and that's exactly why that's exactly why the rest of them say now we can't be prosecuted for the crime anymore. We can come get our money. We can get our payout finally.
It's gold pressed.
Latinum. And
really?
Laurel says, so here we are. The Latinum's en route. Maybe we should just split it up and go our separate ways. And Quark says, voice of reason. Oh, wait, there's a lot of lines here. Anyway. So they decide they're going to kill Quark because they don't need him anymore. But Quark's like, wait a minute, you can't kill me. I'm the only one who can take the delivery of the Latinum.
Yeah. Can you get Quark screaming?
Yes, I can get Quark screaming.
Thank you. One of my favorite things, because I'm more of an Odo guy than I am a Quark guy, but anytime I can see Quark suffer, fantastic. No, it's worse than that, man.
I can't go that high pitched. So
I know.
I can't go that high pitched without wrecking my voice.
It's like a falsetto or a soprano or some such. I can't wait. And I'm glad that Jill is accommodating. Welcome to the Star Trek channel with a side of Norm where everybody knows your name. We're going to cut off a guy's thumb.
We don't need him anymore.
Which is so bad because anyway, let's go.
We need him. Propose, Nosk, that we walk into the cargo bay with his bloody thumb and ask.
Still, this won't hurt as much.
Wait a minute.
Did you hear that?
Excellent.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's a little quiet, right? It's weird.
Yeah, no.
Excellent.
StreamYard is weird with the...
Smithers, make him scream again.
StreamYard is weird with the sound today, so please,
I blame me.
Okay.
It's not your fault. It's StreamYard's fault.
Let Scotty take agency over this.
Yeah, come on. Let me be Jesus.
That's a ghost job.
Scotty.
Yeah, let me be the
Are you
let me be
Scotty?
the Cisco.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you some screener questions. Scotty, are you Jewish?
No, I am
Well,
circumcised.
you can't be Jesus then. Sorry.
Damn it. You know what? I've been trying to be a carpenter.
Okay, we're on Act 5.
Also, I'm not really all
Act 5.
Act 5. We finally made it to Act 5, and so they're all headed to the cargo bay. So we're finally getting to the climax of the episode. But first they have a little meeting, apparently. Oh, just Quark says that he's just talking, commiserating with friends. That's how he explains it to Odo.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So, like the portrait of Morn.
Yeah.
Why isn't it like a holographic photograph? Like, why isn't it just something that is? And I don't mean like a rotating, like when people are
because holographs cost money.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. But even then, like
cheap,
is like there's not even a frame on that.
Yeah, well, frames cost money.
Like I don't even think it's a very good portrait.
Is that Mark Allen Shepard is an artist, and I was trying to see who painted this painting, and I can't find it. So I wonder if
They
Mark
probably
Allen
found
Shepard
someone
painted
on.
it.
They probably found someone on Venice Beach.
Yeah, they're ashamed of their work because it's terrible.
I guess. So I guess no one's going to take credit.
And then I'm going to find out it's Denise Okuda or something, and I'm going to be like, "I'm so sorry."
No, that's a good painting of Morn. I would hang that in my
think
bathroom.
it's too small. It doesn't make sense. If you're going to put that out on the bar, then can we do a little bit more closer to the edges? Who is this? Who made this painting? It is not a good. They didn't.
What if it was Kira? What if it was Kira?
You're right. He should have a drink in his hand. It's incorrect.
Well, it should at least color itself to the edges or have a frame that obscures the artist's lack of enthusiasm.
Anyway, let's get to the end of this
finish
episode.
this painting.
Let's finish the episode, Scotty.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
I'm getting reasonably angry.
Because I do want to be able to talk about the finale of Cheers 2.
Oh, right. I forgot. Cheers.
Yeah. So actually he does a little code with Odo, because Odo asks how long they're going to be commiserating, and Quark says until 1600 hours. So that basically
Does that
tells
thing
Odo what
look
he
like a
needs to know.
face?
Yes, it looks like a face.
It looks
But
like
we're humans.
a
We see
Japanese
faces.
doll or something.
Yeah, as humans, we see faces and everything. It's natural.
That makes sense. Yep.
And so then they accept the payment, and Quark goes to count the bricks, and this time his greed and admiration for Latinum basically saves his life here, because while he's gawking at the Latinum, everyone else is drawing weapons on each other and becoming aggressive to one another. And so, can
we point out that Quark saves his own life by doing a Scrooge McDuck?
Yes, that's what I just said. But you said it better. You said it better.
No,
but I said that his greed saved his life. But you're right. Yes.
And I gave it. It's odd that we have decided on the ducks. I gave him a Daffy Duck. Remember when he was like, "It's mine, mine, mine"? I tell you.
Oh, mine. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that was fake too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, no, absolutely. I believe that Quark is Daffy Duck.
Yeah, it's gold, pressed gold.
Oh, that's the worst. It's useless.
Yeah, it's just gold powder. But anyway, Crit
Gold
says
dust.
Crit calls his brother slow, and so Nash actually turns the gun on his own brother because he's tired of being made fun of. Yeah.
No, I don't think it was because he was tired. I think it was because justice.
You know what this reminds me of? There's
I said tired of being being made fun of.
This reminds me of there's a movie where these four guys steal a bunch of gold, and then they put themselves in these cryo capsules, and they like wake up 100 years in the future, and one of them the cryo capsule cracked and they died. One guy betrays the other, and then there's like
Spoilers.
the two guys, and they end up with like equal amounts of gold, and they're hauling it across this desert. And yeah, that's it. That Gavin Blackburn got it. And at the end of the episode, it's like, oh, it's like what one guy offs the other at the end, and it's like he's like he has all the gold and no water, and he passes away in the desert from dehydration. And then someone comes up in a futuristic vehicle. It's like, oh, he has gold. I remember there was a time back in the day when this was actually valuable. Huh. Interesting. Bye-bye.
Oh, that's a great movie. What movie was that?
I think Gavin Blackburn has it.
Oh, I already know the end to it. I guess I don't have to see it.
Rip Van Winkle
you
caper.
do. See, that's a thing that I get really upset with, is like, no, it's just because you know the ending. Here's the story. I'll tell you the story.
True.
Here's what happens. But the thing is that see the story.
Yes, if the journey is good, I'll watch it over and
Yes.
over. I watch Lord of the Rings over and over, even though I know it'll be
What the
destroyed.
fuck is wrong with you?
I have good taste. So then there's a firefight. There's a firefight. Everybody's shooting at each other except for Quark. He jumps into the cargo container, and it just right amount of time as the blast almost hits him. And then there's another one that flies through the actual container that almost gets him also. And so he actually starts taking the firefight more seriously at that point. And he says, he's happy they're going to kill each other, basically, until, oh yeah, there it is. I'm not slow. And then that's when he puts the phaser or disruptor or whatever he's got on his brother. And so Quark is about to jump in there, and the only time it gets broken up is when Odo arrives with his deputies to arrest everybody.
I shot the sheriff.
And Laurel's the only one who doesn't.
You're not even going to
seem
say that you didn't shoot the deputy? Come on.
But I didn't shoot the
But I swear it was in self-defense.
the moment's
Ooh.
All right. Anyhow, what's happening? I didn't press play. We're almost
Let's
there.
go.
1 minute and 40 seconds.
There we are.
So Quark doesn't die.
Super.
Actually, nobody dies. They all shoot each other, but they get sent to the infirmary,
They
indicating
shoot
that
at
they're probably going to be they're going to be healed, and they're going to go to jail.
Which is
Also-
indicative of poor marksmanship. Oh my.
No, but the thing is that who survives? Who is the one who is taken
Laurel?
with? Yeah, it's the lady alien. It's the Qatarian or whatever. Because I'm racist, I don't know the difference. And yeah, no, she is the survivor. She is the best shot. She is the one. This is female empowerment, and I find this episode to be woke.
It may not be woke. It could actually be just normal, like chivalry, where they wanted.
Well, it's
where
not
they didn't
chivalry
think
when
of.
the woman does it.
Well, okay, maybe.
What is it when women are gracious to men? What is that word?
Oh, the word. I don't know. Is there a word for that? There should be.
I
one.
don't know.
But anyway, I'm gonna play video. I'm gonna play my
Yeah,
screen,
play the video.
so-
Break up this awkwardness.
Yeah, because you're wrong anyway.
Yeah, makes sense.
And it's all yours.
I wanted the clip after this, but that takes up some of my time. Let's try it now.
No!
That's amazing. Great job, Cork. Armin Shimmerman.
Oh, are you just admiring the performance?
Yes.
Yes.
And I also enjoy Odo Schadenfreude.
Yep.
I was just very happy at watching it. It's the greatest thing ever for Odo.
How do you pronounce that?
Schadenfreude? You know, isn't that how you pronounce it?
Schadenfreude.
I'll send you the song. I probably
that makes
mispronounced it.
Yeah, no, if there's a song associated, then I'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'll send the song.
Incidentally, there's something called Scheinflug, which is a photographic effect. However, moving on.
Yeah, let's move on. Let's get to
No, we're at the end of the episode that you want to actually talk about, and
the best part.
So
anyway, I'm gonna go have a smoke.
Wait a minute. No, you can't.
I'm kidding.
Cork is trying to rip the bar stool off the floor when Odo reveals that Morn is actually alive and he faked his own death. And according to Mark Allen Shepard, the original story saw Morn actually die, but Penny L. Jude said not to do that. Shepard said, Penny told me in confidence that it was during a production meeting where the writers and producers were discussing the making of Who Mourns for Morn, that the subject of possibly killing Morn off in the episode was discussed. Penny told me that it was she who spoke up on Morn's behalf, and that it was somehow because of this that the storyline changed from Morn being killed off in the episode to Morn faking his own death. When she told me about the production meeting, it went something like this. Penny said, "You can't kill Morn off. If you do that, you would be killing off your mascot. The fans love Morn."
Yeah, absolutely.
And so Cork tries to get the story out of Morn, but then cuts him off, saying he doesn't want to hear it, and he already knows that he's been used by Morn, and is upset that he could have been killed, and knows that Morn used him to get his associates off his back now that the statute of limitation was over, and then he gets upset about almost being killed, and so Morn agrees to all of this. He accepts that he did it, but then he gives Cork. He reveals where the latinum's been hidden in his second stomach, and gives 100 bricks worth in a little glass to Cork.
What? What do you want? There's someone here to see you. I thought you said they were all going to prison. You'd better sit down.
Yeah. I'll let him explain it. Yeah, the whole thing was a scam to get them off your back, wasn't it? I could have been killed, you know, and I thought we were friends. I have to admit, I didn't suspect for a minute. To tell you the truth, I didn't think you had it in you to pull off something like this. I just have one question for you. What happened to the latinum? And that's what he does. He regurgitates the latinum into the glass. And it's apparently a CGI effect here.
The only thing I want.
It also explains why his hair fell out.
The only thing I wanted from this episode was him to say something, one word, and I don't know if it would have been better. Like, Morn being silent is amazing, but when he comes back, I was like, I wish Morn had said just one word. I don't know what word would have been perfect, but just
shut up, Quark.
Well, that's more than one word. Like, I was thinking, like, sorry.
Sure. Okay.
That would have been great. That would have been wonderful. Just one word. And it's his episode. He deserves to be the star and get some extra pay.
Yeah. Well,
it makes no sense.
Morn is like the Lisa Simpson of DS9.
F all that noise, Silent Bob. Everybody knows Kira is the Lisa system of. Lisa system?
System?
Lisa
Jesus.
system.
Oh wow, she's a whole system of planets.
That's right. That is absolute Lisa.
So, but Quark is impressed by Morn and wants to work with him and do business with him now. Especially with the gold dust, because there are some primitive cultures who think it's valuable. But Armin Shimmerman actually agrees with you, according to what I got here. He didn't like the episode. He said that's one of the inequities about Mark Allen Shepard still being an extra. Here's a whole episode around someone who's basically a background performer, and that's ridiculous. The definition of a background performer is someone you don't pay attention to. There's someone in the background, so how can you have an entire episode around them? It shows one of the inequities of what's happening over at the show that the producers are still treating Mark as though he's an extra. Renee Auberjonois often says, I've created a monster in Mark because I was very solicitous about him in the beginning, and so was David Livingston, who is not only a director but also our line producer. Between the two of us, we got a lot of coverage from Mark. So it's taken off from there. But Mark Allen Shepard himself says, I had a lot of fun with Who Mourns for Morn. Most people wouldn't have known that was actually me when Quark brings me out of the crowd to sit in Morn's chair. Sure, people that came to conventions know, but the people just laughed. I was told, which I thought was really cool. It was kind of an inside joke. The writers went into more detail than they have ever gone about Morn's background, who Morn is, and what he's done, as well as characters that are involved with him outside of the station. The fact that he sleeps in a pool of mud really surprised me, and that he also has two stomachs and that he keeps his latinum in the second stomach. No wonder I sit all day at Quark's and do nothing. Rich. Yes. In any case.
He's independently wealthy.
Yeah. It's a fine episode, but basically I only covered it because Morn is the anagram for Norm. And so we're going to move on to season 11, episode 25, One for the Road. For cheers after I check out these chats. See what's going on in the chat.
Chat.
Yeah. The best part of the streams with Jill are when the panel and the chat have an organic conversation and it turns into a bunny trail that goes completely off into a new set of topics for hours. And that's true. That can happen. Those are usually short leaves, but it can happen during a review stream too.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Max, for being out today. Absolutely. I do enjoy the conversation when it evolves into something interesting. Let's see what else we had. I want to make sure I don't miss anybody here. And I think he had to leave. Yes. Bruce Lombardo from Dick's Division. We're down 58 separate rabbit holes as of 1550 BST. That's not bad. So, I just watched the Mourn's Wife episode last week. Okay, that's back when Old Man Bird left. So that's way back up there. And then that's when Bruce left. And that's when Booger got here. We played the video for him. Palmini walked up a hill and came down a mountain. Oh, man.
Yep.
I have to run out quick. If I don't get back before the end, I just wanted to add Norm. Palmini was in Die Hard 2 as well. Likewise, Deep Space Nine guest star William Sadler.
Yep.
Scotty likes Keiko O'Brien. That's very true, and I'm so glad he's not here to hear that. Wayfarer Project, the man who walked up a hill but came down a mountain. Good flick with Colmini in it. Oh, nice. I was thinking, says Sentai Ranger Donnie, of doing another Star Trek Starship dedication plaque, this time in honor of Lester Holt's final night on NBC Night News. Thank you, guys.
He's a Chicago boy. I mean, his Chicago's a big news town because they like to send people there because people from the Midwest don't have an accent.
Okay. Centaur Ranger Donnie says to me, I must go now. Thank you all. See some of you again this evening. For others, have a great weekend and enjoy Lester Holt's final night on NBC Nightly News. Thank you, Centaur Ranger Johnny, for hanging out today and talking about all the stuff you wanted to talk about. I hope you have a great Friday. Yay! And Scotty's out for a cigarette. DJ Knight is handing out hugs, and I've got to get my slides going for the next one. The last thing we have on our list today is, let's find it. It's here. Oh, here it is. I just got to bring it up. One for the road. Actually, the first picture you're going to see is a picture of George Wendt and his dad. Oh, okay. Apparently it's of him and his dad. And that's it. Yeah, that's him and his dad on the set of Cheers. I should have got more pictures from the book. There are more. But
It's okay.
Yeah. There's his baby picture.
Wait, I can't see anything.
Oh, okay. Oh, you can't see it. Okay, I'm gonna show it again. There you go. So, here we go. Oh, hold on just a minute. I'll be right back.
Okay. And we're back with the Max Redstone Show. Gosh, I do remember, actually. I remember watching this show as a kid. You know, I remember in May of 1993. And gosh, I think the one thing I remember after everything was not only the pre-show that was where they go to the oh gosh, I forgot what
the weight of the world has got you down and you want to end your life. Bills to pay, a dead-end job, and problems with the wife. Well, don't throw in the towel, because there's a place right down the block who can drink your awful memories away. At Flaming Moans, let's all go to Flame, where liquor in a mug can warm you like a hug, and happiness is just a flaming away.
Happiness
is just
a flaming mow away.
Hey,
you fell on Aerosmith.
How you doing, Mr. Gumbo?
So going into Star Trek, that was fun. But before speaking of which, before we go,
oh no, my ride.
Is somebody gonna answer that? Okay, so before we go today, I want to end this live stream by talking about George again. Back to George Wendt, and this time as Norm by talking about the last episode of Cheers, One for the Road. Oh, and so this is going to be, we're going to talk, this is a 3-parter episode in terms of that it takes 3 episodes of Cheers to do the finale. And,
well, if you watch it on reruns.
Yeah. One for the Road first aired on May 20th, 1993, written by Glenn Charles and Les Charles, and directed by James Burrows. And it was released as a 2-parter. Oh, even though there are 3 episodes, it's strange. As the 25th and final episode
Well, it was a hour and a half. It was a triple episode, and this was a cultural event.
Yeah.
And they this is, if you want a Cheers movie, the last episode of Cheers is the Cheers movie.
Yeah. It was 42 over 40 million households.
Yeah, 42 million. Sorry. Gotta need this.
Well, you said that you liked the special effects.
Yes.
No, this is
okay. So, this is a picture George Wendt as a baby. I sure got more pictures from the book, but I just got this one, and the last one you saw was with him with his dad on the set of Cheers.
He's missing a beer in this picture.
He says I was born
He was born on a bar stool.
Yeah, basically. Something like that. I forget the exact quote at this point. But it was one of the most viewed finales in history. It was 98 minutes long, including commercials. And then,
42 million households.
Yeah, 42.4 million households. Second highest next to MASH.
Yep.
You know what? And oh no, I can't say that. I was gonna say fuck MASH, but I can't say that.
Yeah, not today.
If you say that, tomorrow Alan Alda will go.
So then there's
I don't want that.
They edited it down to 90 minutes. I guess just cut out the commercials. I don't know.
I remember the pre-show for this. It was a 2-hour event because there was a half-hour pre-show at the what was it, the something in Bull, what's the original bar called?
The Bull and Finch.
The Bull and Finch.
Jedi Master, yes. He had food there.
There was the Bull and Finch, and Bob Costas was there, and they went and they went around and they talked to all the celebrities. I think in the background,
then there was the aftermath.
And then I think in the background here, the African American guy there, that was is that Agent Johnson from Die Hard?
What? You're crazy.
Could be. Anyway.
Also I want to say hello to Melanie Jean Mayfield. Robot.
No, you just think all black people look alike.
No.
What?
No, it's not Agent Johnson. It's not Agent Johnson.
All right. I'm asking.
They're watching TV. They're the episode
We're
starts
looking
with them
forward to
watching
Kim
TV.
Alexis.
Yep.
We wish to Google.
Yeah. They want to ogle the female hosts. And Woody's asking Frasier for help to write a speech.
Yeah.
Oh, Dr. Frasier Crane.
You know what? I prefer Frasier with a beard.
Niles, I know you like being a wild and crazy man, but we all have to grow up sometime.
Yeah, he ends up shaving and not having hair, long hair.
Major League era Tom Berenger.
Oh, Major League. Why didn't I even think about that? No, Tom Berenger is amazing.
Yeah.
Like whenever I see him in a good movie, I'm so happy he's in there. And I was surprised. I forgot that Tom Berenger was in the last season of Cheers.
Dan Santos.
Yeah.
Knick knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone.
I wish I had a clip of that. Carla was hitting on Don, and so anyway, Rebecca's hoping that Don
Santry, sorry. Whoops.
Don
It is Santry.
Yes,
and my name is Mrs. Santry. Oh.
Yes. And she does want to be proposed to. Anyway. We find out that Sam's working on his sex addiction. He's going to therapy classes.
Yeah, that's
the thing.
That is a thing. And one of the best jokes about sex that I have ever heard in my entire life is an episode of Cheers. And Sam goes to his Sexaholic Anonymous, and this woman explains what she is attempting to get away from. Risky, dangerous, irresponsible coitus. And Sam, like, she's explaining it as if it's an illness. And Sam just sort of leans over and says, "So what are you doing later?" And it's inappropriate, but it is within his character. There is something about it that, I don't know. Is there a forgiveness that you give to comedy of the past? And you said it yourself,
Yes.
Jill, in terms of its time, but you also mentioned that these are things that we're always going to be aware of. And
They're still a part of us, even if we think we're more civilized by restraining ourselves from mentioning it. It still exists in our human nature.
Yeah. Yes. I just won't murder today. That's all it takes.
Just
not
leave
today.
it. Oh God, am I gonna have to read that? No, I'm not. No, we
No,
don't.
no. We'll do that next time.
Okay.
But anyway,
No, I want the Captain Kirk speech. I want the Captain Kirk speech from Armageddon time. No, we can't do that.
If you want to do it,
No, we
yes,
can't
you
do
can
that.
Get in. No. Okay. Well, anyway,
But that
Don's
was
trying
the point
to
that I was trying to
propose.
make.
Rebecca wants to say yes, but she can't. She can't say yes
Because
for some reason.
Well, because she's, superficial,
Too excited,
shallow, insane.
But she's still upset. Yeah, she's insane. That part I've gotten. But she's still upset that he runs out, and she tries to get Frasier to run after him for her, but then she waffles, and she's like, "Yeah, chase after him. No, never mind." And she goes back and forth with it. Eventually, so much so that Frasier yells after him, saying, "Run, Don, run like the wind."
Run, Don, run.
Run like the wind.
Yeah, exactly.
And so the men are all barking at the model.
Hey, it's
on
Kim
the screen.
Alexis.
Kim Alexis, the actual
Mike
real
Ditka.
life model.
And Mike Ditka.
The actual real life Mike Ditka. Yeah.
I just have to interject another great George Wendt role.
Yes,
Da
sir.
Bears. Bob Swirsky. Okay, please continue.
Yeah, Saturday Night Live.
It is amazing, and that was also a cultural phenomenon.
Yep.
Can you imagine being two cultural phenomenons?
But Scotty, that's all it takes.
And
knowing that we won't kill today, contact Vendicar. I think you'll find they're just as terrified, appalled, horrified as you are, that they'll do anything to avoid the alternative I've given you. Peace or utter destruction. It's up to you.
Da Bears.
So, in his book, George says, if you've never seen any of the
That was
Superfan
good, man.
sketches,
That was good.
they involve a group of guys and the occasional lady with exaggerated Chicago accents who live in awe of doubles, and former Bears
Middle-aged
coach,
ladies?
Middle-aged ladies.
Mike Ditka.
Hey,
Ditka?
Todd. And the late Chris Farley played Todd Swirsky.
Oh, yes. And he continues, written by Robert Smigel. Most of the bits aired on Saturday Night Live, but as the Swirsky brothers grew in popularity, we made appearances in TV specials and at Super Bowls as recently as this year. Oh,
and at Bulls championship celebrations.
Yeah,
I think
and
Norm
apparently,
was in a couple of those Da Bears skits.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize how ubiquitous it was.
He was in most of them, if not all of them.
No, I don't mean George Wendt. I mean Norm Macdonald.
Oh, yeah. Well, if there was more than if there's more than two people, yeah.
Norm is just always a good time.
Norm is always a good time.
Oops. Okay. So where was I? Where are my notes? Once I get into the book, I want to keep reading the book. Okay, put the book away. And so going back to the TV. On the TV, they find out that the next award is won by Diane Chambers. And she has not been seen on the show since they called off their wedding 6 years ago.
Since the 80s.
Since the 80s. Shelley Long has come back. Yeah. And she's, yeah, so everybody watches her and her speech that goes on and on and on. And
Can I improvise her speech?
Frasier reminds everyone that he was also in love with her too, not just Sam. Yes, you may. Sure.
I would like to thank everyone here, my producers, my agent, God, but also I want to question God from the literary genius who was Ishmael Mongtoki. And I felt that it was a delightful analysis of the spiritual nature of the existence of matter and spirituality. And it really influenced my work. Also, I would like to say to Little Flowers, your beauty has been exemplified by the works of Sylvia Plath. And whatever the emotions that are spread are the best for everyone. I think that where to begin?
Well, and where we end is where by the time the model's eyes are rolling, and she's this whole speech just does continue.
Yeah.
And
I think I did a great job of making.
You did a great job because she doesn't really say anything at all.
Neither did I. So
no, I know. So you did perfect. My entire script was written. Oh, and the last so she goes on, and finally she runs out of time. So they have to pull her off the stage, and she's holding on to the podium for dear life, and she has to be dragged off. And the last thing she says is, "You have to be taught to hate."
I thought, and you know what, Jill? That is why the last episode of Cheers is woke.
No, what? Why do you always have to ruin everything by saying
things are funny? I think it's funny,
but it's not. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, no, it doesn't make any sense. It's a contradiction. I enjoy contradictions.
Okay. All
right, I won't pursue it.
Yeah, but I don't understand, and it doesn't make sense. I mean, yeah, it's an exaggeration, and
stay angry, my friends.
Oh, don't go there. That's not.
Well,
this
no,
isn't
but
woke
that's
at all.
That's what
0% of. Oh, yeah, Scotty.
All right, Scotty doesn't know.
Don't do that.
All right.
So anyway, in this very much, it's not woke because it's making fun of, like, it's not woke.
Yes, it is.
It's hilarious, and she's being dragged off because she can't shut up. It's not woke because even though she is successful, she has flaws still. She's not perfect. So I don't understand why you would say something is woke that is not woke.
Well, maybe Diane. Maybe not the whole show. Maybe just Diane is woke.
No, she's not. She
woke?
might be. Okay, yeah, she might be. She might be, but I'm not sure. I need to see more episodes.
Yeah, no, okay, sure.
From that speech, I don't know, because most of the time everybody's talking over her speech. It's kind of like it becomes background noise in the scenes.
Yep.
But see, and this so is kind of like, are we going to talk about the plot contrivances where they convince Carla that this is a hallucination? It's kind of
sure.
silly.
You can talk about that. That is silly. That is absolutely absurd. But also, Sam is sending a telegram of congratulations.
Jill, can you tell me your journey of telegrams that you had today?
Okay, so I've never sent a telegram or received a telegram in my entire life, and I've seen it on TV sometimes, but just this one time, I'm very taken that it's being used. And I learned today that Western Union did not discontinue telegrams until 2006.
Correct.
And I had to stop myself from learning more about it, actually. Because it was very fascinating to me. Yes, because I had to sleep last night.
You're lazy.
But anyway, yeah, I am. But if you want to know more, I'll put the link in the chat for people to learn more here.
But yeah, no, the thing I was like, I remember telegrams. I've never sent a telegram, but
I've seen it. Have you ever seen?
drumming.
No, that was me. Have you ever seen an actual telegram?
No. Nope.
They're cool.
No.
I mean, it's like they're actual strips of paper on a piece of paper. Like actual like
boo boo boo, Mr. Bassman. Oh, you got it thumping. Did it, and the boom boom.
Something like that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I've been watching Cheers and Morn episodes for 6 hours and 15 minutes. Jill asked a very reasonable respect. And she said, Scott, don't start drinking until we start the show. And I said, agreed. Now we're 6 hours in, so I feel very comfortable.
Yes, so Diane calls to thank Sam for sending the telegram, and they both claim to be married with children. But immediately, the audience is told immediately the truth, that Sam is lying, and Sam knows that she is lying, and that this kind of dishonesty is completely infuriating for me in the sitcom. And so this first episode falls under that normal kind of sitcom kind of trope that is frustrating until I get to the second part. The second part fixes it in part 2. But it doesn't, yeah. So they're lying to each other and everything, and I don't know a whole lot about. I gotta watch more episodes about what their relationship was like, but that's not so good.
No, but you're right. Even as a person, like the reason that they're doing this to each other is to torture one another.
Yes.
Like to be superior.
For broken promises.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
and we'll get all into that.
And I think that when you and I were talking about this, and I was like, this is much more of a psychological chess game between Sam and Diane in the last episode. And it's very, like, I think this episode does Diane dirty. I don't think that Diane is this manipulative or cold. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It does make her seem bad. Just based on this one episode.
You have to learn to hate.
Well, no, she's a fucking whatever. She's a monkey chimp. But she's not a bad person.
A monkey chimp?
Yeah, that's right. You heard me.
So Norm basically begs for a job, and Woody agrees to try to get him one.
Yes.
And it's a really funny scene. Go watch Cheers.
Go watch Cheers. That's our recommendation this week, everybody.
And Rebecca's a complete mess after losing Dawn because she couldn't say yes to the proposal. She's in the same clothes from yesterday, and her hair's messed up. And Diane returns.
Wait a second, Jill.
And Carla screams.
Jill.
Yes.
If you look at the screen right now, you see Diane, yes?
Yes, I see Diane. Okay, you want to see
she has
that?
No. Go back to Diane.
Okay.
That is Dr. Crusher's hair.
Yes, that is Dr. Crusher's hair. No argument.
Okay, great. Okay.
Yeah, I got her right behind me. Yeah. Pretty similar. Of course.
Pretty similar.
Well, it's not as red.
It's nuclear.
I can say the word similar.
I can't. I don't know how to do it. I can't
Similar?
even see. I can.
Assimilated.
Similar is good.
Have you guys ever seen Lilo and Stitch?
Lilo and Stitch.
Fuck off! I can't pronounce it.
Hey,
sorry about the swear.
Lilo, Stitch.
No, he just.
Don't rub it in my face.
You're making me want to review Fifth Element.
Lilo and Stitch. We should
Lilo
review
Dallas
Lilo and Stitch. It's got an alien, right?
Yeah. Lilo and Stitch has an alien. So
I've
does
never heard of it.
So does the Fifth Element. They both have several aliens. And so Diane does retrieve. And no, only one of them has Stitch. But Carla screams because of the setup from before that she was hallucinating. It's kind of, you're right. That's really an absurd one, kind of silly. I might have never mentioned it at all if you hadn't brought it up. I was just like, this part's kind of stupid. Why? But it's also so stupid, it's almost funny, but it doesn't quite make it.
Sounds like me.
Yeah, it's a good Scotty joke. So, essentially, we're almost done with the first part of this. We're almost done with the first part of this finale. Yeah, so Rebecca's having a nervous breakdown, so Sam decides to use her to pretend to be his pretend wife to impress Diane, whom he knows is also lying. So that's how part one ends.
He doesn't know that she's lying.
Yes, he does. He says so. He says that he can tell when she's lying.
Oh, all right. But this is why I think that Rebecca and Sam are such a brother and sister. I
mean, I guess you could say that there's some doubt that but he knows he suspects that she's lying very heavily.
Well, and he thinks that he's calling her bluff. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And the actual thing
does
is that
turn into a soap opera. Soap opera.
It is a soap opera, but
did you just say soap opera?
Yes,
yeah,
he said,
I did because I'm dumb.
Back all the way up off of that, and I wanted to say that Woody's the only one who actually is married, and has a kid on the way. He's the only one who actually has that going for him. And so we start part two. And Frasier
Cheers is filmed before a live
studio audience.
Thank you. Yeah, no, man. Like, seriously, I'm audibly inebriated.
Frasier tries to admit he's over Diane, but I know that's why I'm trying to go very fast. But it's very obvious he isn't. And he says, I'm over you. You could be a total stranger for all I'm feeling. You could be ugly and gnarled and toothless without the shining hair, those dancing eyes, these graceful, supple limbs. Thank God I'm free. Frasier, you're hurting me. Well, you never hurt me, did you?
Why? Oh, man, that would have been a very disturbing live read.
Yeah, no. That's why I did it by myself.
Thank you. No, good choice. Good choice.
The insane shit is not going to be read.
Well, you never hurt me, did you? Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
Yeah. No, at that point, I would question my safety in this bar.
No, dude, I don't even have a passport.
I was talking about Frasier. But so after that insanity, she says hi to Cliff and Norm, who are
This is a big moment. This is a big moment in my mind and heart. Is when Diane and Rebecca meet one another. Like, this is the first time it ever happened. and it was in the last episode. And I was like, yay. This is amazing.
Yes. Oh, and DJ Knight says if you want Stitch as a pet, keep it on a leash. So there's a bit of advice there.
No, I know.
Okay. So Sam and Diane introduce each other to their pretend spouses, and they go over to Melville's for lunch. And the only saving grace is that it doesn't go very well. So we're going to have to watch these slides until we make it to the lunch table. Make it out of the bar.
You don't want to get out of the bar.
Yeah,
No,
well, bad things happen when you leave the bar, apparently.
Well, yeah.
And so things, as I said, they don't go very well. So everybody's acting weird.
No, but you know what? One of my favorite
Rebecca's
things.
moping still, really.
Well, yeah, no, she's an absolute psychological breakdown. But one of my favorite things is that she does pull out. Like, Rebecca's a schemer. And when she says, oh, I forget the legal speciality.
She says she's an attorney. Yeah, she says she's an attorney.
And she specifies in, I don't know, like
specializes.
Well, no, but she does something. She specifies what her specificity is. And Sam is like, oh, that's good. That was really good. I mean,
he was definitely impressed.
Yeah, because she could pull that out of her ass in the most dire of circumstances. Like, it's just...
Well, she says with the firm Emerson, Lake, and Palmer.
Yeah, they're a popular group.
Oh, that's good.
And she specializes in product liability cases.
Oh, that's good.
Who played?
I mean, good for you.
Because it's a good job she has. And you still find time to raise...
congratulating her on the lie.
Yes, he is. And you still find time to raise 4 small children. And so he names all of them.
And
ages.
little 2-year-old Jerry is 1.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. And
sorry, I just jumped all over that.
No, it's fine. Reed says, well, here's to marriage and children and the dawn of a great new friendship. And Rebecca says, oh, Dawn, why did you have to mention Dawn? She does way
and
better
then
than that.
Dawn enters.
Yeah, right. And he proposes. And she says yes.
Yes.
Finally, she can say yes.
If it's okay with you, Sam. Yeah, no,
it's okay. He's like, yeah, well, this is happening. He's just like, what else can he do? And
so then they berate Sam for a little bit. And then Dr. Childress from Silence of the Lambs shows up. And he's like, why did you leave my Malibu house? You little ponce.
That's Kevin. He's coming up in a minute.
All right.
Because of course.
Is ponce appropriate? Is that too rude?
I don't know what ponce means.
Neither do I. That's why I'm asking.
It seems fine.
Sure.
I don't know.
Okay. As long as you don't dig it any deeper, it's totally fine.
All right, let's go.
And so there he is. There's Kevin. Kevin is upset, confronting Reed, and he thinks he's cheating on him with Sam. He thinks Reed is with Sam, even though he's sitting next to Diane.
Well, and that's,
of course,
that's
now
Diane's
everybody's
dog groomer.
Yeah, that's Diane's dog groomer. And I think I watched the edited version because the script, it doesn't match the script here, and so I should have watched a different one. But anyway, I did what I could do.
Here's an interesting production thing in terms of the reproductions on DVD is that when the last disc of the box set of Cheers, and it's like it does change if you watch it all in as it was broadcast on that night. But when it was rerun, they obviously broke it up. And it's interesting to see the difference in quality of how they present it, because there would have been opening titles written by whatever because of it's being broken up. It's a very interesting view on the physical media, just because it is one piece. It's not 3 episodes. It's just it's a 70-minute movie.
90.
Yeah.
Sorry?
90-minute movie.
90.
70.
90.
Really? Oh, I've never seen
90.
the edited down version.
What are you talking about, 90?
It's 90 minutes long.
No, it's an hour and 10. Did I watch an abridged version?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. Maybe my source is wrong. No, 90 minutes.
You know what, Jill? Blame me. Let's make this the controversy of the evening. Scott claims to be the expert of Cheers, and yet he has never seen the full-length version of the finale of Cheers.
Well,
it
was 3 episodes long, but they were shot. It wasn't like it was 90 minutes. It wasn't like it was 90 minutes unabridged. It was like 90 minutes for commercials. So it's 20. So maybe it was 71 minutes.
Well, yeah, it took 98 minutes of television time.
Yeah.
So anyway, even
I
though
would love
it's a
to
bit,
take 98 minutes of television time.
well,
It'd be
we're
great.
taking about 6+ hours of YouTube time. How's that?
No, I
That's all
know. I have a
can say.
hamburger. Can I go have the hamburger?
Yeah, go get the hamburger so I can get through some of this episode. I'm gonna
That
talk
makes sense.
about
That makes sense. I'll be back in a second.
and- Yeah, anyway, so even though it was a little annoying, at least Sam admits how stupid it was. It's true, they are both morons. And back at the bar, they're seeing the effects of Lunch and Diane. So we'll get back to them in a little bit. So because we go back to the bar for a bit, and everybody's seeing the effects with Don whisking Rebecca away, and Reed losing his boyfriend Kevin. It's a funny scene, but it would be pointless telling you how it is funny. You have to watch it. And that's all I can say about that. So now they're at least finally speaking properly. That is, Diane and Sam are finally speaking properly. She explains why she didn't come back after 6 months, even though she meant to. Although her book was rejected, she was just told to cut 1,000 pages from it and make it into a screenplay. And that's where she found success. And she didn't want to come back until she was successful. But by the time she got through with everything, it had been a year and she'd waited too long. And Sam tries to end the whole thing by saying that they were no good for each other anyway. And Diane says, if it makes you feel any better, I don't have a full life. I have my career, some associates, no family, a few friends, and of course my muse. Even Reed is just my dog groomer. Sometimes I feel a little lonely. But that's the life I chose for myself. So goodbye, Sam. Yeah. Oh, this is silly. And so Sam holds her back and asks her to stay for dessert. And it's not actually anything about dessert, even though they're talking about ice cream. It's actually a very heavy innuendo exchange. Yeah. So basically, he says it's ice cream. She says, I love ice cream. Oh no, but this is the best ice cream. It's sweet, rich, creamy. What do they do to it? Cover it with lots and lots of thick raspberry sauce. All over. All over? They can't stop themselves. There's more. More? What more could they do? Well, they heat up the raspberry sauce. How hot do they get it? How hot would you like it? And then the waiter says, "Can I interest you folks in dessert?" Just the check. And they're off to the races.
Yep.
Bed sheets. Meanwhile, we go back to the bar. I'm very glad Scotty wasn't here for any of that.
Yep.
I'm glad I sent him away. There would be no way I could just read that with him here. Meanwhile, yeah. So I already read it. So I guess you can see it. So Woody returns to the bar with his wife, Kelly, who announces him as the new city councilman. Everyone is very, very proud. And Norm also gets his job with the city thanks to his earlier begging Woody for a job. Of course, this is, I know you're going to work hard. And so he's appreciative of that. And of course, this is the finale, so this is where we get the series of people doing big things, getting in big relationships, getting married, getting jobs. And speaking of getting married, Rebecca and Dawn barge in, having done just that without inviting anyone, and that saves a lot of screen time and budget and stuff for them to get married off screen at the,
Yep.
they just go to the judge.
Very opportune.
Yeah, it helps out. It helps out with being able to fit all these characters having satisfactory endings. And Rebecca obviously loves Dawn, but she still is a little bit insane about it. I don't know how else to put it.
Well, she's not a sane character.
I married a plumber. She is. She's very different. And my name is Mrs. Sandry. Yeah, she has to come to terms with her new name. Hello, Chat Pack, Earworms, Wayfarer Project, and more familiar names. Yeah, it's great to see you guys. Absolutely. And there you are. But also Cliff gets the supervisor job.
Mm-hmm.
And it's at this point that Carla realizes that Sam is missing. And Fraser says, just look around you. Woody's got a new position. Norm's got a job. Cliff's got a promotion. Rebecca's got a husband. This is the best day in the history of Cheers. Nothing could go wrong today. And after he says that,
Diane and I are together again.
Yeah, Sam and Diane announced that they're not only together, but engaged. And then we move on to part 3. Now we're moving on to part 3. Wow, Scotty R37 eats a cheeseburger. Actually, he said hamburger, so I'm not sure if his hamburger had any cheese.
Doesn't matter.
Does it matter? It might matter. People like cheese.
Not if they're keeping kosher.
I didn't know that cheese was not kosher. Wow.
Well, you can't mix milk and meat.
Oh, you can eat milk and meat, but not together?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for letting me know that.
You're welcome.
Not how I would choose to live. Part 3. Part 3 starts. And so Sam reveals that their engagement means he is moving to California. Wait, can you bypass that by putting lettuce between the meat and
no?
And the cheese?
It's no. I admire your intrepidity, but no.
Okay, I had you try.
What happened?
We're talking about kosher laws and how you can't have a kosher cheeseburger. Why did I even introduce this to Scotty? Forget I said
I don't know such stuff.
Because he asked a question. Well, I was wondering if you had cheese on your burger or not.
Oh yeah, and bacon.
Well,
so not
I asked.
So forget completely about the kosher thing.
Yep.
Whatever.
Fraser. No, I love
I don't care.
cheeseburgers with bacon, Scotty.
Sorry about delicious.
Yeah, that does sound delicious. Now I'm thinking about dinner. So Fraser calls out Sam on this idea. Have you lost your freaking mind? The two of you had a relationship whose best moments were full of anguish and self-loathing. After 10 hours with this woman, you want to give up your life, your livelihood, and move with her to California? Yeah, and after all the cheerleading I've done for you guys,
Can I have the Sam Malone speech?
Okay. I'll be Fraser. You can be Sam, because that's this whole. Let me put it in private. And I'll be Carla too. Oh no, okay. Wait a minute. We have a third person. Max, can you be Carla?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be Fraser.
Okay, you can be Fraser.
Okay.
Oh, is there Fraser? Do I have
Yes.
any more Fraser? I might have used up all the Fraser already. Oh, sorry. I thought there was more.
There's one Fraser.
One
Fraser.
I don't see it. Where is it?
It's right after.
Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, I see it. I see it too. I just didn't see it in my notes. Okay, yeah, you can have Fraser. I'll be Carla, and Diane too, I guess. And Max, you can also be Norm for me.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready.
No, I know, but I'm still chewing my cheeseburger.
Well, cheeseburgers are very important, so we can wait a minute for you to chew your cheese.
No, it's rude. I'm so sorry to
No,
leave everybody
but
waiting.
you're a hungry person. You're gonna need a nap very soon, so we better get through this third part very soon.
Yeah, no.
Okay,
I
now
gotta
go.
open a beer too.
Oh,
All right,
you don't
we're
need
almost
any more.
ready.
You're good.
No, I know, but it's Norm, right?
Fair point.
I quote Colomini's last line from Under Siege. You're amazing, Ryback. It's a shame you aren't cooking for us.
Inspiring.
Okay. Go, Scotty.
Hang on 2 seconds. I just have to clear my throat.
Okay, take your time, Scotty.
Yeah. After all the cheerleading I've done for you guys, even when I knew you were making mistakes.
Oh, so you want us to return the favor?
Yeah. Yes, I do. And I'm not making a mistake.
Sammy, what's going to happen to us?
Come on, you guys. I mean, all you fellas do is just sit there and watch the world go by. You don't need me for that. I want to get off the bench, you know? I want to get in the game.
So you're just gonna desert us? You're just gonna walk out like a traitor?
A traitor? I need more than this. You know, you should need more than this. I am not your mother. This is not your home. This is ridiculous. Come on. Let's just get out of here. You know, we got a plane to catch. Thank you very much for all your best wishes and for making it clear I'm doing the right thing. Come on, sweetheart.
I'm sorry, everyone. This is best for Sam. Believe me.
I gave that man the best years of my life.
Exactly.
And Sam, yeah, there it is. There it is. And that is a pretty big scene. And there's nothing but big scenes in this, obviously, because it's the very last bit. Oh, no meat with dairy, yeah. News to me, yeah. I just thought about the bacon thing. It's 104 degrees Fahrenheit in Modesto, California. Future birthplace of Bradward Boimler, originally from Eureka, aka Redwood Curtain, tallest trees on Earth, Humboldt County. I just read that from Melanie Jean Mayfield, an obvious fan of Lower Decks.
Well, isn't
I don't
Bradward
like Lower Decks.
Boimler from Lower Decks?
Yes. Yes,
Whatever.
but I will read a chat from a listener, even if I don't.
No,
like
I
Lower
enjoy
Decks.
Lower Decks. I'm not angry.
Oh,
I'm
I know.
just saying.
I'm not angry either. I'm angry at Lower Decks, but not at Melanie.
Well,
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
there's a few new Frasier series. I was never able to keep up with it. I heard about it, but it doesn't have Frasier's dad. Frasier's dad is passed. I don't see the point.
The only
Frasier's
reason you
dad
didn't
was
subscribe
Frasier-
to the new Frasier show is because of the March of Time, and
Yeah.
because one of your favorite characters had suffered the realities of mortality.
Well, okay. Did they? But Frasier's dad was such a great foil for Frasier
Yeah.
himself. Did they find a sufficient foil to replace him?
Mm.
No dad, no Niles.
No, Niles. How do you do it
Was there-
without Niles?
was
He's
there-
not dead.
Well, you could say that Niles is dead to me.
Yeah, no.
Kelsey
No,
Grammer's
Niles
Frasier
either?
becomes more of the father figure in it, because they do bring back Frederick. You know, Freddie. His first word was Norm. And
That's cute.
it is cute. It's so adorable. But the thing, there is a lot of reverence when it comes to Frasier. And, you know, it's same deal. If you like the original Night Court, check out the reboot of Night Court. They do a good job.
Okay.
Okey-doke. So, anyway.
Don't look at the new Quantum Leap. It's terrible.
Oh, unfortunately, I looked at a little bit of that. It isn't good.
No, I don't watch it.
Ziggy doesn't have the same kind of personality. That's the worst part.
Well, no Dean Stockwell, I'm out.
Yeah, well, also
I
March
remember-
of Time thing.
I remember back when Star Trek The Next Generation started, and I had family members say, I won't watch any Star Trek without Leonard Nimoy. And I was like, oh, come on, it's fine. And they were like,
And
no.
but when the episode came around where it did have Leonard Nimoy, did you say, "Hey, guys, look, Leonard Nimoy is in"? Star
No,
Trek
I had
Next
already
Generation"?
I had already stopped talking to that half of my family.
Oh, okay.
Totally understandable.
I can still make friends with people who are TOS only Star Trek fans.
I'm a spiteful monkey.
I know you are. You very much are. So after we leave the bar again, like we established, leaving the bar is always a bad thing. Sam and Diane really do fly off together rather immediately. Who packed all his stuff? Who's sending it to California? Is he hiring movers? And how
he went to the bar to get his golf clubs.
Is that all he owns?
Yes.
This is all I need. Are these clubs.
Golf
He obviously
clubs and
owns
a
a bar.
shoulder bag.
The
Sam Malone has a get out of free. Well, come on. Like, remember when
He's
Noel
ready to
was gonna
leave
go
the
to
country.
Bora Bora? Yeah, he's ready to go whenever he wants.
The oldest gamer is here. Hi, everyone. Hi, the oldest gamer. Great
Ahoy.
to see you here. The new Night Court is pretty good, says Melanie. Same lead
Mm.
actor from the Big Bang Theory.
It is. Yeah, Bernadette from the Big Bang Theory.
Oh, okay, Bernadette. Wow. So they're told they're going to be delayed on the tarmac. The captain says, folks, this is your captain again. Sorry, but we are going to be delayed here on the tarmac for a bit. We're having a minor problem with our electrical system, and we'll need some time to check it out. By the way, Sam, you might want to take advantage of this delay to reconsider what you're doing. Are you really in love with this woman? Or are you trying to leave her because you're afraid of ending up alone? Think about it. And Sam says, did you hear that? Apparently she didn't hear it. And I guess it's some kind of hallucination brought about by his actual reservations. But Diane has the very same thing happen to her when the stewardess goes on the PA. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your flight attendant. On behalf of your flight crew, I'd like to apologize for this delay. We'll be coming around the cabin to make sure you have everything you need. And for God's sake, Diane, you're a bright, alluring woman with a great deal to offer mankind. Will this man stimulate your gift or be an anchor, pulling you to the bottom of the sea of mediocrity?
Probably the latter.
A fair question.
Probably the latter.
Yeah, but So I think this last announcement is all real and not just their self-doubts, but it still somehow relates to their situation. And Scotty, could you read it for me in the private chat? You are now the captain of the airline.
It's in the private. Okay. I'm sorry, folks, but I'm afraid we're going to have to be returning to the terminal. We'll have you disembark and arrange for you to take an alternate flight. Maybe we're being a little overcautious, but we don't want to make a mistake about something this important. Sorry.
Very, very good. I love that. Sam and Diane both look at each other knowingly, and they figure out that this isn't right. And Diane goes home, and Sam stays and returns to Cheers. Although it's going to take a little while because I just described everything without moving out the slides, because multitasking is sometimes a hard thing to do.
Oh, shut up. It's your job. Just do it.
Shut up, Scotty.
My job.
I will beat you with an aluminum foil.
She'll have to get into the country first.
Hurt.
Oh, no, that's impossible. You're safe this time.
Yeah. No, yeah, you're safe because Scotty is lazy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And also, I don't want to hurt anybody. I'm sorry about yelling.
Yeah. No, I think an aluminum foil cut would be worse than a paper cut.
Well, I don't know. In the cardboard, it's the cardboard in the middle of the roll of the aluminum that makes it. But if I take out the cardboard, I'm just really hitting you with something that's flimsy. It's almost like a Ziploc bag.
Scotty?
What?
Shut up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No, actually, I was having fun with that.
I'm going to go out and smoke because I got told to stop being...
No, but what if you hit someone with not just the aluminum foil, but also the box it comes in? There's like a razor sharp object on the box.
Oh, yeah, you could totally murder someone with an aluminum foil box.
I think that's more dangerous even than the
Jill, make sure you put this on your Patreon. Scott will kill someone with an aluminum foil box for a She-Hulk.
All right.
No,
fine.
Apparently our readings are not so good. Melanie says I couldn't catch that narrative with no captions. Oh, man,
no.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Melanie. I thought we were making sense.
I thought we were all right. Well, what a good time for me to go have a cigarette.
Anyway, Melanie says I'm a Trekosaurus from the old truck. No, it says Trekosaurus from the old generation. I also love the spin-offs. Well, in that case, if you love the spin-offs too, then I won't play the video I was about to play. But that's great that you love the old stuff and the new stuff. At least I like the 90s stuff, but after that, after 2005, not so much. But that's just me. Obviously, you like some of the new stuff, so that's good too, but not for me. And that's okay for us to disagree. Sam, you remember her? Wait, what am I? Got to get home to the kids. Wait, where am I? I don't even know. Oh, right. Sam came home he didn't go to California after all. And Sam bought some Cuban cigars, which used to be illegal at the time, but he wants to smoke with his friends after hours. But no one wants to stick around and smoke with Sam, even though he came back. And it really seems like they were very hurt by his words earlier when he said that Cheers is not their home. And so he's really getting it from them. And he's especially where Woody says, "Come on, it's not like this is our home."
Oh.
Yeah. And then after they sufficiently gave them that dig, he definitely deserved it. In fact, he deserved worse. So the fact that they run in immediately and forgive him is amazing. That is friendship. That is real friendship, because a real friend will tell you they're hurt, but then come back and support you anyway. And that is really sweet. I think the whole rest of this episode is really sentimental.
It is.
You really know how to. Oh yeah. Okay. So no, I love this exchange where Woody says, "We're here for you, Sammy, as long as you need us. All except Peterson, who has to get up in the morning." And oh wait, well this is a very short reading. You and I should do it, Max.
Huh? Okay.
I'm gonna be Woody and you be Norm.
Okay.
2 more lines. Okay, ready.
Wait, who's Woody?
I am.
Okay.
We're here for you, Sammy, as long as you need us. All except Peterson, who has to get up in the morning.
You really know how to sink a party, don't you, Woody?
Here's your bus schedule.
When are you up for re-election?
That's delightful. So then Rebecca returns to get her plane tickets for her honeymoon and tell everyone that her time in Cheers were the best days in her life. And they're like, "Oh, you're going away forever?" No, she's going to come and visit, but she's married now and everything. So she leaves. And that's where she says that line that Scotty said earlier. I shoot for Donald Trump and I end up with Ed Norton. And he seems to actually they understand that. And so let me get to
Very apropos.
yes.
I understood.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. And so she leaves to her honeymoon. And then Carla says, "You really scared us there before. When you walked out of here today, I thought that was the last we'd ever see of you." Oh, but then, my problem is that I just want to read the whole entire rest of the script, and that's impossible to do. So let me see if I can cut through some of it without going insane, because this is too much to read out loud. Let's see how much we can get through before Scotty gets here. And everyone's saying they very much understand Sammy, that he had a rough time of it, having to deal with his alcoholism and his sex problem and losing 2 loves of his life. And Sam admits that when he was telling everyone they didn't have lives, he was just talking about himself. And Frasier says, "God, the irony." And everyone repeats it. And I'm sure there's some kind of thing going on there too. So, but then they start getting into a philosophical debate about what the meaning of life is. And so that this is where they're all hanging out, smoking cigars after hours, discussing the meaning of life. And Cliff says that he has the answer. Cliff has the answer to the meaning of life. He says it's comfortable shoes. If you're not wearing comfortable shoes. Wait, let's see. If you're not wearing comfortable shoes, life is just chaos. I mean, the greatest accomplishment in history have been made by men wearing accommodating shoes. Fraser, tell me, who do you think is the greatest thinker in all mankind? And Fraser says, I don't know, Aristotle. And Cliff says, there you go, sandals, perhaps the most comfortable shoe there is. You hardly even know you have them on. I mean, Confucius, thongs, Einstein, loose loafers. And Carla says, I'll tell you what the point of life is. Having kids, creating life. Sure, it's disappointing and painful, heartbreaking at times. Sure, they can drive you crazy and make you think you just can't get through another day. Where was I going with this? Okay. So
you tell me.
My problem here is...
Well, can I read the Frasier?
Yeah. I figured when he got back, I wouldn't get away with just talking through the dialogue. I'm going to put the rest of the dialogue in the private chat while you guys talk about other stuff.
Like, I think this is one of the most touching scenes in television history with characters that we care about. I'm overwhelmed with emotion at this scene. And I agree with everyone in the chat who says I don't watch the entire episode. I just watch the last 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever it is. Woody. So who's going to be who? Jill, I want you to be Norm.
Okay. I also like Carla and Woody.
You can do all three. I'm going to be Frasier, and you're Sam. And
Max needs a role. Max needs to be Sam.
Max needs to be Sam, and Max also needs to be.
No.
Like, do we have any Cliff?
I'll be Frasier.
No, I'm Frasier.
Oh, great.
I'm sorry, I called it. I was really looking forward to being Frasier.
So I'll be Sam.
That doesn't, like, why are you saying it so disappointedly?
Also, Cliff. You got to be Cliff, too, because I already have
fine, I'll be Cliff.
You can be Cliff and Sam.
Yeah, Sam is the star of the show, yo.
There's a lot of lines, so this is taking a minute.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I'm really looking forward to this. This is
I
crazy.
know I could make everybody look at their own script and make them, but you know how, like, making everybody orchestrate something like that. I don't know. I'm afraid to do that. So I'm doing it this way.
After all the cheerleading, when do I admonish? Where do we start from? You're just going to desert us? No.
Gosh, I can't believe there's still more. Oh my God.
I know. It's a big scene. It's a great scene. It's emotional. Well,
and I have to go to the
to the bathroom?
Yeah.
What? You got to pee at a time like this?
Yeah, at a time like this. Nature calls.
I suppose.
I feel like we're almost there, and then there's more.
I'm enjoying hearing the quiet desperation of a woman who has to go pee.
Well, yeah, I've never actually announced that on stream before. I usually just mute and say I have to go away.
Yeah, but I can still hear the typing. You're diligent. You're doing a great job.
I've got a job to do.
I wish I were close to a faucet so that I could turn on some water to make you want to pee more.
You're terrible. You're
Yes, I
terrible.
am. Yes, I am terrible.
Oh,
Yes.
Who dropped you on your head?
I believe it was my mother, and I believe it was on purpose.
No, it wasn't on purpose. It happens.
How do you know her methods?
It's true. I don't know anything. Because she seems really sweet.
He seemed, yeah, no, yeah.
Okay.
She's full of secrets.
That's true. I don't know her.
She didn't start watching Star Trek until Discovery, and she loved it.
Oh. Stop it. I'll be right back.
Actually, she's more of a Gilmore Girls fan, to be fair.
Okay, I'll be back in a minute.
Are we waiting for you to do the quotes?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you want to talk about? Well, Jill is...
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, man. We just have to entertain people until she gets back. What do we say?
I don't know.
So...
Yeah?
There was this penguin.
Yeah.
And he was driving a car, right? And it broke down. So he took it to a garage. And the mechanic at the garage said, well, it's probably going to take about like an hour and a half. And so the penguin goes and walks around the town where his car broke down, and he finds a malt shop. And so he decides that he'll have a bowl of ice cream, his favorite flavor, vanilla. But unfortunately, he doesn't have any opposable thumbs, no appendages. So he does what a penguin would do. He plants his face in the ice cream, and he eats it that way. So anyway, he leaves the malt shop, and he goes back to the mechanic. And the mechanic looks at him and says, well, it looks like you blew a seal. And the penguin says, no, it's ice cream. I swear.
Huh.
Yeah, I know. It's not the best joke in the world, but I was trying to fill dead air.
Good job.
Well, what do you got?
I don't know.
Nothing? No penguins?
Let's see. There's a piece of string who goes to a bar, and he says, the bartender says, well, we don't serve string here. And the string goes out, and he cuts some of his ends off, and he's like, and he goes back in, and the guy says, hey, what the hell? Bartender says, hey, what the hell? I just told you, we don't serve string here. And then he goes back out, and he ties himself up, and he goes back in, and he's like, and the bartender said, hey, I told you twice already, we don't serve string here. He's like, well, I'm afraid not.
Yeah. I see what, yeah. Yeah. Hello. We were telling bad jokes, and I think the audience is, I don't know what they were doing. I wasn't paying attention to the chat.
Killed your
and that's why
audience.
I'm a terrible person.
Well, the chat says, this finale reminds me of MASH, Goodbye, Farewell, and Amen, 1983. The Cheers finale was 1993, 10 years later. Similar impact. And Gavin Blackburn says,
the MASH finale is depressing.
Yeah.
This one is not.
This one's helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Gavin Blackburn says, you need lessons from the holodeck comedian.
So Ferengi goes to his doctor.
Joe?
He says, you need to lose some weight. I said, I want a second opinion. He says, you're ugly too. Boom, boom.
Yeah.
All right, let's read our lines.
All right. Where are we starting? Who's who? I'm gonna be Frasier. And do I have to
Start
be
right
anybody
after
else?
Cigarette. I think.
Right after Cigarette. Okay, I see.
Isn't it?
No.
No,
No,
you're right.
yeah,
You're
after all
right.
the cheer.
Right after re-election.
Traitor.
Traitor.
Where is it? Oh, after the captain.
It's after
re-election.
Yeah.
Right after re-election.
Yes, that's right. Right after Norm says when you're up for re-election. So Frasier starts.
Oh. You know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Sam and Cliff.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry, go ahead.
And Jill, you're Woody?
Yes.
Okay. You know, some would say that the search for meaning is a waste of time, that all human life is a cosmic accident, an arbitrary conglomeration of molecules evolved by chance into an organism with a brainstem, condemned to ponder futilely the reason behind it all.
I know Dr. Crane is just trying to keep the conversation lively. All I know is my life would have been nothing if it weren't for all of you. You people are as dear to me as my own family. More so, in fact.
Really, Woody?
Oh, yeah. Well, for one thing, none of you call me Huckleberry. I hate being called Huckleberry. That's your nickname, Wood? No, Woody is.
Laugh track.
Well, I hate to get all mushy, but I got to say, I feel pretty lucky to have the friends I do.
You know, no one wants to be the first to say it, but I'm not ashamed to admit. Oh, hang on a second. This is big. I'm not ashamed to admit what I think we're all feeling. Time goes by so fast. People move on in and out of your life. You must never miss an opportunity to tell those people how much they mean to you. Well, I
keep coming back to that shoe thing. And the phone rings. Oh, that's Vera.
It's Lilith.
Probably Kelly.
Could be Ma.
My kids.
Say, you know what? Wait, don't answer it. Just let whoever it is think that we're on our way.
Which is exactly where we should be. The phone stops ringing.
Hey, thanks for the perfecto, Sammy. Yeah. Thanks for staying, guys.
Same to you.
Wouldn't be the same without you, Sam.
Yep. Whatever guy follows you, Sam, has some pretty big shoes to fill. Did you hear that? Thus, it all returns to footwear.
Oh, one of the best lines.
Night, you guys. You know, I still keep thinking, though, you know, I still want some kind of change in my life.
You know something? I hate change. I mean, you know, every day you wake up, something's changed. Everything's changed, changing so fast. I like things to stay the way they are, you know? I like things you can count on.
You know, you just gave me something to think about, Woody.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. I hate it when somebody does that to me.
Bye, Woody.
Night, Sam. Sammy, I didn't want to say this in front of the others, But you know what I think is the most important thing in life? It's love. You want to know what I love?
Beer, Norm?
Yeah, I'll have a quick one. You know what, Sammy? I love that stool. If there's a heaven, I don't want to go there unless my stool is waiting for me. And I'll tell you what, even God better not be on it. He wouldn't dare. I don't think it matters what you love, Sammy. Could be a person, could be a thing. As long as you love it totally, completely, without judgment.
Well, I think you ought to go home and wake up Vera with a big kiss and then do what comes naturally.
Wake her up so she can watch me eat a bucket of buffalo wings?
Please keep going. I'm sorry for being entertained. I should mute myself. I'm sorry. This is great. No, guys, keep going. I'm sorry for laughing at this brilliant performance. I didn't mean to.
Oh, did you hear me? Did you hear me?
No.
I was going, wake her. Okay. Sorry.
Wake her
but
up.
Sammy.
Okay. Keep going.
Wait, sorry. Well, I'm off. But Sammy, can I let you in on a little secret? I knew you'd come back. You can never be unfaithful to your one true love. You always come back to her.
Who's that?
Think about it, Sam. And Norm leaves.
Boy, I'll tell you. I'm the luckiest son of a bitch on earth. Sorry. We're closed.
Na 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 na. Boom, boom, boom. Ya ba ba da ba na na na. Ya boom.
I wonder where they would have been Bill Clinton in this episode.
People are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
So apparently 300 people attended the filming of the finale in Paramount Studios in Los Angeles on Wednesday, March 31st, 1993. Oh, and hello to my daughter.
Who also attended that screening herself.
You want to go where all the Jews make you feel shame.
What are you talking about? I am a Semitic.
If you knew Jews and shame, you didn't realize that was a joke.
I don't understand why we have to bring in the Presbyterians.
Forgive me.
I don't want to do that, but what I want to do is bring up the quote. Well, I did play it at the beginning of the live stream, so I want to play it again here at the end, which was the reading that
the reading that you read, which we are going to be said. Cheers was filmed in front of a live studio audience.
It's almost as if you could hear it. Did you hear that?
Not yet.
No, okay, good. I'm glad you didn't hear it because
Cheers was filmed in front of a dead studio audience at a morgue.
Clerks was drawn in front of a live studio audience.
Oh, that reminds me of some of the things in George Drinking with George. He talks about learning how to act, and in some of the cases, their audience were either prisoners from the prisoners or from the hospital. They would have fill-in audiences. So they would have psychiatric people in the audience, which was weird for him because they would laugh at the straight lines and silent during the jokes.
Well, and I loved the perspective of Lisa Kudrow, because when she was filming Friends, like the first take that they would do, everyone would erupt with laughter. And because the audience was encouraged to erupt with laughter every time, it was like she would get frustrated with the false adulation. Or at least that's the way I understood the story. And it makes sense. It's like, it's not that funny. Jesus Christ.
Okay, give me just a second
I enjoy the ocean of silence in between continents of conversation.
Could you repeat that, please?
I enjoy.
Or was it rude or was it good?
It wasn't
was it
rude.
a kind thing? Oh, I don't know what you
Yes.
said, so maybe it was nice.
Well,
So you said something nice.
I just said I enjoyed the journey between.
I'm muting myself.
Journey between what?
The journey between the spaces between conversation and response. There's an ocean of quiet.
I love that stool. If there's a heaven, I don't want to go there unless my stool is waiting for me. And I'll tell you what, even God better not be on it.
And the reason that this entire conversation has taken place is because of George Wendt. He is legendary. He's a joy. He was in the movie Fletch. And why we're here, who mourns for Morn? Norm. We're here because we want to celebrate the man. He is part of Americana. Americana? Sure. I just, yeah, thank you, Jill, very, very much.
Yes, thank you, Jill.
For making it so that we could celebrate an icon of, even if you didn't grow up with him, you know who he is.
Yeah, exactly. And reading this book, I'm glad that I did. It has a lot of fun information about if you want to know how to keep your beer cold, if you want to know how to survive a bar fight. It has so much stuff in it.
I think I need a copy of this.
Yeah, and there's he even says a quick guide to beer snobbery, even though he's not a beer snob himself. Like, he knows about it, like he's a nerd, he knows all of the stuff, but he will drink the cheapest beer or the most expensive beer. He's happy either way.
He's probably had PBR.
Yeah, actually, PBR gets a mention in this book.
Yay!
It does get a name drop if you wanted to.
I don't drink beer anymore.
That's all right.
I look forward to the day that I don't. But it's not today.
Oh, that'll be an exciting day. I'll join you.
No, it'll be very boring. I'll probably be depressed and have a withdrawal.
Well, you'll get over that part. That goes away.
That's what everyone says. They'll explain it to me later.
Yeah, we'll explain it to you later. But anyway, it goes through all of his life, and at this point, I'm just scrolling through, and I see of him doing. In this case, he avoided some dangerous a dangerous encounter in a bar. How did this happen? And so you get to hear about that. Oh, here it is. George's tips on surviving a bar fight. Number 1, avoid the fight.
Okay, this is amazing. I was about to go to a bar, so I'm going to need this.
Well, don't you avoid the fight. That's number 1.
That's a good idea.
For me, that means making an exaggerated show of rolling up my sleeves and announcing, "Here comes the gun show," even though I might have. Although I might avoid the firearm reference if my potential adversary looks like he could possibly have a gun and is all twitchy.
Oh, I have no guns.
Number 2, neither does anybody around you. You're in Canada. For me,
I am
everybody
in Canada.
does.
Yeah, no, I am. Well, you're in Texas. That's a lot of guns.
Yeah. Number 2, have more friends than they do.
Oh no, I don't do that.
You ever hear the one British explorer in Africa who fought off a hungry lion with just a club? He would have been in trouble had his club not numbered in the dozens. Unless you're Patrick Swayze in Roadhouse, you always want to bring superior numbers to a bar fight.
And Nami, I just want to say the little known fact that the remake of Roadhouse not as good as the original Roadhouse.
I'm not surprised.
That's what I
tried
heard.
to do that in a Cliff voice. I hope everyone was okay with it.
Yeah, just be Ham from Toy Story.
Well, I don't know. I've never seen it.
Well, yeah, you have. Bouncers are there for a reason, to keep the bar from getting wrecked. You never seen Toy Story? Okay. As a result, most bar fights don't last very long. So yeah, that's right. Okay, so number 4, fall on the ground and cry. And if that doesn't, that would work for me. That would be number 1 for me. Like I'd be done.
That's like Homer Simpson's rules to fighting. It's like, and if nothing else works, just crumple on the ground and say, "I'm a hemophiliac."
Yeah.
And if that doesn't work, act like you're mentally disabled. A moment of political incorrectness.
What do you mean act?
A moment of political incorrectness can sometimes save you weeks in the hospital. Finally, under no circumstances should you ever say, "Please, not in the face. I've got an audition tomorrow." Trust me on this one. And so those are his rules.
That's a good advice.
Yeah, anyway, this book is amazing with just so much stuff. And he's just talking about his improv. He hasn't even made it to California yet. And anyway, definitely read this book. I will end this live stream by playing the clip from his wife at the end of the audiobook one more time before we go. But I think we covered what we wanted to cover.
And after you play that, can you do a little bit of the end of?
No, I'm just gonna play it audio.
Right,
I'm just gonna do audio.
All right, fine.
It's
you
not.
Said
I don't
no very assertively, so I'll accept your judgment.
It's
Thank
impossible. I don't have the text. There's no
Okay,
text.
fine.
And no, I wouldn't. I couldn't do it as good as her anyway.
No, I didn't want to read that. I wanted the closing credits song from Cheers.
Oh, that
Thank
I
you.
can do. Okay, well, you weren't very clear on what your desires.
No, I was very terrible at explaining it. I understand.
Yeah. Okay. But no, yes, I can do that. Just give me a second here.
Super Fat Boo. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone. Are we thanking people in the chat now?
Oh, yes, we can thank people in the chat. Let me just
do the thing that I just asked of you to do.
No, I'm gonna do that after I play her clip, and then I'm gonna play the song, and we will end the stream. So first, we gotta thank the chat, like you said. But first, I want to read the rest of the chat. There's a few here.
Yeah.
I don't like change unless it's for the better, and even then, it's unnerving. Typical Taurus.
In here, you make change, but out there, you make a change. So change it. Just make the change. Okay, so just change it.
Yeah, that's Fraser. Trying to help with Woody's speech. Morn has its place at Quirk's Bar. Yes, that's right. Holy cow, I went to take a nap before Friday Night Frolics and came back and you folks are still going. Well, we've been fantastic and amazing and we've had so much fun. And I hope you have too. I hope you had a good nap and had very entertaining dreams. My Mac for Life, also known as Herc 130, home from work. You guys are still rocking. Herc 130 here. I dropped a new video, so I'm on my channel name right now. Which, ironically, your channel name doesn't get dropped into the chat unless you are Herc 130. That's kind of funny. I gotta fix that. I'll fix that today. I made it to the end. 7 hours. Wow. Gavin, you deserve a prize. Let's see. Let me spin a prize for you. I'm spinning one right now.
Sounds like you're rolling a joint.
You can hear.
You're
You can't hear
spinning
it.
one.
You can't hear my spins.
I
Oh,
don't
this is
even know
what
what
you
you're
get.
referring to. Here it is.
So, well, I'm gonna play him a video. That's what I mean.
Oh yeah, no, I enjoy the timing.
There.
Delicious.
That is definitely a feather in your cap, to Gavin. Yeah, absolutely. That's why you got a video. Hello there, Jill. Catching the end. Hello, King Dolphin TV. We've talked all about.
Hello.
We've talked all about Cheers and Norm and Morn and George Wendt. I've read
The
some
nature of gold pressed latinum.
Yeah, I've read some things from his book, and there was a time in this book where he thought he had a heart attack, and they were in Europe, and they get to the hospital, and his wife has to stay somewhere, so she ends up staying with this French doctor who is really, really charming and everything, and nothing happens, but she gets really, really, really treated very well. And it turns out he was just having a panic attack.
Anxiety.
Yeah. I forget the circumstances, so you have to read the book to find out how that happened.
King Dolphin giving more credit to and also rest in heaven, Loretta Swit.
midnight in the UK. Wow, way to go! And
so that's
yes,
like time
thank
travel.
you. Yes, now we want to thank the chat, but first we've got to thank everybody who's been on the panel. Thank you, Scotty R37, for making it through the 7 hours with me to discuss
How did I
the
do?
summertime. Fantastic. And
Yeah,
thank
better
you,
than
Max
last
Redstone.
week.
Yes, but and thank you so much to Max Redstone for jumping in here at the end, and thank you to Jedi Master 2022 for being here at the beginning. It really, really helped. Both of you rocked on right when we needed you, and I want to thank also the chat. The chat has been incredible from beginning to end. Of course, Gavin's been here the whole time, as he said. King Dolphin TV, DJ Knight, My Mac for Life, Herc130, Wes Cagle was here too. Melanie is very chatty today. I'm so glad to talk to you today, and I do appreciate your visiting here.
Can I advertise my OnlyFans? Like, it's only feet, but
Do you want to do that? Do you want to do your advertisements now?
well, no, just for my OnlyFans.
Well, why don't you just do
pictures
your
of my feet?
Well, you don't really have an OnlyFans, so if people look for
no,
it,
I
they're going
do.
to be...
I just started it right now.
No, people are going to look for it, and they're either going to be disappointed or relieved
Why would
that
people
it
look
doesn't
for
exist.
my feet, Jill?
I don't know.
Because
I don't know.
Because I advertised them?
Because you advertise them, and people
Nah,
exist.
I'm lying about the OnlyFans feed, so I apologize.
Yeah, you're going to have people calling you. They're going to be like,
They're going to be like, "Where are
where's
your
the
feet?" I was told there would be feet. I don't want to upset people.
So what do you actually want to promote?
Because
you
Sitcom Gulp, which is absolutely fantastic. 10 years of content, amazing, incredible. And then the Phantasmagorium, insightful and reckless. And then also, if you haven't liked or subscribed to this channel, it's probably the good thing to do. Come on, subscribe.
Oh, yes,
like.
please do. Thank you also to the Wayfair Project.
I'm just trying to run through this because I want to go smoke a joint.
Okay, go smoke a joint. And while
I'll see you in the future.
Okay, bye.
You gonna finish your show? Oh, great.
Yeah, but you're gonna miss the things. You're gonna miss hearing the song and all that.
What am I gonna miss?
No, you're just gonna miss the end, the Cheers song at the end. All the things you
hang
asked
on a
me
second.
for.
I'll be back in a minute. I'm not gonna leave.
Okay. Max, is there anything you want to share with us before we go? I'm just.
Let's get out of here so I can have some ice cream.
Yeah, ice cream with raspberry sauce.
No, butter pecan.
Oh, nice. Okay, is that
that
all
is
you're
it.
promoting? Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here for some ice cream. Okay, so Max needs some ice cream, and that's fun. Exactly how much time did you buy earlier? All of the time. Well, actually, I do have to end now. I do have to end now. But I do want to thank some of the people who were here. That this has been such a long stream. We had Booger, we had Raul Julia. I did not even say hello to Raul Julia, and he is probably gone by now. And that was several hours ago, 2 hours ago. Old Man Bird left a couple of hours ago too. And we had a lot of people drop off after Deep Space Nine, which makes sense. Deep Space Star Trek fans, and also it's getting late, and there are other things to watch on Friday. Bruce Lombardo of Dick's Division and James Caserta was here. Jill loves losing control. I don't mind a little loss of control. Sometimes some people enjoy the chaos a little bit, but as long as I rein it in at just the right amount of time, it's not bad. Keith E was here. And so, of course, DJ Knight's been here the entire time. Thank you so much for your dedication too, DJ Knight. Chuck A was here too. Sentai Ranger Donnie is a great, great friend. And Greek Letters Larson is always fun to have around. He's always going to challenge you, and you're not always going to want to face up to his challenges. Let's see. Let's see who else was here. Sunshine Ranger Donnie, I got that. Oh, not Brian. Not Brian. I forgot about that. Not Brian was here a little bit. I do appreciate him stopping by for sure. Very incredible guy. Wes Cagle. Also, thank you, Old Man Bird, for the super sticker, and to Bruce Lombardo for the super chat. Thank for the super chat and for giving all those memberships away. PvP was here for a minute. And Greek Letters wanted some cowbell. I never gave him his cowbell. It's way too late now, but I can do what I want. Maybe in a little bit. Maybe not. Maybe next time. No cowbell for you. We gotta go. We gotta get Max some ice cream. Let's see. Wait, who is this? Shield Wall Dragons. I don't think I said hello to Shield Wall Dragons. I do not mean to miss anybody, but my app that tells me, my program that tells me when somebody has arrived in the chat is not working today because I messed it up. Sorry, I missed you, Shield Wall Dragons. And Penny, I hope everything with the grandkids is going perfect. And you have a great weekend. Everyone have a great weekend. I think that's far enough up. Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective and Andrew, that's as far as I'm going to go. Oh, Wendy, Trauma Web Warrior. She was listening earlier while she was working. And Broku says, "Are you guys still on? That's very impressive." Actually, we're done. We're done now. So ice cream with butterscotch topping. No, I think he said pecan.
Butter pecan.
Butter pecan. That's it. Exactly how much time did you buy? Yeah, there we go. What? No cowbell? Oh no! Now we're getting other people who are upset about the lack of the cowbell. So maybe I can.
To be continued.
I might find
Don't
it.
fear the Reaper.
Well, but sometimes the Reaper is very interesting.
Well,
let's see. Sure. Maybe I'm intrigued by the Reaper. Here we go.
And this project is Blair Witching.
How is that a cowbell?
I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
That's the closest you're gonna get. I don't have anything else. I'm taking it. That's it. That's what you get. Stop screen. And we're going to leave now. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today for this extended show. This is Summertime Jill, and Summertime Jill doesn't know when to stop. So I don't have the hard ending that I have usually during school time. So I'll see
You
you guys later.
always come back to the one you love.
Yes. That's
Think
true.
about it.
Mm-hmm. It's right. And that's that. See you guys later. Have a great weekend.
To
Bye.
George.
Yeah.
Learn all that is learnable. And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
May we together become greater than the sum of both of us.
Well, now you have something new to think about. Carry on.
Finally, I owe my deepest gratitude to my beautiful wife, whose incredible assistance on the book was just another day at the office for a woman who has been keeping me going through 30 years of marriage. I love you, Bernadette.
Oh, I love you too, George. And for the listener, a few more personal things about the author. George Wendt lives with his family in Southern California. Well, that would be me. 5 children, 3 dogs, and a cat. Who drinks? He likes beer a lot. I like him more. A lot more. Than anything. Drinking with George was written and read by George Wendt, my husband. My boyfriend, my best friend, my honey, my big bear of a boyfriend. Drinking with George, a Barstool Professional's Guide to Beer, is available in hardcover from Simon Spotlight Entertainment. It's really funny.
Yeah, na, na, na. Na, na, na. You want to go where people know. People are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows. You